The Minoans were an ancient civilization that flourished on the island of Crete during the Aegean Bronze Age, approximately 2600 to 1100 BC. Renowned for their vibrant cities and palaces, such as the famous Knossos, the Minoans are considered Europe's first advanced civilization. They developed a sophisticated society with impressive artistic achievements, characterized by intricate frescoes and pottery, which depict a deep connection with nature and also maritime activities. They were also known for their unique writing systems, nowadays referred to as Linear A and Linear B, with the latter being deciphered as an early form of Greek. Their civilization gradually declined under mysterious circumstances, including possible natural disasters or perhaps invasions, leading to the eventual rise of the Mycenaean Civilization on mainland Greece. Do you want to learn more about them? Well, you are in the right place. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you back here with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Otherwise, if you think YouTube should show my videos to more people, clicking the like button will push them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, let's begin our exploration into the Minoans. Before we do begin, much of our references will be archaeological ones, and do keep in mind that there is a lot of speculation involved, particularly since we are talking about a civilization that existed around 4,000 years ago. So, please bear that in mind. The Minoan civilization of Crete is categorized using two primary systems of chronology. The first is based on pottery styles and divides Minoan history into three main periods. There's a few abbreviations, so we'll go through them. The first is EM, Early Minoan. That's from around 3100 to 2100 BC. MM is Middle Minoan, from around 21 to 1600 BC, and LM being Late Minoan. That's from 1600 to 1100 BC. Now each period is further divided using Roman numerals and letters, such as EM1, so Early Minoan 1, EM2, EM3, and then, of course, LM1, MM2, and so on. Do you get it? Great. Well, there's another system that was developed by Nicolaus Platon, and it organizes Minoan history into four broad periods, those being pre-palatial, proto-palatial, neo-palatial, and post-palatial. Now, both of these systems are okay to use, but we'll generally be using the former one around the EM, MM, and LM. Though if you do hear mentions of the one from Nicholas Platon, that is completely fine too. Now, establishing an absolute chronology for Minoan civilization has always been complex, due to many discrepancies between the historical synchronisms and scientific dating methods, such as carbon dating. For instance, the volcanic eruption at Terra, a crucial event in the LM1A period, remember, late Minoan, is dated around 1600 BC by carbon dating. But it is placed about a century later when aligned with Egyptian historical records, which we have a few more of and we tend to understand a little bit better. Now we have mentioned the early Minoan periods being from 31 to 2100 BC. Of course, that is true. However, the origins of the Minoans trace all the way back to around 7000 BC, with the first anatomically modern humans on Crete. Evidence points to significant cultural influences and possibly migrations from Anatolia or the Levant, both rather close by. So, early Minoan periods saw the development from Neolithic farming, Neolithic being New Stone Age, New Stone, farming communities to more structured urban settlements. EM1, around 3100 to 2650, introduced the first painted ceramics, and by EM2, being from 2650 to 2200, Minoans engaged in significant trade with not only Egypt but also Syria, and this is marked as well by the emergence of masted ships. The period also saw the start of monumental building projects that prefigured later palaces, and indeed the Minoans were very famous for their palaces. Now, the middle Minoan period is defined by the emergence of proto-palatial society, using Nicholas's terminology. MM1, around 2100 to 1875, seems to have witnessed a rapid population growth, and along with it, major construction, including the initial palace structures at famous sites like Knossos. MM2, 1875 to 1700, introduced Minoan writing systems, such as Cretan hieroglyphic and Linear A. MM3, running from 1700 to 1600, continued these developments, and also included the rebuilding of palaces after seismic destructions. Indeed, we have plenty of evidence for earthquakes. Now, the Neo-Palatial period, from 1750 to 1450, is characterized by architectural innovations and widespread adoption of Linear A writing system, indicating the peak of Minoan cultural influence across the Aegean and also on mainland Greece, and that will become very important. During the late Minoan period, that was from 1700 to 1075 BC, so quite a broad time spectrum, Minoan civilization experienced significant developments and upheavals that culminated in profound social changes. This era is particularly renowned for producing some of the most iconic Minoan artifacts, such as the snake goddess figurines, the La Parisienne fresco, and the vibrant marine-style pottery. And there's plenty of it. Now, late Minoan 1, that's 1700 to 1470, marked a continuation of the prosperous Neo-Palatial culture. Yet it was also defined by the catastrophic eruption of the Terra volcano, which happened around 1600 BC. This eruption, one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, devastated the Cycladic settlement of Akrotiri and impacted several sites in northeastern Crete. Despite these disruptions, other regions, notably around Knossos, witnessed a flurry of construction, flourishing trade, and cultural flowering post-eruption during the LM1B period, circa 1625 to 1470. Now, late Minoan 1b ended with widespread destructions across Crete, signaling the collapse and breakdown of Neo-Palatial society. These destructions, however, appear strategic, targeting specific areas while sparing others, such as the preservation of the palace at Knossos amidst the burning of the town. The reason behind these destructions has been widely debated, and there's no real solid theory. But between the contemporary, well, not contemporary, but somewhat later Bronze Age sources and our modern sources, all speculation, but making an educated guess to Mycenaean invasion, internal conflict, or perhaps simply the residual effects of the Terra eruption. We're yet to find anything really conclusive, but one of those three. I suppose it's a roll of the dice. Now, late Minoan II, that was from 1470 to 1420, is less well represented in archaeological findings, and is generally perceived as a period of decline, with fewer records of substantial achievements or any real developments at all. Well, of course, that changes in late Minoan III from 1420 to 1075, which witnessed dramatic shifts, including the rise of the Mycenaean Greek as the administrative language, and increased influence from the Greek mainland, indicating the ascendancy of a Greek-speaking elite ruling class. This period saw the systematic decline of Minoan palatial centers, with only Knossos remaining active until its final destruction in LM3b2. The societal collapse continued into LM3c between 1200 and 1075, part of the broader late Bronze Age collapse, during which the Minoans retreated from coastal areas to more easily defensible mountainous locations. These communities maintained elements of Minoan culture into the early Iron Age, despite the overall fragmentation of their civilization. Crete's diverse climate zones and varied elevations provided a range of natural resources, but the island's lack of metal deposits likely propelled the Minoans to establish extensive trade networks. Seismic activity is, of course, a notable feature of the island, with many archaeological sites showing very strong evidence of earthquake damage. The distribution of Minoan sites is primarily concentrated in central and eastern Crete, with fewer sites in the less accessible western parts. Now, speaking of sites, there was more than just the main city of Knossos. In fact, there's quite a lot of different sites that are of interest, but I'm just going to mention the top 5. The first, of course, being the city of Knossos, if we may use that terminology. It is the largest Bronze Age archaeological site on the island of Crete, notable for its size and historical significance. Its population varied significantly over time, and of course it peaked during the height of Minoan civilization. The next is Phaistos. It's known as the second largest palatial structure on the island, and it gives us some valuable insights into Minoan architecture and society, along with Hagia Triada, an important town and administrative center not far from the aforementioned Phaistos, renowned for the substantial number of Linear A tablets that are discovered there. Next up is Komos, a harbour town serving Phaistos and Hagia Triada, featuring civic buildings that reflect palatial architectural styles. And then, of course, Malia, known for its palatial ruins, providing us with a glimpse into the proto-palatial period of Minoan civilization. Of course, as I said, there's many more, but this was where the bulk of the activity was going on. I'm not going to go through every single one of them. Why will I not go through every one? Because I just won't. Anyway, moving on. The Minoans, primarily based on Crete, were heavily engaged in trade, establishing cultural contacts across the Mediterranean. This, of course, included all the big players of the time. You're talking Egypt, Cyprus, the Levant, and Anatolia. That's kind of central Turkey. Their influence is evident in the discovery of Minoan-style frescoes in elite residences at Avaris in Egypt and Tel Kabri, reflecting a far-reaching scope of their trade and cultural exchange. Minoan ceramic styles and techniques varied in their impact on Helladic Greece, showcasing a dynamic interplay of different cultural influences. And beyond Crete, Minoan settlements or trading outposts extended to several key locations, first being Castri or Kythera. This island near the Greek mainland saw Minoan influence from the mid-3rd century BC, until it was overtaken by the Mycenaeans in the 13th century BC. The transition here represents a significant cultural shift from mainland-derived cultures to Minoan dominance, and then, of course, the later Mycenaean occupation. Cyclades. This group of islands was within the cultural orbit of the Minoans, further emphasizing their maritime capabilities and the spread of their influence. Next up was the 3 islands of Carpathos, Saria, and Kassos, which hosted Middle Bronze Age Minoan colonies or settlements, although most were abandoned by the LM1 period. Carpathos notably continued Minoan cultural practices all the way until the end of the Bronze Age. And last is probably one you may have heard of, being Rhodes, specifically the settlement at Ialissos on Rhodes serves as a evidence of Minoan expansion and also colonial activity. The presence of Minoan culture and its artifacts in places like Thebes, that's in Egypt, around the 15th century BC, where paintings depict Minoan-appearing individuals, suggest active and possibly official interactions, with inscriptions referring to them as coming from Keftiu, a term which we believe to indicate Crete, or just the Cretans in general. Now on Crete itself, the neo-palatial site of Kato Zakros is exemplary of Minoan outward-looking societal structure. Positioned near the modern shoreline, its numerous workshops and rich site materials suggest that it functioned as an entrepot, a hub of trade and commerce. This interpretation is supported by artistic depictions such as the flotilla fresco from Ankratiri, which illustrates the Minoans' extensive maritime activities and their integration into the broader Mediterranean world. Now, Minoan art, celebrated for its lively and imaginative qualities, especially for the time, is a cornerstone of Aegean art and exerted a significant influence on the contemporary Cycladic art, even maintaining its dominance after Crete's occupation by the Mycenaeans. Due to the perishable nature of the materials like wood and textiles, the surviving examples of Minoan art primarily include pottery, intricately carved seals, frescoes, small sculptures, jewelry, and quite a good bit of metalwork. The subject matter in Minoan art, of course, varies widely, often recurring across different media. Iconic scenes such as bull leaping, which likely held religious significance, are depicted in both paintings and sculptures. The portrayal of animals, particularly marine life, is also prevalent, exemplified by the marine-style pottery from the Middle Minoan III and Late Minoan I periods, which features sea creatures like octopuses enveloping the pottery, inspired by similar fresco scenes. Minoan art also includes representations of hunting, warfare, and equestrian scenes, especially in later periods, and was likely to cater to Mycenaean tastes, or perhaps simply just under Mycenaean influence. Unlike the precision of Egyptian art, Minoan depictions are a lot less naturalistic, often sacrificing accuracy for dynamism, resulting in figures that are vibrant, yet sometimes anatomically vague. One notable aspect of Minoan art is its frequent depiction of female figures, a contrast to the predominantly male representations in many other ancient cultures. However, this brought about the notion that Minoan religion was solely matriarchal, but this is not really the case. Of course, that was believed for a while, but it's been somewhat revised. Perhaps we'll find something that makes us think again about that. Well, figures typically adhere to the Egyptian convention of portraying heads and legs in profile, while presenting torsos frontally, though Minoan art exaggerates certain features like male waists and the female chest. Landscape painting in Minoan art generally involves floral and faunal elements, framing or interspersed within a scene. There is a distinctive stylistic convention, where environments are depicted as viewed from above, yet individual elements are shown in profile. This unique perspective is also evident in the seascapes that accompany scenes of fish and boats, providing expansive backdrops that are unusual for the time. The Heraklion Archaeological Museum near Knossos hosts the most extensive collection of Minoan art, offering a comprehensive view of the artistic achievements of this ancient civilization. And if it's not on your list, well, it's certainly on mine. Throughout the history of Crete, a variety of pottery styles and production techniques can be observed, reflecting changes in taste and also power structures. Early Minoan ceramics were distinguished by their decorative patterns, including spirals, triangles, and fish bones, with regional variations pointing to shifts in societal dynamics. Accompanying these ceramics were numerous small terracotta figurines. As the Middle Minoan period unfolded, the designs of pottery began to become more naturalistic, featuring motives like fish, squid, birds, and lilies. However, depictions of human figurines remained extremely rare throughout Minoan ceramics, contrasting sharply with later ancient Greek vase painting, where human portrayals were very common. Minoan jewelry predominantly found in graves, initially had a focus on hair ornaments and diadems for women, crafted primarily from hammered gold. As time progressed, gold began to become a little bit more hard to come by, and jewelry designs included necklaces, bracelets, and rings, often incorporating beadwork and intricate designs seen in frescoes. Notably, the Minoans excelled in granulation. That's a technique exemplified by the Malia pendant, which depicts bees on a honeycomb. Therefore, metalwork in Crete was fairly sophisticated for the time, with the Minoans creating elaborate weapons and tools from imported gold and copper. Although fine bronze weapons like swords and daggers have been found, they are less common than in Mycenaean Greece, where warrior burials frequently included richly decorated weapons. Minoan daggers, often with gold hilts and decorative inlays, showcase the height of their metalworking skills. The production of metal vessels in Crete spanned from the early Minoan II period to the late Minoan III B and C period, with early examples likely made exclusively from precious metals, and later items from bronze. These vessels, which ranged from cups to large cauldrons, and even elaborate lamps, suggest a continuity in craft that extended into the Mycenaean culture, evidenced by the presence of Minoan-style metalwork in Mycenaean contexts. This implies either direct imports from Crete or the influence of Minoan craftsmen on the mainland. Well, it wasn't all just artwork. I had to do a little bit of quote-unquote real work from now and then. Thus, the Minoans had a diverse agricultural system, raising cattle, sheep, pigs, and goats, and of course cultivating crops like wheat, barley, vetch, and chickpeas. They grew a variety of fruits, including grapes, figs, and olives, and possibly used poppies for seed and opium. Bee domestication highlights their versatility in farming and food production. The island's native flora included vegetables like lettuce, celery, asparagus, and carrots, along with native pear, quince, and olive trees. The Minoans introduced date palms and cats from Egypt, enhancing their agricultural and environmental management. Pomegranates were adopted from the Near East, enriching their diet, although citrus fruits like lemons and oranges were not incorporated. Now, the Minoans practiced polyculture. That's a sustainable farming method that supports soil fertility and reduces crop failure risks. This diet, of course, led to population growth, supported by a robust agricultural system evidenced by linear B tablets that documented the management of orchards and secondary products like olive oil and wine, which were central to their diet but also their economy. Of course, they live on an island, so seafood played a big role in their diet too. But the primary focus was on the agriculture on land, as suggested in the presence of marine life in art and poetry. Like the LM3C octopus stirrup jar. The importance of seafood is further indicated by the remains of edible mollusks found at sites, although it seems to have been secondary to staple foods, which I would have thought The main food was seafood on an island like Crete, but maybe they didn't like it as much, I don't know. Of course, wild game such as deer and boar were also popular, but their role in the diet is debated, especially concerning the use of now extinct Cretan megafauna. Artistic representations like the Harvester's Vase and the Sacred Grove fresco possibly depict agricultural festivals and celebrate soil fertility. Storage facilities in palace compounds, such as those at Phaistos and Knossos, suggest these sites also served as redistribution centers for produce, supporting a class of administrators, craftsmen, and religious officials who were not involved in direct agricultural labor. This specialization indicates an advanced societal structure capable of supporting various professional and administrative roles. Of course, if you're going to be farming, you're going to need tools. And Minoan tools evolved from simple wood or bone to more sophisticated bronze implements with oval-shaped holes in tool heads to prevent spinning on handles, showing innovation in tool-making. These tools, including axes, sickles, and chisels, facilitated their agricultural practices and contributed to the efficiency of their farming and craft production. Thriving from their strategic position in the Mediterranean, they developed a robust network for international trade that extended across Egypt, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, Cyprus, Syria, and even all the way to the Iberian Peninsula, that's over in Spain and Portugal. This extensive trade network was pivotal for the exchange of goods such as ceramics, copper, tin, gold, and ivory. Minoan craftsmanship in pottery, particularly the distinctive Kamares ware and the later marine-style pottery, was highly valued and widely distributed across these regions. Now on to a little bit about religious practices in Minoan culture, which prominently featured female deities, with numerous frescoes and sculptures depicting priestesses or goddesses, which indicates significant roles for women in both religious and potentially political spheres. This, of course, is one of the reasons why scholars consider the possibility of a primarily matriarchal society, or at least one where women held considerable power, or at least they had the opportunity to. The concept of a palace economy is central to the understanding of Minoan society. The palaces, such as those at Knossos, Phaistos, and Malia, were not just royal residences, but also administrative hubs where agricultural produce and goods were collected for redistribution. These palaces were integral to managing the internal economy, and possibly played roles in coordinating trade and crafts. The political structure of Minoan Crete remains less understood due to the undeciphered linear A script, which keeps many of its aspects of the administrative and ceremonial life pretty obscure. Well, while earlier theories posited a monarchical system, possibly centered at Knossos, more recent interpretations suggest a more complex scenario involving powerful elite families or clans who might have controlled different regions of Crete through their respective palaces. This shift from a singular monarchical system to a more distributed power structure may explain the absence of clear kingly figures in Minoan iconography, which of course contrasts with the explicit representations of rulers in contemporary civilizations like Egypt and Mesopotamia. Indeed, I think that this may be the explanation. Now what about women? What do we know about them in Minoan society? Well, a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. What we have primarily comes from art and some of the deciphered linear B tablets. Of course, we have plenty of linear A tablets, but we don't know how to read them, which leads one to think that perhaps there is some kind of Rosetta Stone-like tablet underground somewhere that perhaps holds the key to unlocking those secrets. But as of the 13th of April 2024, we are yet to find one, so keep looking, I suppose. Now, in artistic depictions, men and women were distinguished by skin color, actually. Men were shown with darker skin, and women were shown with lighter skin. Women's clothing evolved to become more elaborate over time as represented in the art, emphasizing on displaying the more sexual characteristics. This is evident from the portrayal of women's garments that often featured low necklines to expose cleavage, or even give away the whole show. Both genders were of course depicted with slim waists, a feature accentuated in the attire of the time. Now, Minoan art categorizes women into different societal roles, as the following were elite women, common women, and servants. And, of course, there were those who were engaged in religious activity who were a category unto their own. Elite women were portrayed as significantly larger than those of lower status, highlighting their higher social standing. Women's roles in society were primarily centered around household management and childcare, with older men possibly taking on responsibilities of managing the household and mentoring the younger women. There is also evidence that women participated in crafts, such as ceramics and textiles, not just your normal weaving and pottery sort of thing. Now, interestingly, while women were often depicted in roles associated with childcare, pregnant women and scenes of childbirth are conspicuously completely absent in Minoan art, at least what we have discovered so far, suggesting that these aspects of women's lives were either considered socially sacred or somewhat sensitive topics, and thus kept predominantly as private affairs. Archaeological findings indicate that childbirth was of course a perilous ordeal, with numerous skeletal remains of pregnant women suggesting high mortality rates during pregnancy and childbirth. Of course, this was not something that was unique to the Minoans, but just generally the kind of situation you would face in the Bronze Age. The remains often include fetal bones, highlighting the commonality of death during childbirth, with mothers buried alongside their newly born and quickly diminished children. Do not want to say those two words in the same sentence. Now, additionally, evidence suggests that nursing women also faced significant health risks due to the intense nutritional demands of breastfeeding, which of course could lead to malnourishment and death. Well, moving away from that, let's think about what kind of clothing the Minoans would dress themselves in. The Minoans made extensive use of sheep wool for their textiles, which were likely a significant part of their economy, possibly even a major export. Now, linen was there as well, but it was considerably less common, and it was possibly imported from Egypt or perhaps cultivated locally on Crete. There is no definitive evidence for the use of silk, though it cannot be completely ruled out, at least not yet. Minoan clothing styles, as depicted in art, show a distinct fashion sensibility. Men, if they were poor, typically wore loincloths, or more elaborate robes or kilts, which could actually be quite long. Women's attire consisted of long dresses with short sleeves and layered flounced skirts, designed to emphasize a slim waist, a style detail often exaggerated in artistic depictions. Both men and women wore thick belts or girdles around the waist to highlight this feature, kinda like those weightlifting belts you see when you're doing deadlifts. You know the ones, the gym belt. Women might also wear a strapless, fitted bodice, and both genders favored symmetrical geometric patterns in their garments. Regarding grooming, Minoan men usually are shown as clean-shaven with short hair, except for some long tresses, reserved for perhaps the elite youth. Women typically had long hair styled in flowing tresses down their backs, as exemplified by the figure known as La Parisienne, named so for its perceived resemblance to the early 20th century Parisian fashion. Children are often depicted with shaved heads, save for a few locks, until they approach the years of maturity, as seen in artistic representations like the Akrotiri boxer fresco. Now onto Minoan jewelry. It included many intricate gold hair ornaments and thin gold plaques that were sewn onto garments. Floral decorations were also popular, both worn in the hair and depicted on clothing, indicating a rich tradition of decorative arts that extended to both textile production and personal adornment. Now, before we go, of course, we have to talk a little bit about what we know about Minoan religion, which was characterized by its complexity and the ambiguity surrounding its deities and rituals. It remains particularly obscure due to the undecipherable Linear A script and the non-textual nature of much of the archaeological evidence. Originally, scholars like Arthur Evans suggested a monotheistic worship centered around a mother goddess. However, more recent analysis suggests a diverse pantheon, including a young male god, among others, indicating a more structured polytheism rather than a singular divine focus. Deities in Minoan culture were often depicted alongside symbols and attributes, such as snakes, doves, and double axes, which could signify various religious or mythological roles. Peak sanctuaries, frescoes, and votive figures suggest worship practices that included both male and female goddesses, with significant roles possibly for a mountain goddess, a snake goddess, and a dove goddess. Of course, these figures may have represented or been associated with nature, fertility, household protection, and animal husbandry. The line between deity and clergy seems to be somewhat blurred in Minoan art, at least depending on your interpretation, which often depicts figures in ritualistic attire that could either denote priests, priestesses, or the deities themselves. Religious practices likely involve significant ritual activities as suggested by artifacts such as the labrys, and ceremonial structures like the horns of consecration. The labrys, by the way, is those double axes that we've mentioned, the ones that are often depicted, the symbols alongside the deities in the artworks. Bull leaping, a prominent ritual depicted in numerous frescoes, may have also been a religious or perhaps a social rite, potentially connected to elite status or perhaps a rite of passage. Now, late Minoan artifacts, such as the Hagia Triada sarcophagus, illustrate complex funeral rituals and possibly sacrifices of bulls, hinting at beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife. Also, the use of saffron in ceremonies depicted in frescoes suggests it had a ritualistic importance, possibly in purification or as an offering. Minoan sacred symbols, the bull's horn, those double-headed axes, pillars, serpents, and sun discs found across Crete and as far off as Cyprus, point to a religion that integrated natural and celestial elements together, perhaps influenced by or influencing contemporary Near Eastern and later Greek religious practices. Burial customs were varied. There wasn't a one-size-fits-all for the Minoans, with regional differences in practices such as circular tombs in southern Crete and house tombs in the north and the east. The use of tholoi and complex burial structures, like those at Malia, indicates that burial rites were an important aspect of Minoan culture, possibly involving rites of passage, ancestor worship, or even, disturbingly, human sacrifice, as suggested by some archaeological evidence at sites like Anem Soplia and Forno Corifi. That being said, it's hard to know for sure, as, well, the dead tell no tales. Mycenaean Greece represents the final stage of the Bronze Age in ancient Greece, spanning from approximately 1600 to 1100 BC. It's named after the archaeological site of Mycenae, one of the major centers of Greek civilization during this period. The Mycenaeans are renowned for their advanced engineering, sophisticated palatial architecture, and the development of Linear B script, which was an early form of Greek recorded on clay tablets. Their society was a warrior aristocracy, and they made significant achievements in art, as evidenced by the richly decorated pottery, frescoes, and gold work they left behind. And of course, we can't forget about their epics and mythology, particularly tales involving the Trojan War, which were immortalized by later Greek poets like Homer. And if you want to learn about them, you're certainly in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, then it's good to have you again. And if you're new here, it's good to meet you. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in description. And if you want to tell YouTube to push my video out to a broader audience, clicking the like button will nudge them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, please make yourself relaxed, and we can begin our history of Mycenaean Greece. The origins of the Mycenaeans are still a subject of various scholarly theories and debates. One theory suggests that the Mycenaean civilization was influenced by archaic Indo-Europeans that came down from the Eurasian steppe. But this connection is somewhat tenuous due to minimal material and cultural ties between the Aegean and northern steppe populations during the Bronze Age. Another theory suggests that Indo-European migrants may have entered Greece around 3000 BC, potentially into an underpopulated area, with other scholars proposing earlier or later dates tied to agricultural spread or even chariot technology advancements. Genetic studies in our modern era reveal that while Mycenaeans and Minoans were genetically similar, Mycenaeans had additional ancestry from Eastern European and Siberian hunter-gatherers, possibly via the Eurasian steppe, but also there's a chance they could have came down from Armenia. This genetic input seems to distinguish them from the Minoans, but it doesn't conclusively resolve the questions about their specific origins. Well, archaeologically, Mycenaean civilization is generally understood to have begun around 1750 BC, evolving from the early and Middle Bronze Age cultures of mainland Greece, with substantial influence from Minoan Crete. By around 1700 and 1675 BC, there was a significant population increase, and the emergence of popular centers in southern Greece characterized by elite warrior societies and early forms of megaron buildings. Defensive structures and advanced burial practices, including shaft graves rich with various luxury items of all sorts, became prevalent around this time. Now these shaft graves in particular, especially noted at Mycenae's grave circles A and B at the site, signify the rise of a rather wealthy and Greek-speaking royal dynasty that made the use of leveraging the business of long-distance trade. And it seems that they did quite well for themselves. In fact, gold-adorned burials were rather typical for the elite, with men often buried in golden masks along with golden armor, and women in gold crowns and ornamented clothing. Now, Mycenaean interaction with external regions, including the Cyclades, Crete, and even the broader Mediterranean and Near East, seems to have been very extensive. Mycenaean artifacts and pottery reached places as far away as Egypt, Asia Minor, and Cyprus, indicating a robust trade network. Art and cultural elements during this period show very clear Minoan influence, yet retain distinctive Helletic traits, and of course some recognizable Western Asian features. Now, in terms of architecture and art, Mycenaean works were simpler, yet more monumental than their Minoan counterparts, suggesting a blend of local and also foreign artistic traditions. Over time, though, Mycenaean civilization seems to have grown in sophistication, and it eventually surpassed the Minoan achievements. Of course, I've done a full video on the Minoans if you're interested in that. May help you understand this one a little bit better. Now, the transition from the shaft grave period marked the adoption of tholos tombs, kind of grand circular burial structures with vaulted roofs, showing an evolution in elite burial customs, and continuing the trend of increasing social complexity and architectural sophistication. By the 15th century BC, Mycenaeans had expanded their influence across the Aegean and into western Anatolia, establishing dominance over the region and marking the beginning of the Mycenaean coin era, a period of widespread cultural uniformity across mainland Greece and the Aegean islands. This era emerged after the Mycenaeans took control of the Minoan palace at Knossos. That was around 1450 BC. Then they went on to blend Minoan culture with their own to form a kind of hybrid civilization. The Mycenaeans utilized the collapse of Minoan power to extend their trade networks extensively. By the early 14th century BC, they reached as far as Cyprus, the Near East, Italy, and Spain, exploiting new commercial opportunities. This period also saw the introduction of the Linear B script at Knossos, which was an adaptation of Minoan Linear A, spreading across Mycenaean palatial centers and providing crucial data on their administrative systems, though the records are a little bit too fragmented to fully reconstruct the politics of Bronze Age Greece, so we can only do what we can and fill in the gaps with the rest. Now, on to Miletus in Asia Minor, where archaeological findings suggest a Mycenaean settlement from around 1450, replacing either Minoan installations, earlier Minoan installations rather. Miletus evolved into a significant Mycenaean hub until around the 12th century BC, a fact that is corroborated by records from the Hittites describing Miletos, or Milawater in Hittite, as a vital Mycenaean base in Asia Minor. Mycenaean influence also extended to nearby sites like Iassus and Ephesus. On the mainland, new palace complexes began to emerge around this time, signaling a shift towards more organized and monumental architectural projects. Initial palace structures included Megaron-type buildings, like the Menelaon in Sparta. From around 1400 BC, true palatial complexes with Cyclopean masonry began to appear, as seen in Mycenae and Tiryns. Additional palaces were constructed in locations such as Medea, Athens, Pylos, Eleusis, Thebes, or Kamenos, and even as far north as Iolkos in Thessaly, the northernmost Mycenaean center. The palace at Knossos underwent significant renovations during this period, including the construction of a new throne room to suit the Mycenaean administrative needs. These palaces functioned within a highly structured bureaucratic system, where administrative duties were categorized and specialized. At the apex of this hierarchy was the king, which they called a wanax, who held complete authority as the chief landlord, spiritual leader, military commander, entrepreneur, and trader. His rule was supported by a network of high officials, illustrating a sophisticated and centralized governance system that facilitated Mycenaean expansion and cultural dominance during this era. The involvement of Ahiawa, identified by scholars as Mycenaean Greece, in the political and military affairs of Western Anatolia during the Late Bronze Age is well documented in Hittite texts. These texts, dating from around 1400 to 1220 BC, portray the kings of Ahiawa, the Hittite word for Mycenaean Greece, as significant players, capable of engaging diplomatically and militarily with the Hittite Empire. The exact geographic extent of the Ahiawa is not clear from the texts, at least the ones that we have now, but it likely included parts of mainland Greece and probably the Aegean Islands. Around 1400 BC, Hittite records describe the activities of Atarsia, an Ahiawan leader who might be connected to the legendary Greek figure Atreus. Atarsia led military campaigns against Hittite vassals in western Anatolia, notably attacking the region ruled by Maduata. This period marked the beginning of Ahiawa's influence in Anatolia, often exerted by fomenting anti-Hittite rebellions among the Hittite vassals. Now by 1315, Ahiawa supported a major rebellion in Arzawa, which was a pretty significant Hittite vassal state. Now this shows its continued involvement in regional politics beyond its own borders, aimed specifically at undermining Hittite authority. Archaeological findings corroborate the textual evidence of Ahiawan control over several Aegean islands during this time. Now, during the reign of the Hittite king Hattusili III, that was from 1267 to 1237, the Ahiawan ruler was acknowledged as Great King, reflecting a status on par with the most powerful monarchs of the era, such as those of Egypt, Babylonia, and Assyria. Indeed, the same prefix is used for those other rulers in the Hittite materials. This recognition highlights the heightened political and military influence of the Ahiawa. At that time, Piama Radu, an anti-Hittite agitator, received support from the Mycenaean Greeks, causing significant disturbances that extended to Wilusa, which is possibly ancient Troy. It's one of the names that we have in Hittite records for it, and resulted in the seizure of the island of Lesbos. Now this chaotic period, characterized by recurring conflicts and politics, might have laid the historical groundwork for the legendary accounts of the Trojan War. The Hittite texts also mention a figure named Tawagalawa, who is suggested to be the brother of the Ahiawan king, and may correspond to the Homeric character of Eteocles. Perhaps. Now, Back to our Greek terminologies now. Around 1250 BC, several key centers in mainland Greece, including Thebes and Mycenae, experienced a wave of destructive attacks whose causes remain somewhat unclear, at least from the archaeological record. Thebes, a major city in Boeotia, was completely destroyed, either in this year of 1250 BC or quite soon after. Orchomenos, another significant Boeotian site, though not completely destroyed, was abandoned around about this same time. Gla, known for its monumental structures, saw deliberate targeting and destruction of specific areas, such as the gates and a major building known as the Melathron. In response to these threats, several Mycenaean cities undertook extensive fortification efforts. For example, Tiryns, Medea, and Athens bolstered their defenses by constructing massive cyclopean walls, a style characterized by the use of enormous limestone boulders fitted together without the use of mortar. Mycenae itself nearly doubled the fortified area of its citadel, adding significant features such as the Lion Gate, which became the main entrance to the Acropolis. Well, despite all of the destruction, there was a brief resurgence of Mycenaean culture, suggesting a period of recovery and revival. Mycenaean Greece remained active in internal politics, particularly evident in Hittite records from around 1220, which mentions the involvement of the Ahiawa king in an uprising against the Hittite authority in western Anatolia. Additionally, Hittite texts from the same period advise Ahiawan ships to steer clear of Assyrian-controlled ports, indicating a trade embargo against Assyria. However, the broader picture during the second half of the 13th century shows a general decline in trade across the eastern Mediterranean, likely due to the increasingly unstable political climate for pretty much everybody. By around 1190, a second wave of destruction swept through Mycenae, effectively ending its status as a major power. This catastrophic event left Mycenae significantly diminished, marked by subsequent reoccupations, albeit on a much smaller scale. In contrast to previous beliefs that natural disasters such as earthquakes might have caused these destructions, recent archaeological evidence, including the discovery of numerous arrowheads in the debris at Medea, suggests a violent human assault as the cause. The palace of Pylos met a similar fate around 1180. The Linear B texts found here, preserved amidst the destruction, record urgent defensive preparations in response to an immediate threat, although they do not specify who the attackers are. This period saw general widespread turmoil across Mycenaean Greece, with notable declines in population, particularly in regions like Boeotia, Argolis, and Messenia. Many Mycenaeans fled to Cyprus and the Levantine coast, seeking refuge from all the instability. Despite the widespread destruction, there were some areas, especially those on the periphery of the Mycenaean sphere, such as the Ionian Islands, northwestern Peloponnese, parts of Attica, and a few of the Aegean Islands, not only endured but even thrived during these times. Athens, notably, seemed to escape the destruction that befell many other centers, suggesting a possible shift towards decentralized coastal and maritime networks that were less vulnerable to the conflicts and disruptions impacting mainland palatial centers. This evidence from the cemetery at Parati in Attica, lasting through the 12th century BC, shows a continuity of occupation and a blend of local and imported goods across the Mediterranean. This points to ongoing trade and cultural exchanges even after the collapse of the palatial systems. Similarly, the late Helladic 3C cemetery at Drivlia, near Porta Rafti, underscores Attica's continued participation in broader trade networks. Well, in the aftermath of all of this, Mycenae's influence waned considerably, and the regional focus shifted to Tiryns. During the late Helladic III period, from around 1200 to 1050, Tiryns expanded and became the dominant center in the Argolid region, reflecting a realignment of power and economic activity within the region as communities adapted to the new post-palatial realities. This era marked a significant transformation in Mycenaean civilization, with the emergence of smaller and more dispersed settlements that did nonetheless maintain some degree of cultural continuity from the palatial period. The collapse of the Mycenaean palace system, marking the end of Mycenaean Greece, remains one of the most debated mysteries in the history of the ancient world. There are several competing theories that attempt to explain this decline, each of them supported by varying degrees of archaeological and textual evidence. So let's have a look. We'll go through a few of the theories and explain them briefly. And after that we'll get on to a little bit more of the cultural and societal aspects of Mycenaean Greece. Well, the first and probably the most popular theory is the one of population movement and invasion, first being the Dorian invasion. This long-held theory, rooted in ancient Greek tradition, suggests that the Dorians, an ethnically distinct group, speaking a variant of the Greek language, that being Doric, migrated southward over several years, and this migration caused widespread destruction, and eventually they settled in the regions that were formerly held by the Mycenaeans. The theory points to changes in burial practices and pottery styles as evidence of this new population's influence. And next, of course, we can't go past the Late Bronze Age without mentioning the mysterious Sea Peoples. Coinciding with the Mycenaean collapse is the activity of the Sea Peoples, a confederation of naval traders who attacked parts of Anatolia, the Levant, and Egypt, sometime around 1175 BC, thereabouts. Some scholars propose that one of these groups, the Ekwesh, were linked to the Ahiawa mentioned in the Hittite records, possibly identifying them with the Mycenaeans. Well, either way, the havoc wreaked by these groups in the eastern Mediterranean could have contributed to, or at least coincided with, the fall of Mycenaean Greece. Either way, it was overall a bad time for everybody. It certainly would have had its effect. Then we have theories of internal conflict and social strife, which are also quite popular theories. First being civil unrest. This perspective argues that internal strife driven by the rigid and hierarchical structure of the Mycenaean society led to internecine warfare and rebellion against the ruling Wanaks. Remember, that is the Mycenaean word for king. This scenario suggests a collapse from within rather than due to external forces, a kind of political implosion. Next is a theory of economic and systemic breakdown. Economic decline and the breakdown of redistributive palace economies, which could no longer sustain the demands of its bureaucracy and military, may have also played a role in the collapse, but we need a little bit more elaboration on that. Hopefully we'll be able to find some more tablets and texts that will corroborate that theory. Next, of course, is natural disasters and environmental factors. Some researchers have suggested that prolonged droughts or climate changes may have undermined agricultural productivity, leading to economic and social stresses that the palatial system simply did not have the power to withstand. Of course, given the geological activity in the area, significant earthquakes could have damaged critical infrastructure, leading to economic difficulties and making the palaces vulnerable to invasion or simply internal collapse. Lastly, we have some theories regarding demographic and societal changes. Some theories suggest that overpopulation led to migration and societal shifts, a pattern observed in other ancient civilizations like the Minoans, the Harappans, and even later in the Western Roman Empire. The period following the Mycenaean collapse, roughly from around 1100 to 800 BC, is often referred to as the Greek Dark Ages. During this time, Greece saw a significant reduction in population and a loss of writing, which resulted in fewer and, frankly, less impressive material culture remains compared to the palatial period. The era was marked by simpler, more isolated communities that gradually developed into the classical city-states of our main conception of ancient Greece. Despite the variety of proposed explanations, there really isn't a single theory that comprehensively accounts for the decline of the Mycenaean civilization, and the topic continues and will continue for quite a while to be a fertile ground for research and debate among scholars. Now let's get on to a little bit of the economic information about the Mycenaeans, because they were quite formidable in that domain. The economy was complex and highly organized. It reveals a sophisticated society that managed resources and labor efficiently across various sectors. The centralized administration, as evident from preserved linear bead tablets, played a critical role in monitoring and distributing resources, demonstrating advanced bureaucratic capabilities, especially for the time. Now, the linear bead tablets from Knossos indicate extensive sheep farming, with detailed records of sheep numbers and the production of wool. It suggests a structured approach to livestock management and secondary product processing, which were critical economic activities. Records from Pylos reveal a specialized workforce, where laborers were categorized and assigned specific tasks, particularly in textile production. While the palaces exerted direct control over the key industries like perfumed oil and bronze production, other sectors such as ceramics were less tightly controlled, indicating a selective approach to economic management. This strategy allowed for flexibility and efficiency in resource allocation. The existence of transactions between different palatial centers hints at a cooperative economic network, further emphasized the complexity of Mycenaean economic structures. Significant engineering projects such as the drainage of the Kopias Basin and the construction of dams were undertaken to enhance agricultural productivity and manage water resources effectively. These projects likely required the combined efforts of multiple palatial centers, showing the Mycenaeans' ability to organize large-scale infrastructure projects. The construction of harbors, like the harbor of Pylos, capable of accommodating large Bronze Age vessels, and extensive workshop complexes for manufacturing goods for export and shipbuilding, give us another example of the advanced economic activities and infrastructure capabilities of the Mycenaeans. The most famous project of the Mycenaean era was the network of roads in the Peloponnese, which facilitated the speedy deployment of troops and connected the various palatial centers. Trade was a cornerstone of Mycenaean Greece's economy, stretching across the Mediterranean and beyond. Mycenaean palaces managed imports of essential raw materials like metals, ivory, and glass, and exported processed commodities such as oil, perfume, wine, wool, and a great deal of finely crafted pottery. This trade was not exclusively controlled by palace authorities. Independent merchants also played a significant role in these international exchanges. Archaeological evidence, including artifacts, inscriptions, and wall paintings found across the Middle East, indicate robust commercial and cultural interactions between the Mycenaeans and various Bronze Age civilizations, such as the Kassites, Mitanni, Canaanites, Assyrians, and of course the Egyptians. The discovery of the 14th century Uluburun shipwreck off the coast of southern Anatolia highlights these extensive trade networks, which provided the Mycenaeans with the materials necessary for bronze production and other goods. Cyprus was a critical intermediary in Mycenaean trade. It acted as a hub for exchanges between Greece and the Middle East, evidenced by the significant quantities of Mycenaean goods that we've found on the island. While interactions with the Hittite lands in central Anatolia were a little more limited, trade connections with Troy and further expansions into the Bosphorus and the Black Sea coast were all firmly established, with Mycenaean swords even reaching Georgia. The Mycenaeans also engaged extensively with regions in the Italian peninsula and the western Mediterranean. Their pottery and other products found significant markets in southern Italy, Sicily, and the Aeolian Islands, even as far as Sardinia and southern Spain. More sporadic finds of Mycenaean artifacts have been discovered in Central Europe, including a remarkable amber object bearing Linear B inscriptions found in Bavaria, Germany. Additionally, Mycenaean double bronze axes and other items from the 13th century BC have surfaced as far away as Ireland, and even in regions of England such as Wessex and Cornwall. Evidence of opium use in Mycenaean culture has also been identified, with traces of it found in ceramic vases from this period. The trade in opium poppies, evident in the eastern Mediterranean from as early as 1650 BC, points to an early version of a narcotics trade. Mycenaean culture, as evidenced through their wall paintings and archaeological findings, shows a nuanced social structure regarding gender roles and the status of women. Women in Mycenae were typically portrayed in art wearing long dresses and adorned with jewelry such as beads, made from materials like carnelian and lapis lazuli. These beads, significant in Mycenaean society, were worn on bracelets, necklaces, and cloak buttons, and were often included in burial rites. In contrast to later Greek periods where female seclusion was more common, we don't have any evidence suggesting that Mycenaean women were secluded from men, and it appears that men and women interacted regularly in both domestic and economic settings. While men typically engaged in warfare and hunting, the involvement of women in hunting is somewhat debatable, with no firm evidence supporting their participation in warfare either. Mycenaean society was, as it seems to be, quite patriarchal, but rationing records indicate an equitable distribution of food, with women receiving the same rations as men. This suggests a certain level of equality in basic economic provisions. Women's economic roles, however, were largely defined by their social status and proximity to palatial centers. Linear B tablets mention work groups of female laborers, often working alongside their children, and closely managed by palace scribes. These women, likely low-ranking laborers, performed tasks such as textile production, and were possibly considered slaves. Although this is a point of contention, we don't really know for sure. Women could, however, attain positions of power and influence through religious roles. Titles such as priestess not only conferred social prestige, but also economic benefits, such as land holdings. The evidence indicates that while ordinary women may not have had the opportunity to own land or achieve economic independence, those who ascended to certain religious or skilled positions could exercise significant social authority. Elite women, though married to high-ranking officials and enjoying certain privileges, did not possess land or economic independence, on their own at least. Only through their husbands did they enjoy such things. Now, the Palace of Knossos, compared to other Mycenaean centers like Pylos, may have offered a more egalitarian setting for women, although this suggestion remains speculative with little concrete evidence to support a markedly different treatment of women there compared to other Mycenaean sites. During the Mycenaean period, burial practices varied, but inhumation was the predominant method, involving the burial of the body in the earth covered by dirt and stones. The earliest Mycenaean burials were primarily in individual graves, either simple pits or stone-lined cists, with offerings typically limited to pottery and occasional items of jewelry, but these were rare. Over time, however, groups of these graves, particularly those containing elite members of the community, were sometimes covered by a tumulus or mound, a practice with ancient origins possibly reflecting earlier traditions like those of the Kurgan culture. However, scholars now largely view Mycenaean burial customs as indigenous developments within mainland Greece, particularly exemplified by the native rulers interred in the shaft graves at Mycenae. These shaft graves, located within grave circles A and B at the Mycenae site, represent a distinct form of elite burial grouping from the same period. They are notable for the rich grave goods found alongside the deceased, including full sets of weapons, ornate staffs, and valuable gold and silver vessels, indicating the high social status of those buried there. Alongside these more elaborate burials, simpler pit and cist graves continued to be used throughout the Mycenaean period for individual burials. In the late Helladic period, communal tombs begin to appear, characterized by their rectangular shape. The use of different burial forms has led to speculation about social stratification, with earlier theories suggesting that monumental tholos tombs were reserved solely for elite rulers. Individual tombs for the leisure class and communal tombs for the general populace as well, all coming under these tholos banner. However, the direct correlation between the tomb type and social hierarchy remains a little bit of a mystery. Perhaps we'll find out when we find the next tombs. Cremation also became increasingly common, but towards the end of the Mycenaean era, indicating a shift in burial practices. The introduction of the tholos tomb in the early 15th century marked a new phase in elite burials, characterized by their impressive and imposing circular structures, with high vaulted roofs, such as the treasury of Atreus at Mycenae. This period saw the construction of several such tombs, particularly in the region of Mycenae, where a cluster of 9 tholos tombs includes 6 from a single period, that period being the late Helladic IIa, around 1400 to 1300 BC. The scale and grandeur of these royal tombs, especially those at Mycenae, suggest they were intended for the royal family and possibly reflect competition among different dynasties or factions within the Mycenaean society, using conspicuous burials as a means of asserting status and power. In the 8th century BC, Greece began to emerge from the so-called Greek Dark Ages, a period marked by the flourishing of myths and legends epitomized by the Trojan epic cycle. The classical Greeks held the Mycenaean period in high regard, viewing it as an era of heroes, divine proximity, and material prosperity. The Homeric epics in particular were revered as true historical accounts, a perspective that persisted until the 19th century, when scholars like German archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann began to critically evaluate Homer's historicity. Schliemann's excavations at Mycenae in 1876 aimed to validate the historical settings of the Iliad, marking the first modern archaeological efforts in Greece to explore Mycenaean civilization. He was also the one who found the city of Troy as well. The legacy of the Mycenaeans was profound, influencing later Greek culture significantly. The gods and goddesses venerated during the Mycenaean era evolved into the Olympian pantheon that we're all pretty familiar with, revered in the later Greek antiquity. Furthermore, the Mycenaean language represents the earliest recorded form of Greek, contributing words to the modern English lexicon. I've probably said a few Greek words during this lecture today, and you haven't even noticed. The Mycenaeans were notable for their advanced engineering skills too, initiating ambitious projects such as fortifications, roads, bridges, and aqueducts, which were unparalleled in Europe until the Roman era. They introduced architectural innovations like the relieving triangle, and were instrumental in disseminating arts and crafts, particularly those derived from the earlier Minoan influences. Well, all in all, their civilization was unique and markedly more sophisticated than other late Bronze Age cultures in Europe. Not all of them, but quite a few of them, earning them a place as a cornerstone in the history of our earliest peoples. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, emerging in the 10th century BC and becoming the dominant power in the ancient Near East, reached its height through aggressive expansion and cultural achievements under kings like Tiglath-Pileser and Ashurbanipal. It boasted unprecedented territorial gains, administrative sophistication, and left us with notable contributions to art and science, most notably the Library of Ashurbanipal. However, by late 7th century BC, a combination of internal discord, economic challenges, and external pressures from emerging powers like the Babylonians and the Medes spelled its decline. So, if you want to learn all about the Neo-Assyrian Empire, you're in the right place. Welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you. And for those who are returning viewers, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, the links to Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, if you really want to help me out, like and subscribe. That helps YouTube push me out to a broader audience. Thank you in advance. Now, without further ado, let's begin. Make yourself comfortable, will you? Imperialism and the aspiration to establish a universal empire were fundamental aspects of ancient Near Eastern royal ideology long before the emergence of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. In the early dynastic period, around 2900 to 2350 BC, Sumerian rulers engaged in conflicts to create small, hegemonic empires and gain dominance over neighboring city-states. Over time, these conflicts evolved into a broader ambition for universal rule, fueled by the belief that Mesopotamia represented the entire known world. One of the earliest world conquerors, as they were called, was Lugal-Zaggisi, the king of Uruk, who conquered Lower Mesopotamia in the 24th century BC. The Akkadian Empire, founded around 2334 BC by Sargon of Akkad, is considered the first great Mesopotamian empire. Following the Akkadian Empire, various imperialist states emerged and declined in Mesopotamia and the Near East. Although most early empires and kingdoms controlled core territories, the desire for universal rule persisted in the royal ideologies of Mesopotamian kings for centuries, inspired by the memory of that great lost Akkadian Empire. Grand titles, such as King of the Universe or King of the Four Corners of the World, exemplified this ambition, evident also in the rulers of Assyria. The Middle Assyrian Empire, rising in the 14th century BC, transformed from a city-state centered around Assur into one of the dominant powers of the Middle East, Near East rather. Under rulers like Adad-nirari I and Tukulti-Ninurta I, Assyria reached its zenith, subjugating Babylonia and extending its influence. However, the empire later experienced decline, despite brief revivals under kings like Tiglath-Pileser I. The decline was reversed in the reign of Ashurbanipal II, marking a resurgence in Assyrian power through campaigns in the northeast and northwest. Over an extensive period, characterized by relentless military expeditions, the early Neo-Assyrian monarchs dedicated themselves to reversing this protracted decline that had befallen their realm, and reclaiming the territories that once constituted their empire. While some historical interpretations have posited the Neo-Assyrian Empire as a distinct entity, separate from earlier Assyrian epics, a re-evaluation of royal inscriptions alongside the nature and scope of military campaigns brings us to a more nuanced perspective. It appears that the Neo-Assyrian kings were primarily driven by a desire to restore Assyria's preeminence, echoing the zenith of the Middle Assyrian Empire. This continuity is further reinforced by the unbroken lineage of the ruling dynasty. Moreover, the impulse for expansion was often framed as a liberation, underpinned by the notion of freeing Assyrian populations residing beyond traditional borders from foreign dominion. Material evidence gleaned from reconquered sites during the waning years of the Middle Assyrian Empire corroborates the enduring influence of Assyrian culture and territories, even beyond its immediate control. Initially, the efforts in the early stages of the Neo-Assyrian rulers were concentrated on consolidating authority within the region stretching up to the Kabul River in the western reaches. The conquest of Katmahu by Ashurbanipal II, which was subsequently incorporated as a vassal kingdom, shows the resource constraints faced by the nascent empire, necessitating a virtual restart of the imperial reconquest initiative. Building upon that foundation laid by Ashurbanipal II, Adad-nirari and Tukulti-Ninurta II pursued an aggressive agenda of territorial expansion. Adad-nirari II's strategic campaigns targeted territories southeast of the Little Zab River, which had hitherto been under Babylonian hegemony. These military endeavors yielded substantial gains, with the acquisition of key cities such as Arapa, thereby establishing pivotal launching points for subsequent Assyrian campaigns in the east. In addition to his eastern exploits, Adad-nirari II extended Assyrian influence to the west, subjugating numerous small kingdoms and forging alliances with local rulers to solidify Assyrian power. Tukulti-Ninurta II, during his brief reign, continued the ambitious agenda of his predecessors. His expeditions mirrored those of his father, with a notable march along the Euphrates and Kebur rivers, where he extracted tribute from cities historically aligned with Babylon. Militarily, Tiglath-Pileser II further bolstered Assyrian hegemony in the east, engaging in campaigns against regional powers such as Kiruri, Habushkia, and Gilzanu. The latter, renowned for its equine resources, would later become a vital asset in sustaining Assyrian military power. The commencement of the second phase of the Assyrian reconquest occurred during the reign of Tiglath-Pileser's successor, Ashurbanipal II, who ruled from 883 to 859 BC. Under his leadership, Assyria ascended to a position of preeminence in the Near East, though it did not yet attain the pinnacle of power it would achieve in subsequent centuries. Ashurbanipal possessed a multifaceted personality. While renowned as a formidable warrior, he also displayed concern for the welfare of his subjects, undertaking initiatives to enhance their prosperity and comfort, especially during times of crisis. Inheriting a substantial reservoir of resources from his predecessor's successful campaigns, Ashurbanipal embarked on a series of military expeditions aimed at reasserting the Assyrian dominance. His initial campaign in 883 targeted the rebellious cities of Suru and Tela along the northern banks of the Tigris River. At Tela, he employed brutal tactics to quell dissent, inflicting severe punishments such as disfigurement, mutilation, and execution upon the uncooperative populace. Subsequent campaigns under Ashurbanipal's reign encompassed conflicts with the Kingdom of Zamua in the eastern Zagros Mountains, repeated engagements with Nairi and Urartu in the north, and protracted hostilities with Aramaean and Neo-Hittite kingdoms in the west. These western adversaries, having evolved into well-organized entities, posed a significant challenge to the Assyrian hegemony. Notably, Ashurbanipal confronted fierce resistance from the Aramaean king Ahuni, whose forces repeatedly breached Assyrian territory across the Kebur and Euphrates rivers. After many years of warfare, Ahuni eventually capitulated to Ashurbanipal's suzerainty, excuse me, marking a pivotal victory for Assyria and granting access to territories beyond the Euphrates for the first time in 2 centuries. So you can see how Ashurbanipal is one of those very well-respected conquerors. Now, exploiting this newfound opportunity, Ashurbanipal conducted a campaign that extended to Lebanon and the Mediterranean coast. Although formal incorporation into the Assyrian Empire was limited at this juncture, many kingdoms along the route paid tribute simply to avoid conflict. This included Carchemish, Patina, and even several Phoenician cities, who thought that fighting the Assyrians was simply not worth the trouble. Ashurbanipal's triumphant inscriptions proudly attest to this symbolic act of cleansing his weapons in the waters of the Mediterranean, symbolizing Assyrian dominance over these territories. Utilizing the wealth amassed from tribute, and spoils acquired through previous campaigns, as well as his own military conquest, Ashurnasirpal embarked on extensive construction projects across key Assyrian cities, such as Nineveh, Assur, and Balawat. However, the most ambitious undertaking was the revitalization of the ancient town of Nimrud, situated on the eastern bank of the Tigris River, within the very heartland of Assyria. In 879, he designated Nimrud as the new imperial capital, initiating a monumental effort involving thousands of laborers to erect new fortifications, palatial structures, and temples within the city. The decision to relocate the capital left Assur, the long-standing religious center of the empire, as more of a ceremonial city. Nimrud, adorned with colossal walls stretching over 7.5 kilometers, now boasted grand palaces, temples, administrative buildings, and swaths of residential quarters. Ashurnasirpal also introduced botanical gardens, showcasing exotic plants acquired during his extensive military campaigns, alongside what is believed to be one of the earliest large-scale zoos in history. While scholars have proposed various theories to explain the shift in capital, ranging from Ashurnasirpal's desire to leave a lasting legacy to Nimrod's strategic position within local trade networks or its certain location within the empire. To commemorate the completion of Nimrod's construction in 864 BC, Ashurnasirpal hosted a lavish celebration, purportedly one of the biggest parties in history. This event, spanning 10 days, was attended by over 69,000 guests, and it featured extravagant feasting and revelry, including vast quantities of food and drink. Under the reign of Ashurnasirpal's successor, Shalmaneser III, Assyria's aggressive expansionist policies continued unabated. Shalmaneser oversaw the consolidation of Assyrian control over territories along the Ur and Euphrates rivers in the west, subjugating resistant kingdoms such as Beit Adine. The defeat of Ahuni, remember him, led to the establishment of Kar Salmanu, Ashared, as a new administrative center, which further strengthened Assyrian authority in that region. Despite formidable adversaries, such as Urartu in the north, whose kings emulated Assyrian autocracy and military prowess, Shalmaneser expanded Assyrian influence through bold military campaigns, often against the wishes of his advisors. Notably, in 856, he launched a daring expedition deep into Urartian territory, which culminated in the sack of Arzakashtun, the Urartian capital, and the complete devastation of its heartland. Despite Shalmaneser's notable successes in compelling tribute from small states in northern Syria after his campaign against Urartu, his attempts to fully exploit the situation faced challenges. In 853, a formidable coalition of western states convened at Tel Karkur in Syria, led by Hadadezer, the king of Aram Damascus, with the sole aim of countering Assyrian expansion. The coalition included various kings from different ethnic groups, including the earliest historically Israelite and Arab rulers, Shalmaneser confronted the coalition in the same year, purportedly receiving a significant victory at the Battle of Karkar, according to Assyrian records at least. Either way, the battle's outcome remains a little ambiguous, with no substantial political or territorial gains secured. Following the engagement at Karkar, Shalmaneser shifted his focus to the south. In 1851 or 1850, he intervened in Babylonian affairs, aiding King Marduk-Zakir-Shumi in suppressing a revolt led by his brother, Marduk-Bel-Ushadi. Subsequently, Shalmaneser provided further assistance to Marduk-Zakir-Shumi in quelling Chaldean unrest in southern Mesopotamia. The alliance between Assyria and Babylon was celebrated, with surviving artwork depicting the two rulers engaging in a handshake. Not bad. Now, in the 840s and 830s BC, Shalmaneser resumed campaigns in Syria, exploiting and capitalizing on the collapse of the coalition against him following Hadadezer's demise in 841. Although Assyrian forces repeatedly attempted to capture Damascus, their efforts proved to be futile. Shalmaneser's ambitious military endeavors, extending into Cilicia and Anatolia and reaching Hubushna, near modern-day Erigli, in 836, showcased Assyria's expansive reach. However, despite instilling fear among neighboring kings, Shalmaneser struggled to stabilize and consolidate Assyrian control over the newly acquired territories, leading to somewhat tenuous imperial authority in many regions. In the later years of Shalmaneser III's reign, Urartu resurged as a formidable adversary, posing a significant threat to the stability of Assyria. Despite campaigns against Urartu in 830, the restored kingdom remained a rather annoying challenge. Notably, the 830 campaign against Urartu was not led by the king himself, but by the influential Dayan Asur, indicating potential challenges to Shalmaneser's leadership. The shift suggests Shalmaneser's possible advanced age, or perhaps simply waning authority, with Dayan Ashur emerging as a prominent figure in Assyrian politics, which was a notable departure from the usual hierarchical structure. Moreover, Shalmaneser faced internal troubles as his son, Ashurbanipal, rebelled in a bid for the throne, possibly due to resentment over his younger brother Shamshi-Adad being designated heir. Shalmaneser's death in 824 occurred amidst all of this unrest, leaving Ashurbanipal in rebellion, supported by a substantial portion of the country, including the former capital Assur. Shamshi-Adad V then ascended to the throne, initially perhaps a figurehead under Dayan Asur's influence. Despite Dayan Asur's demise in the early civil conflict, Shamshi-Adad ultimately prevailed, possibly with support from the Babylonian king Marduk-Shakir-Shumi, or perhaps his successor, Marduk-Balassu-Ikbi. The reign of Shamshi-Adad V marked the onset of a new phase in Neo-Assyrian history, known as the Age of the Magnates. During this period, Assyrian magnates wielded considerable political influence and even overshadowed the kings, whose power diminished notably. Although the exact implications of this power shift are debatable, it is often regarded as a period of general decline for Assyria, characterized by limited territorial expansion and weakened central authority. But regardless, many magnates capitalized on this era to fortify military and economic structures across the empire, which did enhance its resilience in general, so it wasn't all bad. Shamshi-Adad's early campaigns focused primarily on Urartian fortresses in western Iran, but with limited success. Several campaigns were led by officials rather than the king himself, suggesting challenges in consolidating authority. Despite initial setbacks, Shamshi-Adad's fortunes shifted from 815 BC onwards as he redirected efforts towards Babylonia. In 813, he defeated Marduk-Balassu-Ikbi, capturing him and annexing northern Babylonian territories. However, Assyria's weakened state hindered full exploitation of these victories, leaving southern Mesopotamia unsettled and the Babylonian throne vacant for several years. Upon the death of Shamshi-Adad V in 811 BC, his son Adad-Ninari III ascended to the throne, though he was likely very young at the time. During the early years of his reign, real political power was probably held by the Turtanu, Nergal-Ila'i, and Adad-Ninari's mother, Shamuramat, one of the most influential women in Assyrian history. Shamuramat's remarkable authority extended to military campaigns, as she participated in a campaign against Kummu in Syria, a very rare feat for ancient Assyrian women, so credit for that. And together with her son, she's credited for expanding Assyrian territory, a task that was typically reserved for kings alone. While following Shamuramat's death, Adad-Nirari's authority remained limited, with figures like the eunuch Nergal-Eresh exerting significant influence. Despite his constrained authority, Adad-Ninari III's reign witnessed some military successes, with Assyrian armies conducting numerous campaigns in western Iran. Although the western territories had gained autonomy, Adad-Nirari managed to defeat Aram Damascus in 790. Additionally, he launched the first Assyrian campaign against the Aramaic tribes along the Assyro-Babylonian border around 787. During his reign, Adad-Nirari appointed Shamshi-Ilu as the new Turtanu, a position that would see him as one of the most influential political figures in Assyria for approximately 40 years. After Adad-Ninari's death in 783, his sons ruled successively, that being Shalmaneser IV, Ashur-Dan III, and Ashur-Nirari V. This period marked a decline in Assyrian royal power, evident in the scarcity of royal inscriptions from their reigns. Under Shalmaneser IV, Shamshi-Ilu's influence grew to the extent that he ceased crediting the king in his inscriptions. That's one way to assert your autonomy. Assyrian military efforts, mainly directed against Urartu, intensified during this period. Shamshi-Ilu achieved a notable victory against Argishti I of Urartu in 774. However, he failed to decisively defeat Urartu. In 773, Damascus was captured under Shamshi-Ilu's leadership, further showcasing Assyrian dominance in the region. Ashurdan III's reign was marked by significant challenges, including widespread revolts, which were possibly triggered by plague epidemics and a solar eclipse in 763, interpreted as signs of divine disfavor. This wasn't unique to the Assyrians, by the way. Pretty much everybody thought that back then. Though Assyria stabilized under Ashurdan III's brother, Ashur-Ninari V, his reign was characterized by a relative inactivity. He didn't really do much. Well, despite a successful campaign against Arpad in northwestern Syria in 754, Assyrian forces suffered a crucial defeat against Sarduri II of Urartu, underscoring the waning strength of Assyria during this period of internal and external troubles. Which leads us to 745 BC, when Tiglath-Pileser III ascended to the throne. Things were about to change up a little bit. He likely succeeded his father, Ashur-Ninari V. The circumstances of his rise are unclear, with evidence suggesting that he may have actually usurped the throne from Ashur-Ninari. But nevertheless, Tiglath-Pileser's ascension marked a pivotal moment in Neo-Assyrian history, initiating a new era characterized by significant military conquests and administrative reforms. He implemented reforms aimed at consolidating royal authority and centralizing the administration. He curtailed the influence of powerful magnates, dividing their territories into smaller provinces governed by royally appointed officials. Additionally, he withdrew their privileges, such as the right to commission building inscriptions. Notably, Tiglath-Pileser also erased all the names and titles of Shamshi-Ilu, a prominent figure from the preceding era, from some inscriptions, suggesting a deliberate effort to diminish the influence of former power brokers. During his 18-year reign, Tiglath-Pileser conducted extensive military campaigns in all directions. He conquered territories east of the Tigris River, expanded Assyrian influence in the Zagros Mountains, and dealt decisive blows to Urartu and northern Syria. Notably, he captured the strategically significant city of Arpad after a 3-year siege in 740. Tiglath-Pileser's conquests extended as far as the Levant and the Egyptian border, where he forced several states to become Assyrian vassals. Tiglath-Pileser's conquests were accompanied by large-scale resettlement policies, whereby tens of thousands of foreigners were relocated to various parts of the empire. In his later years, he turned his attention to Babylonia, and he captured Babylon in 729, assuming the title King of Babylon, alongside King of Assyria. His direct rule brought significant changes to the Assyrian state, transitioning from reliance on tribute to taxation collected by provincial governors. Upon his death in 727, he was succeeded by his son, Ululayu, who assumed the regnal name Shalmaneser V. Despite a lack of surviving inscriptions and sources from his reign, Shalmaneser V managed to maintain stability in the empire, He is credited with conquering Samaria, thereby ending the ancient kingdom of Israel, and annexing territories in northern Syria and Cilicia. Sargon II ascended to the throne in 722, likely through a palace coup, marking the beginning of the Sargonid dynasty. While claiming divine selection for his ascension, Sargon's rise led to more than a little internal unrest, with revolts and challenges to his authority across the breadth of the empire. Notably, the Chaldean warlord Marduk-Apla-Iddina II seized control of Babylon, allying with the Elamite king Huban-Nikas I. Initially, Sargon attempted to suppress the revolts, but he faced setbacks, particularly against Marduk-Apla-Iddina and the Elamites. However, his early reign saw successes in the west, where he quelled movements seeking independence from Assyrian rule, because we just can't have that, can't we? Sargon waged campaigns both east and west, securing victories against all adversaries, including Sinitu in Anatolia and Manaya in western Iran. And in 717 he captured Karkemish and initiated the construction of Dur-Sharukin, a new capital for the empire. As construction progressed, Sargon continued his military campaigns, expanding Assyria's influence significantly. Notable victories include the defeat of Urartu in 714, leading to the plunder of its heartland. One of Sargon's significant conquests was the absorption of Cyprus into the Assyrian Empire in 709, commemorated with a stele near present-day Larnaca. Later in his reign, Sargon turned his attention back to Babylon, where he encountered little resistance upon marching south in 710. After negotiations, Sargon made peace with Marduk-Apla-Iddina II, allowing him to dismantle the walls of Dur-Yakin. Sargon resided in Babylon between 710 and 707, participating in local traditions and receiving foreign delegations. However, some Assyrian kings, including his own son Sennacherib and grandson Esarhaddon, questioned his pro-Babylonian leanings. Sargon inaugurated Dur-Sharukin as the new capital in 706, but he met his demise in 705 during a campaign against Tabal in Anatolia, where he was killed in battle, providing quite a shock to the Assyrian army. After the shocking and traumatizing death of his dad, Sargon II, in battle, Sennacherib ascended to the Assyrian throne with a daunting array of challenges. His father's demise prompted theological concerns and internal unrest, leading some vassal states to assert their independence, notably the ones in the Levant, where several had simply stopped paying tribute. Additionally, Marduk-Apla-Iddina II, remember him? He managed to reclaim Babylon with the support of the Elamites behind him. Sennacherib faced immediate threats upon his accession, necessitating military campaigns to stabilize the empire. He sent forces to Anatolia to avenge Sargon's death and waged war against Marduk-Apla-Iddina II in Babylonia. Despite years of conflict, Sennacherib eventually recaptured Babylon, installing his son Ashur-nadin-shumi as a vassal king. The most famous campaign of Sennacherib's reign occurred in 701, when he invaded the Levant, aiming to re-establish Assyrian dominance and extract tribute. While Assyrian accounts depict victory, biblical narratives suggest a different outcome, albeit with Judah eventually paying tribute to Assyria. Sennacherib's efforts to maintain control over Babylonia also faced challenges, including invasions by Elam and internal strife. Despite capturing Babylon in 689, resistance continued, culminating in the destruction of the city and suppression of its political identity. Towards the end of Sennacherib's reign, succession disputes also emerged. His eldest son, Arda-Malusu, vied for the throne against Esarhaddon, leading to a regicidal plot. Arda-Malusu murdered Sennacherib in 681 BC, but his rule was short-lived as Esarhaddon swiftly seized power, solidifying his authority over the empire. I suppose Sennacherib probably should have just murdered Esarhaddon. But don't take that advice if you're out there, Sennacherib. Now, Esarhaddon's reign was characterized by a very delicate balance of power between the northern and southern regions of the empire. He undertook the ambitious task of rebuilding Babylon, while ensuring the preservation of the Assyrian temples and cults, of course. However, his personal struggles, including deep distrust of his officials and his own family, I wonder why, and also his frequent bouts of illness and depression, certainly made his rule a little bit difficult. Despite all the personal challenges, he led numerous successful military campaigns, expanding the empire's borders further than any previous ruler did. He conquered territories in Anatolia, Phoenicia, and the Arabian Peninsula. He even had a significant victory in Egypt in 671, and that brought the empire to its greatest extent ever. But he faced those internal threats, with several conspiracies emerging against his rule. People wanted him out, and they were willing to do anything to get him out of there. The challenges stemmed partly from the perception of his illness as a sign of divine disfavor, like God was striking him down. Yet, Esarhaddon effectively countered these threats through surveillance and punitive measures, and managed to maintain his authority. In a bid to secure the succession, Esarhaddon designated his sons, Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shum-ukin, as heirs to the Assyrian and Babylonian thrones respectively. He enforced oaths of allegiance across the empire to ensure a smooth transition of power. Upon his death in 669 BC, Ashurbanipal ascended to the Assyrian throne, followed by Shamash-shum-ukin as the king of Babylon, marking the culmination of Esarhaddon's efforts to stabilize the empire's leadership. Ashurbanipal's reign marked the culmination of Assyrian military expansion and imperial power in the Near East. He led successful campaigns in Egypt, defeating pharaohs Taharka and Tandamani, and he even captured Thebes, amassing significant wealth for Assyria. In Babylonia, he faced challenges from his brother, Shamash-shum-ukin, culminating in a devastating revolt in 652, which led to the destruction of Babylon and the death of Shamash-shum-ukin. The conflict with Elam also marred Ashurbanipal's rule. Despite defeating the Elamite king Teoman in 653, Elam remained a persistent adversary. They were not going away. Well, Ashurbanipal's decision not to annex Elam, leaving it vulnerable to Persian incursions, foreshadowed a few future conflicts in the region. While Ashurbanipal's inscriptions portrayed Assyria as an unassailable hegemon, internal fissures had begun to emerge. Loss of control over Egypt and failure to subdue Arab tribes significantly weakened the Assyrian authority. Furthermore, the brutal treatment of Babylon fueled anti-Assyrian sentiments in Mesopotamia. Ashurbanipal's reign witnessed the rise of the eunuchs to power as well, highlighting a growing disconnect between the king and traditional elites. Despite his military successes, these internal challenges contributed to the gradual decline of Assyrian power, foreshadowing the empire's eventual collapse after Ashurbanipal's death. The reigns of Ashur-etil-ilani and Sin-Sharishkun marked a tumultuous period in Assyrian history. Did I say remains? I meant the reigns. Well, either way, the reigns of these two were certainly characterized by a lot of external threats and internal troubles, particularly from Babylon. Now, Ashur-etil-ilani's rule was overshadowed by the influence of the chief eunuch, Sin-shumu-lishir, suggesting a lack of assertiveness on the part of the king. His reign was relatively inactive, and there was actually no recorded military campaigns, and a smaller palace at Nimrud compared to his predecessors was his main residence. After just 4 years, Ashur-etil-ilani's death in 627 paved the way for his brother Sin-Sharishkun to ascend the throne. And ascend he did, facing immediate challenges to his rule, including a rebellion led by Sin-shumu-lishir. Despite successfully quelling the rebellion, he struggled to maintain control, especially in Babylonia. The death of the long-reigning Babylonian vassal king Kandalanu further destabilized the region, leading to the emergence of Nabopolassar as a prominent figure advocating for Babylonian independence. Nabopolassar's rise marked a turning point in the struggle for Babylonia's sovereignty. Despite initial setbacks, including the recapture of Sippar and Uruk by Sin-Sharishkun's forces, Nabopolassar's determination and the opportunity presented by the internal turmoil within Assyria allowed him to consolidate his power. The rebellion of a usurper in the empire's western territories further weakened Sin-Sharishkun, enabling Nabopolassar to finally take control of Babylon in 620. Of course, the loss of Babylonia dealt a significant blow to the Assyrian authority. Yet, initially, there was little indication of the long-term consequences. Assyrian rulers had previously quelled Babylonian uprisings, and the loss was perceived as just another one of those little setbacks. However, this time was different. Nabopolassar's consolidation of power really did signal the beginning of the end for Assyrian dominance in the region, and it set the stage for the eventual fall, the complete collapse. The events following Nabopolassar's incursions into the Assyrian heartland marked the rapid decline of the once mighty empire. His assaults on Assyrian border cities in 615 showed a significant shift of power. The involvement of Psamtik I of Egypt on Assyria's side highlighted the strategic importance of Assyria as a buffer state between Egypt and the rising Babylonian threat. However, the real turning point came with the intervention of the Median power under King Cyaxares. United under Cyaxares' leadership, the Medes launched a devastating campaign against Assyria, capturing key cities and preparing for a final assault on Sinsharishkun's forces. In a swift and brutal series of attacks in 614, the Medes seized Ashur, leading to its sack and the complete massacre of its inhabitants. This marked, of course, a pretty severe blow to Assyrian morale, and it paved the way for the eventual fall of Nineveh, the capital of the Assyrian Empire. In 612, after a 2-month-long siege, a desperate, starving people, those of Nineveh, fell to the combined forces of the Babylonians and the Medes. Sinsharishkun perished in the defense of the city. Following this fall of Nineveh, remnants of the Assyrian army rallied under the leadership of a prince who established himself at Haran. However, despite efforts to revive Assyrian rule, Haran also fell to the Babylonian Median forces in 610. The final defeat of Ashur-uballit II at the Battle of Carchemish in 605 marked the definitive end of the ancient line of Assyrian kings, and the collapse of the final remnants of Assyria as a state. Though Assyrian culture persisted beyond its mere imperial era, the fall of Haran marked the conclusion of Assyria's political and military influence in the region. But if you look pretty hard, you can still find traces of it around. Just ask those successor kingdoms, whose artwork and architecture looks eerily familiar. And just as on this rainy evening in Melbourne, Australia, that the rain begins to beat down quite heavily on the tin roof of my home, we have reached the end of our video for today on the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Perched atop a rocky mountain top, Göbekli Tepe defies easy categorization. Despite lacking clear evidence of agricultural activity, it emerged at the dawn of the Southwest Asian Neolithic period, coinciding with the rise of humanity's first permanent settlements. Scholars are debating still whether the advent of agriculture prompted settlement or vice versa, with Göbekli Tepe's monumental complex serving as a focal point in this scholarly discourse. Recent excavations have unveiled evidence suggesting Göbekli Tepe functioned as more than just a ceremonial site. discoveries of domestic structures, water installations, and tools associated with daily life hint at a bustling settlement rather than a mere pilgrimage site for nomadic hunter-gatherers, as previously proposed by early excavators such as Klaus Schmidt. We'll learn a little more about Klaus Schmidt later on. The purpose behind Göbekli Tepe's megalithic enclosures remains shrouded in mystery. Initially dubbed the world's first temples, these enigmatic structures were thought to have been intentionally backfilled as part of ritual practices. However, recent studies reveal a more complex history, with evidence suggesting natural slope-slide events played a role in their filling, occasionally followed by repair and modification. Göbekli Tepe's significance was not fully recognized until relatively recently. Discovered in a survey back in 1963, its true importance was realized by Klaus Schmidt in 1994, leading to extensive excavations beginning the following year. Since Schmidt's unfortunate passing in 2014, ongoing excavations, led by Turkish prehistorian Necmi Karul, in collaboration with Istanbul University, Silurfa Museum, and the German Archaeological Institute, continue to unravel the site's secrets. In 2018, Göbekli Tepe received UNESCO World Heritage recognition, acknowledging its status as one of humanity's earliest examples of monumental architecture. Despite years of study, less than 5% of the site has been explored, which leaves us with much more to uncover about this ancient marvel. Well, today we are going to talk about what we have uncovered, that 5%. At the time of recording this video, it is what we know. So let's get into it, right from the very beginning. Göbekli Tepe, erected and inhabited during the earliest phase of the southwestern Neolithic, known as the Pre-Pottery Neolithic, PPN, which was around 9600 to 7000. Remember this abbreviation, PPN, Pre-Pottery Neolithic. We'll use it throughout the video along with other abbreviations. It marks a pivotal moment as humanity transitioned from hunter-gatherer to settled village life. Now, this period, emerging after the last ice age, represents the dawn of permanent human settlements. This is a milestone in our history, a huge change. Within the PPN, Pre-Pottery Neolithic, scholars recognize two sub-periods. Pre-Pottery Neolithic A, from around 9600 to 8800 BC, and the Pre-Pottery Neolithic B, PPNB, from 8800 to 7000 BC. PPN villages primarily consisted of clusters of stone or mud brick houses, occasionally featuring monumental structures like those found at Göbekli Tepe, and other sites such as Nevarisori, Kayonu, and Jurf El Amar. These communal buildings likely served as centers for social activities and may have played a role in fostering social cohesion as these communities expanded. The distinctive T-shaped pillars, a hallmark of Göbekli Tepe and prevalent in the Urfa region, are also found in many other PPN sites, such as Nevali Sori and Karahan Tepe. These pillars, along with other stone stelae found across various sites, offer us intriguing insights into the shared cultural practices and symbolic language of PPN communities, showcasing a remarkable continuity of tradition across different settlements. Now, during Göbekli Tepe's occupation, the climate of the region was notably warmer and wetter than compared to the present day. The site was nestled within an expansive open steppe grassland, teeming with wild cereals like einkorn, barley, and wheat, as well as diverse grazing animals such as sheep, goats, gazelles, and equids. Seasonal migrations likely brought large herds of goitered gazelle past the site, while evidence suggests a scarcity of substantial woodlands nearby, with the majority of recovered charcoal originating from pistachio or almond trees. The emergence of settlements like Göbekli Tepe has long been linked to the Neolithic Revolution. By the way, Neolithic means new stone. So we have the New Stone Age Revolution. The site from hunting and gathering to agriculture shift, rather. However, scholarly debates persist regarding whether the adoption of farming prompted settlement or vice versa, highlighting the complexity and variability of this transition across Southwest Asia. Evidence from Göbekli Tepe suggests that its inhabitants were primarily hunter-gatherers who supplemented their diet with early forms of domestic cereals and resided in villages at least part of the year. Archaeological finds, such as grinding stones and mortars, point to extensive cereal processing, while traces of large-scale gazelle hunting indicate seasonal subsistence practices. Water management was critical for sustaining life at Göbekli Tepe. The village ingeniously harvested rainwater through carved channels, directing it into cisterns carved into the bedrock beneath the site. With a capacity of at least 150 cubic meters. Additionally, it's believed that a higher local water table may have activated dormant springs closer to the site. This, of course, provided them with additional water sources. Radiocarbon dating places the construction of Göbekli Tepe's earliest structures between 9500 and 9000 BC, marking the tail end of the pre-pottery Neolithic A era. Over the next millennium, the site underwent significant expansion. It seems village life was taking off, remaining active until around 8000 BC or perhaps slightly later, transitioning into the pre-pottery Neolithic B period, PPNB. Intriguingly, evidence suggests that smaller groups revisited the site after its initial abandonment. Initial dating efforts by Klaus Schmidt relied on stone tool analysis, favoring a PPNA timeframe. However, establishing the site's precise chronology proved to be very challenging. Early radiocarbon dates seemed to conflict with expected timelines, prompting Schmidt's team to explore alternative dating methods. By analyzing organic material preserved in plaster on the structure's walls, they arrived at dates more aligned with the PPNA occupation. Subsequent research led to a comprehensive revision of Schmidt's chronology, refining the site's absolute time frame to span from 9500 to 8000 BC, encompassing the late PPNA and PPNB periods. Göbekli Tepe's architectural evolution unfolds across 8 distinct phases, spanning over 1500 years. The initial settlement phase, dated to the late 10th millennium BC, witnessed the construction of the first circular enclosures alongside round oval domestic structures, reflecting a burgeoning sedentary lifestyle. Subsequent phases saw significant modifications to the enclosures, including the incorporation of monolithic T-shaped pillars and the gradual transition to rectangular floor plans in domestic buildings. During the early PPNB, construction efforts began to intensify, with the addition of rectangular structures being of domestic use and ongoing modifications to other enclosures. However, natural events such as slope slides caused extensive damage to the lower-lying structures, leading to stabilization efforts and the eventual abandonment of some enclosures. As building activity declined in the late 9th to early 8th millennium, smaller habitation structures emerged within the abandoned village, marking the final phase of occupation at Göbekli Tepe. The earliest circular compounds at Göbekli Tepe, dating back to the latter half of the 10th millennium BC, showcase remarkable architectural and artistic sophistication. Ranging from 10 to 30 meters in diameter, these structures boast T-shaped limestone pillars meticulously arranged within thick interior walls constructed from unworked stone. Initially, 4 of these circular marvels were unearthed, but geophysical surveys suggest the presence of up to 16 more, housing nearly 200 pillars in total. Transported from bedrock pits located approximately 100 meters away, these pillars, adorned with abstract pictograms and intricate animal reliefs, stand as the world's oldest megaliths, at least at the moment. There may be older ones we haven't discovered yet. At the heart of each circular enclosure, 2 taller pillars stand facing one another Their purpose is still a mystery. While it's uncertain whether these structures were roofed, stone benches within the interiors hint at communal gatherings, or perhaps rituals. The pillars themselves are adorned with enigmatic symbols and depictions of various animals, reflecting the diverse wildlife that once thrived in the surrounding forested landscape. Notably, humanoid figures are scarce in Göbekli Tepe's art, though some pillars feature carved human arms and loincloths, suggesting stylized representations of humans or perhaps deities. The absence of heads on these figures adds to their enigmatic nature, leaving their intended significance open to the listener's interpretation. Why do you think they didn't have heads? Leave your thoughts in the comments. I'd like to know. I can't work it out. In addition to the circular enclosures, later structures at Göbekli Tepe take on rectangular forms. One reason for this could be to optimize space. However, they retain the iconic T-shaped pillars, indicating continuity in cultural practices through pre-pottery Neolithic B period. These rectangular enclosures with polished lime floors and central T-pillars continue to evoke awe, with some adorned with fierce-looking lions, earning the moniker Lion Pillar Buildings. Carbon dating places the construction of these later structures between 8800 and 8000 BC, underscoring Göbekli Tepe's enduring significance across millennia. Slope slide events pose significant challenges to Göbekli Tepe's enclosures. Situated over 10 meters below the highest points of the settlement. One particular devastating event occurred at the end of the early PPNB period, inundating enclosures with rubble, including domestic structures, sediments, and even burials. This led to extensive damage and subsequent repairs, including the construction of terrace walls during building phase 5 to mitigate future risks. However, these efforts proved to be insufficient, as a second major slope slide likely led to the abandonment of certain enclosures during building phase 6 around the late 9th millennium BC. A similar fate befell other enclosures, prompting the construction of new ones to replace them. Now, previous assumptions that the large enclosures were intentionally backfilled have been reconsidered since the passing of Klaus Schmidt. Remember, he was the one of these early excavators working on the site, passed away in the 2000s. In terms of domestic structures, early phases saw the construction of round, oval buildings alongside the large enclosures, indicating a semi-sedentary lifestyle. Over time, there was a shift towards rectangular floor plans, with only small structures erected in the final settlement phase. Regarding burials, initial speculations suggested graves could be located behind the walls of circular buildings. In 2017, fragments of human crania with incisions were discovered, interpreted as evidence of a Neolithic skull cult. Other notable structures include a lion-like figure found at the western edge of the hill, possibly indicating a sculpture workshop. Additionally, there are 3 phallic depictions in the southern plateau, their dating complicated by their proximity to classical quarries. As time progressed, Göbekli Tepe gradually lost its significance. With the advent of agriculture and animal husbandry ushering in new realities for the region's inhabitants. The site, once a hub of commercial activity, faded into obscurity as the needs and lifestyles of the local communities evolved. The plateau of Göbekli Tepe bears the marks of millennia of erosion and quarrying activities, which shaped its landscape over time. 4 distinct channels, each measuring 10 meters in length and 20 centimeters in width, are visible on the southern part of the plateau, believed to be remnants of an ancient quarry used to extract rectangular blocks. These channels may be associated with a nearby square building, speculated to be a Roman watchtower from the later period, though this is rather speculative indeed. Much of the plateau's structures are attributed to Neolithic quarrying, with the quarries serving as sources for the massive monolithic pillars found throughout the site. These pillars were meticulously carved out of the rock bank, with profiles pegged into the rock before being detached and levered out. Several quarries where round workpieces were produced have also been identified, confirming their status as quarries from the Neolithic era. Notably, the 3 T-shaped pillars, still embedded in the bedrock, remain unequivocally Neolithic, with the largest lying on the northern plateau, measuring 7 meters in length and weighing an estimated 50 tons. Scholarly opinions vary on the labor required for constructing the site. Klaus Schmidt and his team argued that the sheer effort of quarrying, transporting, and erecting the heavy limestone pillars would have necessitated a very large workforce, possibly coerced or enticed by a small religious elite. However, alternative estimates suggest that a smaller group, possibly as few as 7 to 14 people, could have moved these pillars using ropes and lubricants, similar to techniques employed in the construction of Stonehenge. Experiments conducted at Göbekli Tepe itself suggest that all the structures currently exposed could have been built by 12 to 24 people in less than 4 months, aligning with the capabilities of a Neolithic extended family or perhaps a village community. Additionally, some enclosures were originally planned as single hierarchical complex formatting an equilateral triangle, according to some scholars. This layout hints at a deliberate architectural design and planning, underscoring the site's significance as a center of communal and possibly religious activity. Now, all over the site, scattered pieces of flint are everywhere, both on its ridgetop site and slopes. which is reminiscent and pretty normal for a lot of the tool assemblages found at other pre-pottery Neolithic sites in the northern Levant. Flint was basically the thing that you would make any early tool out of. It was easy to shape and you could do a fair bit with it. In 1963, an extensive collection of over 3,000 Neolithic tools was unearthed at the site, predominantly crafted from high-quality flint, with only a few made from obsidian. This impressive array included cores, various types of blades, flakes, scrapers, and projectile points, reflecting the diverse tool-making activities of Göbekli Tepe's ancient inhabitants. An excavation of another space, being Space 16, a small building adjacent to Enclosure D, yielded nearly 700 tools, offering further insights into their craftsmanship. Among these discoveries, retouched artifacts were the most prevalent, followed by scrapers, perforators, and even items with gloss. Additionally, heavy-duty tools like burins and microliths were among the artifacts discovered, highlighting the versatility of the toolmakers there. Now, of course, we have to hear what Klaus Schmidt thought of all this, as he was the expert. He proposed Göbekli Tepe as a Stone Age mountain sanctuary, suggesting it served as a central hub for a cult of the dead, with intricately carved animals serving as protectors of the deceased. Remember all those lion heads that were crafted? Perhaps they were there to make sure no bad spirits got in. The abundance of butchered bones, including those from local game such as deer, gazelle, pigs, and geese, indicates that the site was also utilized for hunting and feasting activities, likely timed to coincide with peak game availability during certain seasons. Schmidt envisioned the construction of the site as a significant step in the development of urban civilization. He also speculated on the belief systems of the groups behind Göbekli Tepe, proposing shamanic practices and interpreting the T-shaped pillars as representations of human forms, possibly ancestors. He suggested that a fully articulated belief in deities perhaps didn't emerge until later, associating it with Mesopotamia and extensive temple structures. This interpretation aligns with the ancient Sumerian myths, linking agriculture and weaving to sacred mountains inhabited by ancient deities. The absence of depictions of organized violence in the carvings, along with the prominence of formidable creatures like lions and snakes, suggests a focus on ritual and symbolic rather than practical elements. Some interpretations view the site's iconography as a cosmogonic map linking the community to the surrounding landscape and the outer cosmos. Challenges to the notion of Göbekli Tepe solely serving as a cultic purpose have arisen, with suggestions that the structures could have functioned as large communal houses, akin to those found in the northwest coast of North America. The practice of burying existing pillars every few decades to replace them with new stones also remains a mystery. Recent revisions of the site's narrative have been prompted by discoveries of domestic buildings and rainwater harvesting systems, indicating a more complex interplay between ritual and practical functions. In 2018, Göbekli Tepe was, so many years later, honored with a designation of a UNESCO World Heritage Site, acknowledging its remarkable universal value as one of the earliest examples of monumental architecture crafted by human hands. Despite this prestigious recognition, as of 2021, only a small fraction of the site has been excavated. That's about 5%, leaving much of its mysteries still buried beneath the earth. And speaking of mysteries, there are other theories. And of course, with all theories, it's open to interpretation. As we've said, there's so much more that we need to find out about Göbekli Tepe, but just indulge me for a moment, and we'll talk about a few of the things that have come up in the internet circles. So we know that the burial of the enclosures at Göbekli Tepe distinguishes it from other archaeological sites, like Jericho, for example, where accumulation of debris over time formed artificial hills. Now, it seems that most people would say that Göbekli Tepe's enclosures were intentionally buried, although some may have been covered by natural catastrophes, another point of debate. Some evidence suggests that the burial was planned from the outset. They've found some sculptures, tools, and other objects placed at the base of some of these T-pillars prior to burial. Now, the reason for burying these enclosures remains unclear, but some people have speculated that each T-pillar represented a community leader or community group. So it may have been that a monument was erected at the start when a new person would come into power, or we had some new group, and it would serve as a kind of a burial marking. Perhaps not burying the body there, but just putting up the monument while this person lived. Once again, just a theory. Now, the fill material used to bury the enclosures contains limestone and rubble, but also bone fragments, both animal and human. Now, the large volume of bones, including those of gazelles and wild cattle, suggests that they were doing a lot of hunting. Human bone fragments, treated similarly to animal bones, were also found, with some displaying processing marks, including defleshing. The fragments of human skulls, some with evidence of post-mortem modification, were discovered, possibly representing an ancestor worship or displays of defeated enemies. So, that is indeed presence of a rather extensive skull cult. Now, we could imagine or speculate, if we're going to speak in such confined terms, that these skulls were perhaps taken from the dead and used to venerate them. After death, they would be displayed as kind of a keepsake, or perhaps taken as trophies from defeated enemies, whichever the case may be, there were skulls all over the place at the site. Now we already know that the site is very old, but some suggest that the site could be even older. Now, carbon-14 dating indicates that the filling of enclosures began around 11,700 to 11,300, but the construction date of the site remains uncertain. I remember Schmidt, that lead archaeologist, he speculates that the earliest structures, the earliest of the early, may be up to 14,000 or 15,000 years old. Of course, this is significantly older than the pyramids of Giza. The site was abandoned about 10,000 years ago, unfortunately, leaving much of its history still buried. Perhaps we'll find something more that can help us carbon date with more accuracy. Now, of course, we are currently doing the best we can to conserve the site. However, conservation efforts at the site have not been without their own controversy. In 2018, Zygmunt Kokal Schmidt, an archaeologist and the widow of Klaus Schmidt, raised concerns about damage caused by the use of concrete and heavy machinery during the construction of a new walkway. Well, in response to this, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism in Turkey refuted the claims, asserting that no concrete was used and no damage had occurred as a result of the conservation work. Certainly a delicate balance between tourism and archaeology, always. Well, the best way for us to conserve these sites is to have archaeologists on the board of the people who organize the conservation efforts. We cannot just have the Department of Tourism thinking about how we can get the most amount of visitors in and charge the most amount of money for the ticket prices. That being said, I'm not sure if they're charging to enter the site. One can only assume that they are. And you can certainly see it for yourself, if you are so inclined to head to the site in modern-day Turkey, or Turkey as it is now called, and you will find out for yourself. Perhaps you will be the one who finds something and solves the mystery. Just make sure you ask for permission before you get your pickaxe and shovel out. Well, thank you very much for joining me today. It's been a pleasure. Generally, we're looking at Bronze Age societies, but a pre-Bronze Age society, well, that is something special. I'm the ASMR historian, doing the best I can, and I will see you in the next video. Good night, everybody. The Empire of Aksum, flourishing from around the 1st century AD to the 7th century AD, stands as one of the most influential civilizations in ancient Africa. Situated in present-day northern Ethiopia and southern eastern Etruria, Aksum's strategic location along the Red Sea and the Upper Nile facilitated its emergence as a prominent player in the transcontinental trade network between the Indian subcontinent and the Mediterranean. Renowned for its economic prosperity, cultural achievements, and pivotal role in the spread of Christianity in Africa, Aksum left an indelible mark on the region's history and continues to intrigue scholars and enthusiasts alike. And that's why you're here, isn't it? Are you not enthusiastic about learning of the Aksumite Empire today? That's exactly what we're doing. If you're new to the channel, welcome. It's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to have you back for another video. If you'd like to support the channel, you may only follow the links in the description and comments to the Patreon. Otherwise, if you feel inclined to like, comment, and subscribe, then please do so. Without further ado, let's begin our video for today, a full history of the Aksumite Empire. Let's go back to the beginning. The Tigray Plateau in northern Ethiopia was once home to the kingdom of Dmut before the rise of Aksum. Dmut, influenced by Sabians from Yemen, was previously thought to have been founded by the Sabians, but recent scholarship suggests that their influence was perhaps a more minor one. Now, the Sabians' impact on Aksumite civilization included the adoption of the ancient South Arabian script, which evolved into the Ge'ez script and ancient Semitic religion. The early stages of Aksum's development, transitioning from a local center to a significant power, remain relatively unknown, and we must engage in a little bit of speculation. However, archaeological findings indicate human activity that dates all the way back to the Stone Age, near and around Aksum. Excavations, such as the sites like Göbekli and Beti Georgis, reveal settlements from the 7th to the 4th centuries BC. Must remember that this is south of Egypt, definitely cradle of civilization stuff. The Stel Park in Aksum further confirms continuous habitation from the beginning of the Common Era. The geographic features of Aksum, including 2 hills and streams to the east and west, likely contributed to its initial settlement on the grounds of hunting and defense concerns. Much easier to defend when you're surrounded by hills and rivers. Archaeological evidence suggests that the emergence of the Aksumite polity between 150 BC and 150 AD. District kingdoms with large nucleated communities and evidence of elite residence, giving us proof of a social hierarchy, existed in the very earliest stages of Aksum. Scholars have proposed that Aksum may have operated as more of a confederacy, led by a district-level king who held sway over other smaller kings with less power and influence. Now, the absence of a single royal lineage suggests succession was rather based on consensus rather than hereditary principles. So, as we explore further into the mysterious beginnings of Aksum, I remind you that it's a rather complex interplay of cultural, political, and social factors that shape the trajectory, but most of our records are coming from archaeological sources rather than written sources. So at the time of making the video, the 23rd of March 2024, this is basically what we know about the civilization. Don't come back in 10 years' time and tell me how wrong I am about a certain thing if we have made a different discovery in that time. Now I digress back to the topic. The earliest historical record of Aksum comes from the periplus of the Erythraean Sea, believed to date around the mid-1st century AD. And this source was effectively a trading guide. Aksum is mentioned alongside Adulis and Ptolemies of the Huns as part of the realm of Zoskales. The region was noted for its production of ivory and also tortoise shells, among other smaller commodities. King Zoskales, who had received a Greek education, suggests the presence of Greco-Roman influence during this period. The periplus indicates that Aksum was already involved in transcontinental trade between Rome and India, highlighting its significance in the ancient trade world. And you will find this with many of those smaller kingdoms along the road, especially kingdoms that were developing along the Silk Road above northern Mesopotamia, effectively acting as middlemen trade agents, whether it be between the Indian subcontinent or all the way to Han China in some later times. Now, Aksum's control over Adulis facilitated the exchange of Ethiopian goods for imports from abroad. References in works like those of Pliny the Elder also attest to this port. Located 3 days' journey from the ivory market at Koloe, which is itself at least 5 days' travel from Aksum. This trade route across the Red Sea, connecting the Roman Empire with India and Ceylon, Ceylon being the old name for Sri Lanka, was crucial for Aksum's economic prosperity. The city flourished by exporting various commodities, such as the aforementioned ivory and tortoise shell, but also rhinoceros horn, with additional items like hippopotamus hide, live monkeys, and also, of course, slaves, which was mentioned by Pliny in his writings on the kingdom. By the 2nd century AD, Ptolemy's geographer described Aksum as a powerful kingdom, indicating that its influence was growing and would continue to grow in the region. Archaeological evidence and textual sources suggest that the emergence of a centralized polity in the Aksumite area during this period was characterized by social stratification. By the early 4th century AD, the Aksumite state had become well established, boasting urban centers, an official currency also minted in gold, silver, and copper, and also an advanced agricultural system. Of course, with all of this, you had to have something to protect it, and Aksum, too, had a formidable military. May I not remind you that the Egyptians in earlier times were taking warriors from places like Nubia, parts of sub-Saharan Africa, as they were quite fierce on the battlefield. Well, Aksum was no exception to the rule. Around 200 AD, Aksumite interests expanded into southern Arabia, with evidence suggesting their presence in Al-Mafer. They engaged in conflicts with Saba and Himyar, forming alliances with various kingdoms and tribes. Now, before we mention the next two names, some of our sources and naming for the Aksumite kings is a little bit strange. Abbreviations from translations and transliterations, we don't quite know their names completely. So if you hear some names abbreviated just into letters, that is the reason why. Let us continue. Kings like GDRT and DBH dispatched military expeditions to the regions, as indicated by inscriptions from local Arabian dynasties. References to Nagasi of Aksum and Habashat and GDR Negus of Aksum in Arabian further attest to Aksumite influence in the region. Now, according to the Monumentum Adilatinum, around the mid-late 3rd century AD, Aksumites, led by an unnamed king, expanded their territory in the Ethiopian highlands and the Arabian Peninsula, reaching Lake Tana and the borders of Egypt. By the late 3rd century AD, Aksum had gained recognition as one of the 4 great powers of the world, alongside Rome, Persia, and China, according, at least, to the prophet Mani in the Kephalia. Well, whether you believe that or not, they certainly were getting some notoriety. As Aksum's political influence expanded, so did the magnificence of its monuments. Archaeological excavations revealed the early use of stelae, evolving from simple markers to some of Africa's largest monuments. The granite stelae found in the main cemetery, housing Aksumite royal tombs, progressed from plain to intricately dressed granite, eventually carved into multi-story tower-like structures, showcasing a unique architectural style that you just couldn't find anywhere else. Aksumite architecture feathered massive dressed granite blocks, supplemented by smaller uncut stones, mud mortar, bricks for vaulting and arches, and visible wooden frameworks known as monkey heads, or square corner extrusions. Walls were inclined inwards and incorporated recessed bays for added strength. Aksum, along with other cities like Adolis and Matara, boasted significant palace buildings employing this architectural style. In the early 6th century, Cosmas Indicopleustes describes his visit to Aksum, mentioning the 4-towered palace of the Aksumite kingdom, adorned with many bronze statues of unicorns. Aksum also featured rows upon rows of monumental granite thrones, likely bearing metal statues dedicated to pre-Christian deities. These thrones featured large inscribed panels documenting the victories of kings such as Osanas, Ezana, Caleb, and Wazeba. Now, onto King Ezana's reign, which marked a significant turning point. Why? Well, he became the first Christian ruler of Aksum in the 4th century. That's right, the 4th century. A long time before the Europeans had came over to bring some Christianity to Africa. Well, the Africans already had it, albeit they kind of made it their own. While back to King Ezana, his coins and inscriptions reflect the transition from pre-Christian imagery to Christian symbolism around 340 AD. The conversion to Christianity was a pivotal event in Ethiopian history, forging a cultural link with the Mediterranean world and establishing a political connection with the Byzantine Empire. Inscriptions on the Ezana stone document Ezana's conversion to Christianity and his military campaigns against neighboring regions, including the Noba and the Beja. The Noba, settled near the Nile and Atbara confluence, were engaged in conflict with the Aksumites, while the Red Noba, mentioned in the inscriptions, had likely resided somewhat further north. These military expeditions are detailed in both inscriptions of Greek and Ge'ez language, providing this valuable insight into Aksum's expansion and interactions with its neighboring peoples. Most of the time it was just a trade thing, but of course, as aforementioned, the formidable military that they had, well, they had to be put to use some way or another. King Caleb of Aksum launched an expedition against the Jewish Himyarite king Du-Nuwas, who was persecuting the Christian community in Yemen. Caleb's successful campaign earned him widespread attention as the conqueror of Yemen. He expanded his royal title to include the kingship of Hadramaut in southeastern Yemen, as well as control over the coastal plain and highlands, along with all their Arabs, demonstrating the extensive reach of Aksum's influence across the Red Sea into Arabia. Following Du-Nuwas's deposition and death, Caleb appointed an Arab viceroy named Sumuafa Ashawa, or Esimaphaios in Greek. However, Esimaphaios' rule was short-lived, as he was ousted in a coup led by the Aksumite named Abraha after 5 years. Caleb dispatched 2 expeditions against Araba. Both were decisively defeated. Now, according to Procopius, Abraha continued to govern Yemen through a tribute arrangement with the king of Aksum after the unsuccessful attempts to remove him. Well, either way, after Abraha's demise, his son Masruk Abraha continued the Aksumite viceroyalty in Yemen, resuming payment of tribute to Aksum. However, his half-brother Mad-Karib began a rebellion. Initially seeking assistance from the Roman Emperor Justinian the Great, Mad-Karib turned to ally with the Sassanid Persian Emperor Khosrau I after being denied Roman support. And this was the event that sparked the Aksumite-Persian Wars. And really, you do not want to go up against Persia. Let's see how they do. Khosrau dispatched a fleet and an army under Commander Varez to overthrow the king of Yemen. The conflict culminated in the siege of Sana'a, the capital of Aksumite Yemen, resulting in its fall in 570 and the death of Masruk. Mad-Karib's son, Saif, ascended to the throne, but in 575 another war erupted after Saif was killed by the Aksumites. Varez led a Persian army of around 8,000, ultimately ending Aksumite rule in Yemen and establishing himself as the hereditary governor Well, these conflicts signaled a decline in Aksum's authority and resources, potentially marking the beginning of its decline as a major power. Like I said, going up against Persia, at any time, in any place, well, you better be well prepared. The Aksumite trade in the Red Sea likely faced challenges due to the Persian conquests in Egypt and nearby Syria, followed by the defeats in Yemen, which were still stinging quite a lot. Well, however, a more significant impact occurred with the advent of Islam in the early 7th century and the expansion of the Rashidun Caliphate. Initially, Aksum maintained relatively positive relations with its Islamic neighbors. For instance, in 615, early Muslims fleeing persecution in Mecca sought refuge in Aksum, a journey remembered in Islamic history as the first Hijrah. However, the friendliness did not last too long. Tensions rose in 630 when Muhammad dispatched a naval expedition led by Umar against al-Habash, known as the Expedition of Alqamah bin Mujaziz, leading to strained relations between the two regions. Trade with the Roman and Byzantine world halted as the Arabs seized the eastern Roman provinces. Consequently, Aksum experienced a decline in prosperity due to increased isolation, eventually ceasing the production of coins in the early 8th century. Think about the trade situation. Egypt, directly north of them, were effectively a Muslim caliphate by now. Very difficult to get through there. Constantinople was very far away and covered in a layer of Muslim lands, effectively surrounded on all sides. And this was quite before the Suez Canal, so you could not just sneak through. Well, simultaneously, the Aksumite population sought refuge farther inland, in the highlands, for protection, abandoning the city of Aksum as the capital. Despite all of these setbacks, Arab writers of the era continued to depict Ethiopia, and I say Ethiopia as by this time it was no longer referred to as Aksum, as a vast and formidable state, albeit one that had relinquished control of most coastal areas and tributaries. While territory was ceded in the north, gains were also made in the south. And although Ethiopia's economic power waned, it remained a destination for Arab merchants. Subsequently, the capital was relocated southward to a new site known as Kubar. The Arab scholar Yaqubi was among the first to mention this new Aksumite capital. Its precise location, likely in southern Tigray or Angot, still remains somewhat unknown. Additionally, a famine had struck Ethiopia in the 9th century, with Coptic patriarchs attributing to the nation's plight to warfare, disease, and insufficient rainfall. During the reign of Degnadian in the 9th century, the empire continued expanding southward, engaging in missionary endeavors beyond Angot. Around 960, according to local history, a Jewish queen known as Yodit or Gudit rose to power and is believed to have defeated the Aksumite Empire, marking a significant turning point in Ethiopian history. While evidence of churches being burned and an invasion during this period exists, the existence of Queen Gudit has been disputed by some Western scholars. Nevertheless, Gudit's conquest of Aksum, characterized by the destruction of churches, persecution and execution of Christians, and a iconoclasm, the destroying of artifacts, is recounted in oral traditions. Accounts of Gudit's origin vary among scholars, with some suggesting a Jewish ethnicity or a southern regional background. According to more traditional narratives, she reigned for 40 years, and her dynasty endured until 1137 AD, when Maratakla Hamyanot overthrew it, leading to the establishment of the Agau-led Zagwe dynasty. Once again, according to oral tradition, Gudit ascended to the power after killing the Beta Israel king and ruled for 4 decades. She marshaled her Jewish army from the Semien Mountains and Lake Tana to sack Aksum and its surroundings, aiming to eradicate the Aksumite dynasty, its palaces, churches, and monuments in Tigray. Her ruthless actions are still remembered by peasants in northern Ethiopia, evidenced by large ruins, standing stones, and stelae in the region. Gudit's reign also saw the demise of the Aksumite population, which chose mainly to migrate southwards. She is said to have murdered the last emperor of Aksum, which was possibly Dil-Naod, who either went into exile in Shewa or sought refuge with a Nubian Greek ruler, King Moses Georgios. Gudit was then succeeded by Dagnajan, also known as Abnasawu-Dem, according to the Ethiopian tradition. Now, contemporary sources confirm the rule of a female usurper during this period, whose reign ended before 1003 AD. Following a brief dark age, the Zagwe dynasty emerged in the 11th or 12th century, albeit with limited territorial influence. However, Yekuno Amlak, who founded the Solomonic dynasty around 1270, traced his lineage back to the last Aksumite emperor, Dil-Naod, signifying the enduring influence of Aksumite culture and traditions even after the empire's decline. Well, let's talk a little about the culture and society of Aksum and its people. The Aksumite population was predominantly comprised of Semitic-speaking groups, among which were the Agazian, speakers of Ge'ez, identified as the main inhabitants of Aksum and its surroundings. But it wasn't just that simple. Additionally, Cushitic-speaking Agau people inhabited the kingdom also, with historical records indicating their presence within the southern frontier of the Aksumite realm, and they were entrusted specifically with safeguarding vital caravan routes by King Caleb of Aksum. Aksum also boasted a notable population of Ethiopian Greeks, particularly in cities like Ptolemais Theron and Adulis. Nilotic groups, such as the Baria tribe, were also part of Aksumite society, residing in the western regions of the empire. Aksumite settlements were widespread across the highlands of northern Horn of Africa, particularly concentrated in the northeastern Tigray, Ethiopia, as well as the Akele, Guzai, and Seraye regions of Etruria. Despite this concentration, settlements like Chika Beret extended as far as South Wollo. Along the Red Sea coast of Etruria, near the Gulf of Zula, numerous Aksumite settlements were discovered, strategically positioned along a route connecting the capital in the highlands to the principal port of Adulis. Major settlements like Matara and Kohaito were located along this route, indicating a high population density in the highlands of Tigray and central Etruria. The Aksumite agricultural system was sophisticated, employing techniques such as irrigation, dam construction, terracing, and plough farming to sustain the urban and rural populations. A diverse array of crops, including cereals like teff, finger millet, sorghum, and various grains of Near Eastern origin, were cultivated alongside crops such as linseed, cotton, grapes, and legumes. Livestock herding of cattle, sheep, and goats complemented crop cultivation, contributing to a productive agro-pastoral tradition that underpinned the Aksumite economy and state power. The Empire of Aksum stands out for several remarkable achievements, including the development of its own alphabet, the Ge'ez script, which later evolved into Abugida with the inclusion of vowels. Dating back around 1,700 years, the empire also erected towering obelisks to mark the tombs of emperors and nobles, with the obelisk of Aksum being the most renowned among them. Under the reign of Emperor Ezana, Aksum embraced Coptic Christianity around 325 AD. This replaced its former polytheistic and Judaistic religions. The adoption of Christianity laid the foundation for the present-day Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church and the Eritrean Orthodox Tewado Church. Before this conversion to Christianity, the Aksumites mainly practiced a polytheistic faith, with ties to southern Arabian religions, worshipping deities known as Astar, Beher, and Mahrem. Scholars debate the extent of Jewish influence on Aksumite culture, with some suggesting a significant impact, particularly in the formative period before the emergence of Christianity. King Ezana's transition to Christianity was pivotal, and it was marked by the replacement of pagan symbols with Christian imagery on coins and inscriptions. Frumentius, appointed Bishop of Ethiopia around 330 AD, played his own crucial role in spreading Christianity within Aksum, although the Church of Alexandria maintained loose oversight, allowing for the development of a unique form of Christianity. The Islamic presence in Aksum dates back to the 7th century, as early Muslim migrants sought refuge from persecution in Arabia. King Ashama ibn Abjar's refusal to surrender these migrants to the Quraysh, the ruling Arab confederation of Mecca, underscores Aksum's initial tolerance towards Islam, despite being Christian at the time. Later inscriptions in Arabic on the Dakhla archipelago confirmed the enduring legacy of Islam in Aksum. The Empire of Aksum played a pioneering role in African history by being the first among the African polities to mint its own coins. Now these coins, inscribed in both Ge'ez and Greek, were issued from the reign of Endubis to Arma, spanning approximately from 270 to 610 AD. Minting coins was a significant declaration of Aksumite sovereignty and equality with neighboring powers. Each coin serves as a historical marker, providing insights into the events and developments of its time. For instance, the introduction of the cross symbol onto the coins following the empire's conversion to Christianity reflects a profound shift in religious ideology. Additionally, the presence of coins facilitated trade, serving as a medium of exchange, propagandistic tool, and a source of revenue for the empire. Now trade was the big thing that Aksum was all about, and it was the main reason why they had all their power in the first place. I think if they hadn't gone and invaded the southern parts of Yemen, the Persians might have left them alone, and, well, the story perhaps would have been a lot different. Either way, their trade empire spanned parts of present-day northern Ethiopia and southeastern Etruria, and it played a pivotal role in the ancient trade network, connecting the Indian subcontinent and the Mediterranean. Well, Aksum as an empire thrived on the exchange of goods, all the way from ivory, tortoiseshell, gold, and emeralds, with imported commodities like silk and spices from regions such as Rome, Byzantium, Arabia, and India. And Aksumite emeralds were very popular among the upper classes in these other kingdoms, by the way. But it wasn't simply the materials they had to trade. It was more of its location. This strategic location along the Red Sea and on the Upper Nile facilitated lucrative maritime trade routes. Aksum was the place to stop over on your way through. And this also allowed Aksum's navy to capitalize on commerce between Africa, Arabia, and the Indian states. That being said, they were primarily an agricultural society. They boasted fertile lands, yielding a variety of crops, including wheat, barley, teff, and other grains. Livestock, such as cattle, sheep, and camels, were also reared, alongside hunting for ivory and rhinoceros horns. The empire's abundant reserves of gold, iron, and salt further fueled its economic prosperity, with these resources being highly valued in trade with Roman, Egyptian, and Persian merchants. While the rise of Aksum coincided with a significant shift in maritime trade routes during the 1st century AD, marked by increased traffic between the Roman Empire and India via the Red Sea. It was this transformation that favored Aksum's strategic position, with Adulis, that port city, emerging as a key port for exporting African goods. The kingdom leveraged its inland trading networks to expand its influence, gradually overtaking rival trade routes, such as those controlled by the Kingdom of Kush, and establishing a lucrative caravan route to Egypt. In 525, Aksum made a strategic move to control the trade routes by attempting to annex the Yemen region, and I believe this is really what did them over. Well, this endeavor, prompted by the persecution of Christians by Dunuas, demonstrated their determination to safeguard their interests and expand their sphere of influence, but it was simply not meant to be. Even though they were victorious in this campaign, I think that they flew a little too close to the sun, going up against the Persian Empire, quite bravely, may I add. That was what ended Aksum. And, well, it didn't end straight away, but it certainly ended their overseas ambitions. And after that, little by little, they either shrank smaller or simply migrated southwards and inland, while the new players of the game took on the reins of commerce and conquest. And with that, we reach the end of our history of Aksum. Hello and welcome back. I'm the ASMR historian, and today we're going to talk about the ancient city of Babylon, from the early beginnings all the way up to its preservation in modern times. So, find somewhere comfortable, because it's going to be a long video. Babylon, situated on the lower Euphrates River in modern-day Iraq, played a pivotal role in ancient Mesopotamia. It served as the cultural and political heart of Babylonia, witnessing the rise and fall of significant empires. The city's prominence began as a religious and cultural center during the Akkadian Empire. Following the Akkadian Empire's collapse, Babylon thrived under the Old Babylonian Empire established by Hammurabi in the 19th century BC. Hammurabi elevated Babylon into a major city, and it became the capital of Babylonia, surpassing another great city, Nippur, in significance. The empire's influence waned over time, however, facing domination by Assyrians, Kassites, and Elamites. Babylon saw a revival under the Neo-Babylonian Empire from 609 to roughly 539 BC, during which the Hanging Gardens, one of the 7 ancient wonders of the world, became renowned. Subsequently, the city changed hands under the rule of the Achaemenid, Seleucid, Parthian, Roman, Sassanid, and later on Muslim empires. At its zenith, Babylon was likely the world's largest city, around 1770 to 1670 BC, and later during its revival from 612 to 320 BC, potentially boasting a population exceeding 200,000, huge for that time. The city's remains, now in Hilla, Iraq, provide insight into its grandeur, though deciphering its complete history remains challenging due to incomplete and sometimes conflicting sources. UNESCO recognized Babylon as a World Heritage Site in 2019. It draws numerous visitors, primarily local Iraqis. However, rapid construction and modernization of Iraq threatens the preservation of these ancient ruins. But what is the name Babylon? Where does this come from, and what does it really mean? Well, the name Babylon finds its origin in the Latin representation of the Greek Babylon, derived from the native Babylonian term Babylim, and that word Babylim meant the gate of the gods. So, the name of Babylon meant the gate of the gods. The cuneiform spelling was the writing that they used in Babylon, given to them by the Akkadians, was Ka-digir-raki, and it corresponds to the Sumerian phrase Kan-digirak, which is what they referred to when they were speaking of Babylon. It involves the logogram for Ka, which meant gate, and Digir for God, and Ra representing the coda of the word Digir, followed by the genitive suffix ak. The final, ki, functions as a determinative indicating a place name. So it was essentially a literal translation from the word Babylim in Babylonian to Akkadian and Sumerian writings. Initially, the Semitic name was considered a lone translation of the original Sumerian name, but the Gate of God interpretation is now viewed as a Semitic folk etymology to explain unknown original non-Semitic place name. The original name was proposed to be Babila, transforming into Akkadian Babylim. The Sumerian name Kandigirak was seen as a latter lone translation of the Semitic folk etymology. The earliest mention of the city might be from early dynastic period, inscription referring to an unknown lord as the governor Ensi. That was what they called their governors, and this governor's name was Bar Kibar. Possibly that indicates Babylonian roots. The name's original form could mean shining, or glowing, or white. The Sumerian phonetic spelling, Ba'a Bilum, and the Kassite period spellings, Pambalu and Babalu, provide insight into its evolving forms. So as language was always changing, so was the way that we were referring to Babylon in different texts through different periods and different regions. Alternate spellings for Babylon include Tin-Tirki and Eki, attested in various periods. In the Hebrew Bible, it appears as Babel, interpreted to mean confusion. The name is also found in Pali and Sanskrit literature. It's all the way in India, and it's called Baveru in their tongue. Ancient records sometimes use Babylon for other cities within its influence, like Borsippa and even Nineveh, for a brief period after the Assyrian sack of Babylon. Now, Babylon was situated along the Euphrates River. It featured steep embankments to manage seasonal floods as well. Present-day Hilla, Babil governorate in Iraq, preserves remnants of the ancient city, and it's about 85 kilometers south of Baghdad. The site spans approximately 2 kilometers by 1 kilometers, with mounds aligned north to south along the river. Key features of this site include the palace, or the castle, the central location housing the Neo-Babylonian ziggurat, Amran ibn Ali, the highest mound to the south, which reaches 25 meters. It was the site of Esagila, a temple dedicated to Marduk, A, and Nabu. Those were just 3 of the gods in the pantheon. Homera, a reddish mound on the west side, holding the most Hellenistic remains. And that means Greek. All the Greek stuff was over there. We'll get to the Greek period of time in Babylonia later. And finally, the fourth of the key features is Babil, a 22-meter mound at the northern end. And that featured a palace constructed by none other than Nebuchadnezzar. He was one of the ones from the Old Testament. If you're familiar with Old Testament theology, then I'm sure you recognize the name. Excavations have exposed only a small portion of the city, with artifacts mainly from the Neo-Babylonian era. Rising water tables and rebuilding projects by later occupants have obscured a lot of the earlier records. Babylon faced pillaging by various powers, and that includes the Hittites, the Elamites, and the Neo-Assyrian Empire. And don't forget the Achaemenid Empire. Much of the western part of the city is submerged, and some areas were mined for building materials. The Coldaway expedition, however, recovered many artifacts, and useful ones at that, including 967 clay tablets from the Old Babylonian period, providing insights into Sumerian literature and language. Now, a quick word on these Babylonian tablets, Sumerian tablets, Akkadian tablets. It's very rare that you are going to pull a cuneiform tablet out of the ground and find some beautiful poem or some description of some normal person's daily life or some epic story. Very rare. What you would most likely find would be trade receipts. 50 goats or however many bolts of wool or copper or iron, whatever it was that they were buying, especially if we're talking about earlier period cuneiform tablets, as that was essentially their only use. It was only until much later that they figured out that we could write other things with it and expand cuneiform script. But I digress. Nearby settlements like Kish, Borsippa, Dilbat, Kuthar, Marad, and Sipar contribute to the historical context of the region. Of course, we can't talk about Babylon as just the one city as the capital, but we can't forget that the Babylonians controlled a very large portion of modern-day Iraq and much of the Fertile Crescent, at some point stretching all the way from the north to the south of the region, and from both the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. So there are other cities that we can use to gain more insight on the Babylonians in general. So, how do we understand these various sources? Well, there are several main ways that we can piece together the history of Babylon. The first being excavation of the actual site. Now, due to a lot of restrictions from local governments and modern conflicts, all this sorts of thing, we're somewhat limited in the excavation that we can do. We also don't want to destroy anything that is left for us in our search for artifacts. But the insights that we have gotten from the limited excavations we have been very useful. Much of these insights, of course, has come from cuneiform texts, many of them, as I mentioned, found from other Mesopotamian locations as well. Other large cities, as Uruk, the aforementioned Nippur, Sipar, Mari, Haradum, contribute to a lot of the historical knowledge that we have on this. Another thing is classical writing. Now, if we want to piece together a story about Babylon, we can always ask the classical authors at the time, many of whom would come from Greece and travel and write down their observations. So we have things from Herodotus, which many people don't take as gospel, but we'll get to that later. Ctesias, Quintus Curtius, Rufus, Strabo, Cleitarchus. Many of them described or possibly even visited Babylon, depending on the interpretation of the texts. Now, a lot of them may vary in accuracy, and because they are not Babylonians, must remember that they are probably somewhat politically biased, depending on the time in which they were writing. But nonetheless, they offer valuable information. And finally, we have biblical references to Old Testaments, which is littered with mentions of Babylon, which provide an additional perspective into the city's history. Once again, grains of salt with biblical references, but the Old Testament generally is more of a cultural reading, so if we do take that as not too serious, then we can gain a little bit of a better picture on Babylon. So these diverse sources, despite presenting challenges due to potential inaccuracies, biases, as I've mentioned, really help us to get some sort of a clue of what's going on, much of which we look at the peak of Babylonian civilization, the Neo-Babylonian Empire, around the 6th century BC, when we mentioned before that the city was at its height of population once again around an estimated 200,000, which would have been larger than the other large cities in the world at the time, like Alexandria, Egypt. So, let's think now about some early references to Babylon. I'm talking very, very early. At the time of Sargon of Akkad, the Akkadian Empire that I'd mentioned in my video several days ago that you may want to go and listen to. So let's talk about the Akkadian Empire time. The first mention that we have of Babylon as a small town, as all big cities start off as, comes from a clay tablet during the reign of Shar-Kali-Shari, who reigned from 2217 to around 2193 BC. And that was a king of the Akkadian Empire, that same one that Sargon of Akkad had so greatly expanded. Akkadian and Sumerian literature from the late 3rd millennium BC also references the city. So we're talking 4,000 years ago. It was still around. 4,000 years. If you don't think that that's completely amazing, then go and watch another video. Okay. So let's go and look at the foundations by Shar-Kali-Shari. There is a tablet describing the Akkadian king laying foundations for new temples in Babylon. So this king we just mentioned, he was at least taking credit for laying these temples and building up this new small town that would become a great city. Administrative records of the 3rd dynasty of Ur, another very powerful city in the same size as Nippur and Uruk, mention Babylon in tax collection and the appointment of a local governor. So we have systems of tax collections going on, administered by a complex form of government, which is indeed, if not a civilization, the very egg in which a civilization hatches from. Now, concerning some classical dating of Babylon's foundation, Ctesias, cited by Diodorus Siculus and Siculus, claimed that access to Babylonian archives dating to the city's founding in 2286 BC under the reign of its first king Belus. So they had access to all the old clay tablets, and old for 2286 BC. So they were having history before history was even a thing. Berosus, as mentioned by Pliny, stated that the astronomical observations in Babylon began 490 years before the Greek era of Phoranius, and that indicates a year of around 2243 BC. Stephanus of Byzantium wrote that Babylon was built 1002 years before the siege of Troy. Now, if we look at the date of the siege of Troy, which escapes me at the moment, it dates its foundation to around 2231 BC. So, these classical accounts place Babylon's foundation in the 23rd century BC. However, no corresponding cuneiform records have been found to validate these post-cuneiform dating claims. The Amorite rule in Babylon is documented to have begun around the 19th or 18th century BC, with Sumu-Abum, who declared independence from the neighboring city-state of Khazalu. Sumu-La-El, possibly a contemporary of Sumu-Abum, is often considered the founder of the first Babylonian dynasty. Both rulers are credited with constructing Babylon's walls, and Samu-La-El expanded Babylon's influence through military successes. Initially a minor city-state, Babylon's first 4 Amorite rulers did not assume the title of king. However, under Hammurabi's rule, that being from 1792 to 1750 BC, Babylon rose to even greater prominence. Hammurabi, known for codifying the laws into the famous Code of Hammurabi, conquered various cities and city-states in southern Mesopotamia, unifying them into a single kingdom. This included Isin, Larsa, Ur, Uruk, Nippur, Lagash, Eridu, Kish, Adab, Eshuna, Ashak, and many more, all notable cities and great trade cities. Hammurabi also expanded his empire by invading Elam to the east and the territories to the northwest. After Hammurabi's reign, Babylonia became the term for the entirety of southern Mesopotamia. The Sealand dynasty emerged in the far south. Elamites seized eastern territories, and the Kassites took control of Babylon in 1595, renaming it Karduniash, a great break from tradition. The Kassite dynasty endured for 435 years, until 1160 BC. Babylon, weakened during the Kassite era, paid tribute to the Egyptian pharaoh Thutmose III. The Kassite period saw Babylon becoming subject to the Middle Assyrian Empire to the north and Elam to the east. By 1155 BC, Assyrian and Elamite attacks led to the downfall of the Kassites, allowing an Akkadian South Mesopotamian dynasty to finally take rule. Despite the change, Babylon remained vulnerable, facing domination by Assyria. In the 11th century BC, the Aramaeans and Suteans from the Levant, and later the Chaldeans in the 9th century BC, entered and appropriated areas of Babylonia, further challenging Babylon's stability. The Aramaeans briefly governed Babylon until the late 11th century BC. During the Neo-Assyrian Empire, Babylonia experienced constant Assyrian dominance or direct control. The reign of Sennacherib saw repeated Babylonian revolts, led by chieftain Merodach-Baladan, in alliance with the Elamites. To suppress these revolts, Sennacherib destroyed Babylon in 689 BC, razing its walls, temples, and its palaces. The religious center's destruction shocked many, and Sennacherib's murder by his own sons while he was praying was seen as atonement. His successor, Esarhaddon, quickly rebuilt Babylon, making it his residence. After Esarhaddon's death, his son Shamash-shum-ukin initiated a civil war against his brother Ashurbanipal, the ruler of Nineveh. Babylon was then besieged, and Ashurbanipal appointed as an Assyrian governor to rule the city. This governor's name was named Kandalanu. Under the new ruler, Nabopolassar, Babylon gained independence from Assyria, and the Medo-Babylonian forces between 626 BC and 609 BC ultimately toppled the Assyrian Empire. Babylon became the capital of the Neo-Babylonian, or as it is also called, the Chaldean Empire. The era of architectural activity blossomed, especially during Nebuchadnezzar II's reign. Nebuchadnezzar ordered extensive reconstruction, including the Etemenanke ziggurat and the Ishtar Gate. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon were also credited to Nebuchadnezzar. However, they're somewhat debated among historians, with conflicting opinions on their locations, and some even saying that they never really existed or were greatly blown out of proportion. Nebuchadnezzar is also linked to the Babylonian exile of the Jews, employing a strategy of mass deportation to Babylon as a method of pacification. He is also associated with the destruction of Solomon's temple, and the Babylonian chronicles record the defeat of the Jews. The Hebrew Bible recounts the Babylonian exile as a significant event in Jewish history. And if you're still watching, I'd like to remind you that if you are enjoying the content, you may consider liking and subscribing to the channel, so that in the future you may enjoy more, and so that I can feel a little bit better about myself. Of course, no pressure. In any case, just enjoy the video. In 539 BC, the Neo-Babylonian Empire succumbed to Cyrus the Great of Persia, marked by the Battle of Opis. Babylon's formidable walls seemed impregnable, and if you've seen the pictures, they certainly look rather intimidating. And the entry inside was only possible directly through the gates or the Euphrates River. The river's flow through the city was controlled by underwater metal grates, very advanced system for the time. Cyrus devised a cunning plan during a Babylonian national feast. His troops diverted the Euphrates upstream, lowering the water level. That's why they called him Cyrus the Great. Seizing the opportunities, Persian soldiers entered the city covertly, conquering its outskirts, while most Babylonians in the city center were completely unaware of what was happening. Now, this account is detailed by one Herodotus, but it's also found in parts of the Hebrew Bible. Herodotus described Babylon as having a moat, a colossal wall made of bitumen, buildings on top, and 100 gates. He mentioned Babylonians wearing turbans, using perfume, burying their dead in honey, practicing ritual prostitution, and noted that some tribes exclusively ate fish. The term for this is pescatarian, pesca being the Greek word or the Latin word, I believe, for fish. Pescatarian. Usually in our modern day, if we have a vegetarian person who says, well, I eat fish, they're not a vegetarian, they're a pescatarian. So keep that in mind. Though initially considered Greek folklore, 100 gates certainly seems quite a lot. Recent scholars have actually urged a reconsideration of Herodotus' account, and they propose that it may actually contain some authentic information. Now, if we are even considering this, then we can certainly say that this was a very, very large city. According to according to Chronicles 2:36 in the Hebrew Bible, Cyrus, after conquering Babylon in 539 BC, issued a decree allowing captive peoples, including the Jews, to return to their homelands. The Cyrus cylinder is often considered corroborative evidence of this policy, though its interpretation is disputed due to its omission of specific mention of Jews, Jerusalem, or Judea. Under Cyrus and the subsequent Persian king Darius I, Babylon became the city of the 9th satrapy, encompassing Babylonia in the south and Athura in the north. It also became a center of learning and scientific advancement. In the Achaemenid Persia, Babylonian art such as astronomy, mathematics, experienced a revival, with Babylonian scholars producing maps of constellations, very advanced at the time. Now, I will say, Persian mathematics and astronomy was extremely advanced. The word that we have in the Hebrew Bible for the 3 wise men that came to visit Jesus in the story of his birth, the word actually used were magi. Now, the magi were astronomers, not astrologers, astronomers, and they were seen as experts and very smart at the time, so much that they were considered magical. It had to be some kind of out-of-this-world sort of science that they were understanding. It couldn't be real, far too complicated for a normal person to understand. So they were referred to as magi, and this is where we get our modern-day word for magic. Isn't that just lovely? So the city served as the administrative capital of the Persian Empire for over 2 centuries. Now, in terms of religious efforts, the early efforts of Persian kings to maintain the religious ceremonies of Marduk, Babylon's main god, overtaxation, and a strain of multiple wars, unfortunately led to a decline in the city's main shrines and canals. The region became destabilized, leading to various rebellions, as it always does. In 522 BC, Nebuchadnezzar III, and 521 BC, Nebuchadnezzar IV, and 482 BC, and you're going to have to bear with me with this one, Bel-Shimani al-Shamasheriba, native Babylonian kings briefly regained independence. However, these uprisings were swiftly suppressed, and rather cruelly, and Babylon remained under Persian rule until 2 centuries, until one day a very big guy with definite main character vibes came along to stop the party. Can you guess who it is? In 331 BC, it's Alexander the Great, and nobody was telling him what to do. So in October 331 BC, Alexander the Great defeated Darius III at the Battle of Gaugamela, marking the end of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. Under Alexander's rule, Babylon once again became a flourishing center of learning and commerce. However, after Alexander's death in 323 BC, his empire was divided among his generals into successor kingdoms, and that led to decades of power struggles and warfare. Not what he had in mind. It's like seeing your children fight over the will after you've died, or when you're on the deathbed. Unfortunately, a story all too common in the modern day. The constant turmoil of all of this resulted in the depletion of Babylon's population. Many people just got sick of the nonsense and thought, let's just move. We don't want to be a part of this anymore. And they did. They left. And poor old Babylon went back down to being a smaller city, if it could be called a city at all. By 275 BC, a tablet recorded that Babylon's inhabitants were transported to Seleucia, where a palace and a temple were built. Babylon's significance as a city diminished, but sacrifices continued to be performed in its old sanctuary more than a century later. During the Parthian and Sassanid empires, Babylon, along with Assyria, became a province under Persian rule for 9 centuries, until around AD 650. Trajan briefly captured Babylon in AD 116 as part of the conquered province of Mesopotamia, but his successor Hadrian relinquished these eastern territories. Thanks, Hadrian. Despite all of the foreign conquests, Babylon maintained its distinct culture and people, speaking various Aramaic dialects and preserving its identity. The Babylonian Talmud, the Gnostic Mandean religion, Eastern Rite Christianity, and the teachings of the philosopher Mani are just some of the examples of this cultural continuity. Christianity arrived in Mesopotamia in the 1st and 2nd centuries AD as it was spreading out, and Babylon served as the seat of a bishop of the Church of the East well into the Arab and Islamic conquest era. Coins from the Parthian, Sasanian, and Arabic periods found in Babylon attest to the ongoing settlement. And we can always tell what years those are from by the kings that are on there, matching them up with their reigns. In the mid-7th century, Mesopotamia underwent Islamization as the expanding Muslim empire conquered and settled in the region. Babylon dissolved as a province, and Aramaic and the Church of the East Christianity faced marginalization and sometimes outright persecutions. Medieval Arabic writings described Babylon as a small village, noting the visits of Christians and Jews to places like the Dungeon of Daniel and the grave shrine of Amran ibn Ali. During this period, Babylon became a source for bricks extracted for construction across the region from Baghdad to Basra. Those new cities were just much more popular and much more important. European travelers, often unable to accurately locate Babylon, sometimes mistook Fallujah for the ancient city. In the 17th century, Pietro della Valle visited the village of Bebil in Babylon, observing baked and dried mud bricks cemented with bitumen. The 18th century saw an increasing flow of travelers to Babylon, including Carsten Niebuhr and Pierre-Joseph de Beauchamp, as well as measurements of its latitude. This helped a lot because, as we said, people were always getting lost on their way to Babylon, and it's not the kind of place that you want to get lost. And I don't like getting lost. By 1905, there were several villages in Babylon, but before then, Beauchamp's memoir was published in English translation in 1792, and it provoked the British East India Company to direct its agents in Baghdad and Basra to acquire Mesopotamian relics for shipment in London. And if you know anything about the British Museum, you'll know that if they gave back all of the things they took from other countries, they'd be left with the Sutton Hoo helmet and a very small collection of their own things. However, if we do want to play devil's advocate with the British Museum, we will say that they are very safely housed in these places, away from any modern wars or any modern psychopathy that may take them away. But we hope that one day when the situation calms down, that all of these relics will be returned to their home countries, and we can all have our own nice little museums that tell the stories of our own people. So the several villages in Babylon by 1905 were going quite well. People were coming back. It was a nice little escape to the country, a little tree change. One of those villages was one named Quraysh. I'm sorry for my Arabic pronunciation. It's obviously as good as my Babylonian pronunciation. And that had about 200 households, and it was actually located within the boundaries of the ancient city walls. So they were living within the walls of the 4,000-year-old city. Amazing. The village grew, though, due to the need for laborers during the German Oriental Society excavations, and that was going from 1899 to 1917. Of course, the Germans wouldn't be digging in the dirt themselves. They wouldn't be picking up a pickaxe, wouldn't you? It was just the university boys wanting to do the writing and the bookwork and taking the credit. No real muscle on them. Now, as for that excavation and research, let's talk a little more about it. And let's talk about a certain man called Claudius Rich. Now, Claudius Rich was working for the British East India Company in Baghdad, excavated Babylon in 1811 and 1812, and then once again in 1817. Captain Robert Mignan explored the site briefly in 1827 and 1829, and he even completed a map of Babylon, which includes the location of several villages within it. William Loftus visited there in 1849. Austen Henry Layard made some soundings during a brief visit in 1850 before abandoning the site. So we've had plenty of people going there for various different reasons. You must remember that during this time the black market for antiquities was going very well, and much of these clay tablets and all the rest would have most likely been brought back to places like Cairo, Alexandria, these port cities, perhaps even brought back to Greece and sold off at a good price as a souvenir. I'm sure there's many people around that still have them, especially the French. They were very into it. The first systematic archaeological excavations of Babylon were led by Robert Kuldewy and his team from the German Oriental Society, and they spanned from 1899 to 1917. Facing challenges like ongoing brick mining and the imminent threat of British troops in 1917, you must remember that the First World War was going on then. Kuldewy focused on the Temple of Marduk, the processional way, and the city wall. Artifacts including the Ishtar Gate fragments and recovered tablets were sent to Germany, where Walter Andre reconstructed them for the Vorderschatz Museum in Berlin. Let me try the German again, just for humor's sake. Vorderasiatisches. Beg your pardon, but you can't expect me to pronounce these very long German words. We'll just call it the Berlin Museum, and everybody's happy. Additional work by the German Archaeological Institute in 1956 and 1962 focused on the Hellenistic theatre and the temple ziggurat, respectively. Subsequent surveys and reviews from 74 to 77 addressed stratigraphical concerns and ancient water levels. Further investigations in 87 and 89 concentrated on the Ishara and Ninurta temples. The Iraqi State Organization for Antiquities and Heritage conducted extensive research during restoration efforts, yet limited publications of these findings exist. How unfortunate. And many tablets from modern excavations remained unpublished. Now, just a note on that. You must remember that reading cuneiform and translating cuneiform is rather a new thing. And I'm sure you've seen some of the pictures. It is not an easy task. Not just something you can put into Google Translate. So there are tons and tons of tablets, perhaps even the weight of tons, I'm sure, locked away in some little basement somewhere, or several little basements split up between the British Museum and the Louvre and in Iraq itself, that are just waiting to be translated. Who knows what we'll find in there, even though most of them will just be receipts for buying cattle and grain and all the rest. So, since the establishment of the modern Iraqi state in 1921, the site of Babylon has held a significant cultural importance. Under various Iraqi governments, including the Ba'athist regime led by Saddam Hussein, efforts were made to protect, excavate, and restore the ancient city. Babylonian images were featured on postcards and stamps, and in the 1960s, replicas of the Ishtar Gate and the Nimak Temple were constructed on site. In 1978, Saddam Hussein initiated the Archaeological Restoration of Babylon project, aiming for the reconstruction key features such as the southern palace of Nebuchadnezzar, the processional way, the Lion of Babylon, and the Hellenistic-era amphitheater. Hussein even minted coins showcasing Babylonian icons. What a nice guy. Annual Babylonian international festivals were held from 1987 to 2002. Of course, the one in 2003 was unfortunately interrupted. Saddam Hussein, seeking to associate himself with Babylon's glory, inscribed his names on the bricks and placed a portrait of himself alongside Nebuchadnezzar at the entrance of the ruins. He removed that aforementioned village of Quraysh in the 80s and constructed Saddam Hill, a modern place in the ziggurat style. Palace, rather. Plans for a cable car line over Babylon were halted by the 2003 invasion of Iraq. And a cable car going over the entire city of Babylon. I really wish we had that. You can take up your issues with the American government as to why we do not have this very fun tourist attraction. Now, following the 2003 invasion of Iraq, US troops, later replaced by Polish forces, took control of the Babylon area. However, their presence led to severe criticism for building the military camp Alpha on the ancient Babylonian ruins. And while the Americans did this, they caused irreparable damage to the archaeological site. General James T. Conway's forces were accused of leveling parts of the site, including the famous Ishtar Gate, so they could build their little military base. It's no wonder the locals were somewhat annoyed with this situation. The British Museum's Near East Department reported significant destruction, with 2,600-year-old brick pavements crushed, archaeological fragments scattered, and trenches dug into ancient deposits. The head of the Iraqi State Board for Heritage and Antiquities criticized the terrible damage caused by Polish troops. In 2005, the site was handed over to the Iraqi Ministry of Culture after a resolution by Poland in 2004 to place the city under Iraqi control. Well, thank you for giving them their city back. In April 2006, Colonel John Coleman offered an apology for the damage, but claimed the U.S. presence had prevented even greater harm by deterring looters. Maybe. Efforts to restore Babylon into a cultural center were discussed, but 2 museums and a library containing replicas of artifacts and local maps were raided and destroyed during this period. What a shame. As of May 2009, the site of Babylon was reopened to tourists by the provincial government of Babil, attracting 35,000 visitors in 2017. Babylon was also inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site on July 5th, 2019. The ancient city's outer walls now accommodate modern communities, including Zwair West, Sinjar Village, Quraysh, back from the grave, and Al-Jimjama. Despite legal restrictions on construction, these areas are rapidly expanding from compact settlements to a sprawling suburbia. Thousands of residents practicing both Shia and Sunni Islam live within the ancient outer city walls. Relying on daily wage labor, government jobs in Al-Hilal, and limited agriculture for sustenance. Modern infrastructure, including an oil pipeline, also runs through the city walls. The State Board of Antiquities and Heritage, along with the Antiquity and Heritage Police, is responsible for site conservation, and they're aided by the World Monuments Fund, who do quite good work. The Provincial Inspectorate headquarters is located within the city inner walls as well, housing the staff members of these groups and their families in subsidized housing so that they may keep a greater watch on what's going on. And that brings us all the way from 4,000 years ago to our current day now. Cyrus II of Persia, commonly known as Cyrus the Great, was the founder of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. Born around 600 BC in Persis, he rose to power by defeating the Median Empire, uniting various civilized states in the ancient Near East. Cyrus expanded his empire significantly, conquering the Lydian and Neo-Babylonian empires and leading campaigns into Central Asia. Under Darius the Great, the Achaemenid Empire reached its largest territorial extent, stretching from the Balkans to the Indus Valley. Cyrus was influential for respecting the customs and religions of conquered lands. He developed a central administration to govern the empire's satraps. Also, after a conquest of Babylon, Cyrus issued the Edict of Restoration, allowing the return of the Jewish people to Judah, ending their Babylonian captivity. He is mentioned in the Hebrew Bible and is considered a biblical Messiah in the book of Isaiah. So let's get into the life story of this enigmatic figure. The name Cyrus has a rich linguistic history. The Latinized form, Cyrus, is derived from the Greek Kairos, which in turn comes from the Old Persian name Kurus. Various ancient inscriptions have recorded the name and its meanings in different languages. In the Hebrew language, Cyrus is referred to as Koresh in the Bible. Some evidence even suggests a connection between Cyrus and Khosrow, a legendary Persian king in Shahnameh, a Persian epic. However, there are scholars who propose that neither Cyrus nor Cambyses were originally Iranian names. Some argue that Cyrus could be of Elamite origin, meaning he who bestows care, in the now extinct Elamite language. Others suggest an Indo-Aryan origin, honoring the Indo-Aryan Kuru and Cambodia mercenaries who assisted in the conquest of the Middle East. The linguistic debates highlight the complexity of historical names and their interpretation. So that's enough about his name. Let's begin to understand the situation in ancient Persia and the Achaemenid dynasty. The Persian domination in the Iranian plateau had its roots in the Achaemenid dynasty, with the eponymous founder being Achaemenes. The Achaemenids were considered the descendants of Achaemenes, as noted by Darius the Great, the ninth king of the dynasty. Achaemenes established the state of Parsumash in the southwest of Iran. Teisbes, his successor, expanded the kingdom by seizing the city Anshan and took the title King of Anshan. Teisbes had two sons, Cyrus I and Ariamenes. Cyrus I succeeded his father as King of Anshan. In 600 BC, Cyrus was followed by his son, Cambyses I, who reigned until 599 BC. Cyrus II, commonly known as Cyrus the Great, was the son of Cambyses I. Various inscriptions, including those on the Cyrus cylinder, refer to Cambyses as the Great King and King of Anshan. Some scholars argue that certain inscriptions mentioning Cambyses I as an Achaemenian could be later forgeries by Darius, but there is also mention of Cambyses II's maternal grandfather, Pharnaspes, as an Achaemenian by Herodotus. Xenophon's account in Chiropedia supports Cambyses II as king of Iran and names his wife as Mandane. However, Herodotus presents conflicting information, stating at one point that Cambyses was not a king, but merely a Persian of good family. There is a debate among scholars regarding Cyrus the Great's lineage. While the traditional view, based on archaeological research and historical records, maintains that Cyrus was an Achaemenid, some scholars have suggested that Cyrus might be unrelated to the Achaemenids. Some propose that Cyrus's family had Tespid and Anshanite origins, rather than being Achaemenid at all. This perspective, of course, challenges the established genealogy presented in the Behistun inscription and by Herodotus. Now, quick word about Herodotus. He is considered the father of Greek history, and I suppose many consider him the father of history in general. However, he is notoriously unreliable, contradicting himself in many parts of his histories, and he generally inflates a lot of numbers. Now, why would he do such a thing? Well, there's quite simple reasons. Imagine if you got into a fight with somebody exactly the same size as you, and you were victorious in the conflict. Would you rather tell people that you fought someone who was of equal strength and equal size and equal skill, or would you rather tell them that you bested a far superior opponent, therefore making yourself the new superior one? Well, this was the reason why many people believe Herodotus, in a lot of his accounts of wars between the Greeks, would make the numbers of his side much smaller, where he would make the numbers of the enemies much larger. Indeed, it's much more heroic when we have it this way. But I digress. Cyrus married Cassandane, an Achaemenian woman and the daughter of Pharnaspes. They had 2 sons, Cambyses II and Bardia, as well as 3 daughters, Artosa, Artistone, and Roxanne. The couple was known to have a deep and loving relationship. Cassandane expressed that leaving Cyrus was more bitter than departing her life. When Cassandane passed away, Cyrus initiated public mourning throughout the entire kingdom. Get a man who treats you like Cyrus treats Cassandane, for sure. Not bad for a fella from 2,000 years ago, After the death of his father, Cambyses I, Cyrus inherited the Persian throne at Pasargadae, a region that was a vassal of Astyages. According to the Nabonidus Chronicle, Babylonia was still mourning Kasandane for 6 days. That's a long time. Of course, all this time, Cyrus had to get to work with his new throne, but I'm sure he would be taking it pretty slow and easy. At least I hope so, that they didn't pile the pressure on him. There is an interesting note regarding Cyrus's original name, by the way, before I forget. The Greek historian Strabo mentioned that Cyrus was initially named Agradates by his step-parents. However, when reuniting with his original family, it is speculated that Cyrus's father, Cambyses, renamed him Cyrus after his grandfather. Another account by Strabo suggested that Agradates adopted the name Cyrus after the Cyrus River near Pasargadae. Herodotus provided a mythological account of Cyrus's early life, which includes several rather dramatic events. Let's have a look at them. Astyages, the king of Medes, had 2 prophetic dreams, indicating that his grandson would one day rebel and take over the kingdom. In the dreams, a flood and then a series of fruit-bearing vines emerged from his daughter Mandane's pelvis, covering the entire kingdom. I hope he didn't tell his daughter about that dream. Quite an awkward breakfast table conversation. Advisors interpreted these dreams as a prediction of a future rebellion. Somehow, to prevent this prophecy from coming true, Astyages ordered his pregnant daughter, Mandane, who was married to Cambyses I, king of Anshan, to return to Ecbania. The plan was to have the child killed upon birth. Guess who the child was? General Harpagus was given the task, and he delegated it to Mithridates, one of the shepherds in Astyages' service. Instead of killing the infant Cyrus, Mithridates decided to raise him, substituting the stillborn son of Cyrus with Harpagus. Cyrus lived in secrecy, but at the age of 10, he had the son of a nobleman beaten during a childhood game when the boy refused to obey Cyrus's commands. This act drew quite a bit of attention, and it was unusual for a shepherd's son to behave in such a manner, and quite unsporting, if I do say so. Astyages had Cyrus brought to his court, whereupon the truth was finally revealed. Upon learning of the deception, Astyages sent Cyrus back to Persia to live with his biological parents. However, in retribution for Harpagus' role in the deception, Astyages had the son of Harpagus brought to him. And you can guess what they did to him. In a gruesome act, Astyages chopped the boy into pieces, roasted some portions, boiled others, and then tricked his advisor, Harpagus, into eating his own son during a banquet. The gruesome aftermath was revealed to Harpagus, revealing the tragic consequences of his unwitting cannibalism. Gee whiz. That is something else, isn't it? It's worth noting that there is another version of the story in which Cyrus is presented as the son of a poor family working in the Median court. Well, let's get out of the myth and have a look at the real Cyrus the Great, as real as he can get from our ancient sources. Cyrus the Great ascended to the throne in 559 BC, after the death of his father Cambyses. However, he initially had to acknowledge Median overlordship, continuing the tradition of his predecessors. Astyages, the last king of the Median Empire, and Cyrus's grandfather, likely ruled over a vast territory stretching from the Lydian frontier in the west to the Parthians and Persians in the east. The Nabonidus Chronicle mentions an attack by Astyages against Cyrus. In response, Astyages appointed Harpagus to lead the Median army against Cyrus. However, Harpagus discontented with Astyages. I wonder why. Probably because he had just eaten his own son, secretly contacted Cyrus and supported his revolt against Media. This mutiny led to the defection of several nobles and a portion of the army over to Cyrus's side. The hostilities between Cyrus and Astyages lasted for at least 3 years, between 553 and 550, culminating in the capture of Ecbatana. According to accounts by Herodotus and Ctesias, Cyrus spared Astyages' life and ended up marrying his daughter, Amytis. This strategic marriage helped pacify various vassals, including the Bactrians, Parthians, and Saka. Additionally, during military campaigns from 546 to 539, Cyrus subdued and incorporated Sogdia into his expanding empire. With Astyages removed from power, all of his vassals, including many of Cyrus's relatives, came under Cyrus's authority. He was growing stronger. Cyrus's uncle, Arsames, the former king of the city-state of Parsa under the Medes, likely relinquished his throne voluntarily. However, the transfer of power within the family appears to have been somewhat smooth, with Arsames retaining a nominal role as the governor of Parsa under Cyrus's authority. His son, Hystaspes, Cyrus's second cousin, was appointed satrap of Parthia and Phrygia. This consolidation marked the unification of the twin Achaemenid kingdoms of Parsa and Anshan into Persia proper. Arsames witnessed the rise of his grandson, who became Darius the Great, the Shahanshah of Persia, after the deaths of both of Cyrus's sons. Cyrus's conquest of Media was, however, just the beginning of his extensive military campaigns and subsequent territorial expansion. The Lydian conquest by Cyrus the Great occurred between his overthrow of the Median Kingdom in 550 and his subsequent conquest of Babylon in 539. The exact dates are not precisely known, and while it was once common to consider 547 BC as the year of the conquest, this view is not widely held today. For something that happened so long ago, that short gap of maybe 20, 30 years is very, very hard to determine. The Lydians initiated hostilities first by attacking the Achaemenid Empire's city of Teria in Cappadocia. Cyrus countered by inviting the citizens of Ionia, who were part of the Lydian kingdom, to revolt against their ruler, King Croesus. The Persians and the Lydians then clashed in the Battle of Teria, resulting in a stalemate with heavy casualties on both sides. Following all this, Croesus retreated to Sardis, his capital, and the last safe place left for him. During the winter, before the Lydian allies could provide support, Cyrus pressed the war into Lydian territory and besieged Croesus in Sardis. The final Battle of Thymbra ensued, where Cyrus deployed a strategic move by placing dromedaries in front of his warriors to unsettle the Lydian cavalry. And guess what? It proved to be very effective. Cyrus defeated and captured Croesus, marking the conquest of Lydia in 546 BC, another victory for Cyrus. Now, despite some conflicting accounts, Herodotus, yes, Herodotus, I know, states that Cyrus spared Croesus's life and kept him as a close advisor. Maybe not. But I hope he did. I don't think Croesus deserved to get killed or anything. Maybe deep down he was a good guy. After the conquest, Commagene was incorporated into Persia in 546. A Lydian named Pactyas, entrusted by Cyrus to send Croesus' treasury to Persia, incited a rebellion upon Cyrus's departure. I suppose all of that gold and treasure was just too good to give away. Now, despite this uprising, Cyrus sent Mazares to quell the insurrection, with demand that Pactyas be returned alive. Well, Pactyas didn't really want to be returned alive to Cyrus, so he decided to flee to Ionia, where he hired mercenaries and continued the rebellion. After all, he had all of that treasure. He may as well spend it on some protection. He was going to need it. Mazares subdued the cities of Magnesia and Priene, but died during his campaign in Ionia. Cyrus then appointed Harpagus to complete Mazare's conquest of Asia Minor. Harpagus captured Lycia, Aeolia, and Caria, using innovative techniques like building earthworks to breach besieged city walls. Harpagus concluded his campaign in Asia Minor in 542, returning to Persia after a successful conquest. After the conquest of Lydia, Cyrus the Great undertook campaigns in the eastern regions around 545 to 540. Initially, he attempted to campaign against Gedrosia. However, he faced a decisive defeat, and, using his best judgment, he was compelled to withdraw from the land. The territory of Gedrosia was likely under the rule of Darius I at that time. Following this setback in Gedrosia, Cyrus shifted his focus to other regions in the east, where he did remarkably better. He conducted campaigns in Arachosia, Bactria, Chorasmia, Margiana, and various other provinces. In 533 BC, Cyrus crossed the Hindu Kush mountains and collected tribute from the cities along the Indus River. This suggests that Cyrus established a form of vassalage on the Indian subcontinent. Subsequently, Cyrus returned to camp near Babylon due to unrest in the region. Perhaps they were not too happy to see him. The campaigns in the east expanded the Achaemenid Empire's territorial reach and established Persian influence in diverse and distant regions. The mention of tribute collection from the Indus cities indicates the extension of Persian authority into the Indian subcontinent during Cyrus's reign. By 540, Cyrus had successfully captured Elam and its capital, Susa. And that was a big deal, because in the Bronze Age, Elam was a very important kingdom. The conflict with Elam is documented in the Nabonidus Chronicle, which indicates that hostilities began around the winter of 540 BC. In October 539, Cyrus engaged in the Battle of Opis, near the strategic riverside city of Opis on the Tigris, north of Babylon. The Babylonian army was defeated, and Sippar was seized on October 10th, 539, without significant resistance. Following this victory at Opis, Gubaru's troops entered Babylon 2 days later. The Babylonian armies offered little to no resistance, and Nabonidus, the king of Babylon, retreated to Borsippa. The Persians, according to Herodotus, diverted the Euphrates River into a canal, allowing their forces to march through the riverbed and enter the city at night. Nabonidus returned from Borsippa and surrendered to Cyrus. In the October of 539 BC, Cyrus entered Babylon, marking the official fall of the Neo-Babylonian Empire. Cyrus proclaimed himself king of Babylon, king of Sumer and Akkad, king of the four corners of the world. In the Cyrus cylinder, an inscription deposited in the foundations of the Esagila temple dedicated to the chief Babylonian god Marduk. The cylinder denounces Nabonidus and portrays Cyrus as a victorious ruler who pleased the god Marduk. It describes Cyrus's efforts to improve the lives of the citizens, repatriate displaced peoples, and even restore temples. Well, I'm sure the Babylonians were thrilled that such a nice guy was now in control of the city. Surely. Cyrus the Great's empire, at the end of his rule, comprised the largest the world had seen up to that point. The Achaemenid Empire stretched from Asia Minor in the west to the Indus River in the east, and that means that it was a vast and powerful domain. Now, what happened to Cyrus? He didn't live forever, didn't he? Of course not. Don't be silly. The accounts of Cyrus the Great's death vary greatly. So, there are two prominent versions that are presented by ancient historians. Can you guess which ancient historians they are? One is, of course, Herodotus, and the other is Ctesias. So let's talk about Ctesias's account first. Ctesias, in his work Persica, provides a detailed account of Cyrus's death. Now, according to him, Cyrus met his end while suppressing resistance from the Derbaces infantry, assisted by Scythian archers, cavalry, and even Indians with war elephants. The location of this event is described as northeast of the headwaters of Sir Darya. On the other hand, Herodotus, in his histories, offers a little bit of a different narrative. According to him, Cyrus died in a fierce battle with the Massagetæ, a Scythian tribal confederation in the southern deserts of Khwarezm and Kizilkum. The conflict arose following Cyrus's attempt to invade Massagetæ territory. Initially, he built bridges and warboats along the river Oxus to reach them. The Massagetæ, ruled by Tomirius, warned Cyrus to stop his encroachment and challenged him to engage in honorable warfare, whatever that means, at a specified location. So, in a strategic move, Cyrus left a camp well stocked with food and wine, which the Massagetæ, who were unfamiliar with intoxicating drinks, happily consumed. While they were all thoroughly drunk, Cyrus's forces attacked, and, well, they won very easily. It's very hard to swing a sword around after you're half paralyzed from drinking. Spargapises, the general and son of Tomyrus, was taken prisoner, but once he sobered up a little bit and realized what was happening, he elected to take his own life. In response to this deceit, Tomyris swore revenge and led a second wave of troops into battle. After all, he wanted a honorable fight, not some dirty trick. In the ensuing fierce battle, Cyrus ended up dying. Tomyris ordered his body to be brought to her, decapitated him, and dipped his head in a vessel of blood as a symbolic act of revenge for his tactics and the death of her son. It's worth noting that Herodotus acknowledges that there were various versions of Cyrus's death, and he presents one of them based on an account from a supposedly reliable source. Some scholars question the accuracy of this version, emphasizing the lack of direct witnesses to the aftermath. Herodotus recounts that Cyrus saw in his sleep the oldest son of Hystaspes, with wings upon his shoulders, shadowing with the one wing Asia and the other wing Europe. Archaeologist Sir Max Mallowan explains this statement by Herodotus and its connection with the four-winged bas-relief figure of Cyrus the Great in the following way. Herodotus, as I surmise, may have been known of the close connection between this type of winged figure and the image of Iranian majesty, which he associated with a dream prognosticating the king's death before his last fatal campaign across the Oxus. Muhammad Dandamayev suggests that Persians may have taken Cyrus's body back from the Masagate, unlike what Herodotus claimed. An alternative account from Xenophon's Caripedia contradicts the others, claiming that Cyrus died peacefully at his capital. The final version of Cyrus's death comes from Berosus, who only reports that Cyrus met his death while warring against the Dahe archers northwest of the headwaters of Sirdarya. Well, regardless of how he met his end, he is 2,500 years later well and truly gone. However, it's been a pleasure to talk about this figure with you today and to do my own research on him. Today's topic: a full history of the Elamites. Elam was an ancient civilization situated in the far west and southwest of present-day Iran, extending from the lowlands of Khuzestan and Elam province to a portion of southern Iraq. The name Elam is derived from the Sumerian Elama and the Akkadian Elamtu, as well as the Elamite Hal-Tamti. Elamite states held significant political influence in the ancient Near East and were also known as Susiana in classical literature, after their capital, Susa. During the Chalcolithic period, or the Copper Age, Elam experienced early urbanization, and written records dating from around 3000 BC coincide with Sumerian history. In the Old Elamite period, coinciding with the Middle Bronze Age, Elam comprised kingdoms on the Iranian plateau, initially centered in Anshan and later shifting to Susa in the Khuzestan lowlands from the mid-2nd millennium BC. Elam's cultural influence persisted into the Persian Achaemenid dynasty, during which the Elamite language remained in official use. Elamite is considered a language isolate, unrelated to other languages. Some historians suggest that the Elamites may have contributed significantly to the ancestry of modern-day Lurs, with linguistic ties between Elamite and the Luri language, which evolved from the Middle Persian. The Elamite language endonym for Elam as a country appears to have been Hatamti in the linear Elamite language, or as it is written in the cuneiform Halatamti. The Elamites were of course using the standard cuneiform writing as most of the Bronze Age societies around Mesopotamia were using. Exonyms for Elam include the Sumerian names Nim-Maki, as well as the Akkadian Elamu and Elamtitu, both meaning resident of Susiana or Elamite. In prehistory, Elam was primarily centered in modern Khuzestan and Elam. The name Khuzestan is derived from Old Persian Huja, meaning Susa and Elam. This evolved into Middle Persian Huz, Susiana, and in modern Persian Shuz, compounded with the toponymic suffix stan, meaning place. Think about the modern countries that we have. Kazakhstan, basically meaning the land of the Kazakhs, and Afghanistan, the land of the Afghans, Kyrgyzstan, land of the Kyrgyz people, and so on. In geographical terms, Susiana corresponds to the Iranian province of Khuzestan, particularly around the Karun River. The name Susiana was first used by the ancient geographer Ptolemy to describe the region around Susa. However, there are disagreements and varying perspectives on the geographical delineation of Elam and Susiana. Strabo, another ancient geographer, saw Elam as primarily the highland area of Khuzestan, known as the land of the Elamai. Some ancient sources make a distinction between Elam, the highland, and Susiana, the lowland. Yet, in other sources, the terms Elam and Susiana are used interchangeably. This uncertainty persists even today in modern scholarship. Some scholars argue that the center of Elam was Anshan at its highlands, and not Susa in lowland Khuzestan, especially considering the significance of ancient Anshan in Elamite history. Some also disagree, suggesting that the term Elam was primarily constructed by the Mesopotamians to describe the area in general terms, without referring specifically to either the lowlanders or the highlanders. The following is an excerpt from the Archaeology of Elam, and I read, Elam is not an Iranian term, and has no relationship to the conception which the peoples of highland Iran had of themselves. They were Anshanites, Marshashians, Shimashkians, Zabshalians, Awanites, etc. That Anshan played a leading role in the political affairs of the various highland groups inhabiting southwestern Iran is clear. However, to argue that Anshan is coterminous with Elam is to misunderstand the artificially and indeed the alienness of Elam as a construct imposed from without on the peoples of southwestern highlands of the Zagros mountain range, the coast of Fars, and the alluvial plain drained by the Karun-Karkay river system. The area was densely inhabited during the Ubayyad period, exhibiting cultural characteristics shared with other Ubayyad cultures. The historical knowledge of Elam remains incomplete, with reconstruction heavily reliant on Mesopotamian sources, such as Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian texts. The history of Elam is traditionally divided into three distinct periods. Those three periods spanned over an impressive 2 millennia. The time preceding the initial Elamite period is often referred to as the Proto-Elamite period. The Proto-Elamite period was from 3200 to around 2700 BC. The Old Elamite period, between 2700 and 1500 BC. These were our earliest documents until the Sukalma dynasty, which we will get to in a moment. The Middle Elamite period lasted from 1500 to 1100 BC. This is in the time of the Anzanite dynasty until the Babylonian invasion of Susa. And the final period is the Neo-Elamite period, Neo, of course, being the prefix for new. That was between 1100 and 540 BC, characterized by Assyrian and Median influences. 539 BC marks the beginning of something different. It marks the beginning of the Achaemenid period, that great empire that absorbed so many in its wake. The Proto-Elamite civilization emerged east of the Tigris and Euphrates alluvial plains, encompassing both lowlands and the adjacent highland areas to the north and the east. Elam was formed through the amalgamation of at least three Proto-Elamite states, Anshan, Awan, and Shimashki. References to Awan precede those to Anshan, and some scholars suggest overlapping territories for both states in different eras. Shushiana was periodically annexed and separated from this core. Proto-Elamite sites are also found beyond this region, dispersed on the Iranian plateau, including Warakshe, Sialk, now part of Kashan, and Jiroft in Kerman province. The state of Elam emerged as a response to Sumerian invasions during the Old Elamite period. Elam's strength lay in its ability to unite diverse areas under a coordinated government, allowing for the optimal exchange of each region's unique natural resources. This was traditionally achieved through a federated government structure. The Proto-Elamite city of Susa, founded around 4000 BC in the Karun River watershed, played a crucial role in the Proto-Elamite cultural development. Initially, Susa alternated between submission to Mesopotamian and Elamite influences. The earliest levels of Susa's excavation revealed pottery distinct from Mesopotamia. However, in later periods it exhibited similarities to Sumerian Uruk period culture. Proto-Elamite influence from Mesopotamia became apparent around 3200 BC, and Proto-Elamite writing continued on until about 2700 BC. The Proto-Elamite period concluded with the establishment of the Awan dynasty. The earliest historical figure connected with Elam is Emne Baragesi of Kish, circa 2650, who subdued Elam according to the Sumerian king list. Elamite history becomes traceable only from the Akkadian Empire onwards, so that's from around 235 to 2154 BC. The Proto-Elamite states in Jiroft and Zabul, though not universally accepted, present unique cases due to their ancient origins. In ancient Luristan, bronze-making traditions date back to the mid-3rd millennium BC, showcasing significant Elamite connections. Bronze objects from various cemeteries in the region, such as Kale Nisar, Bani Surma, Chigasabs, Karamtalan, Sardant, and Gulal-i-Galbi, date to the early dynastic period, Mesopotamia, and the Ur-III period around 2900 to 2000 BC. The Old Elamite period, 2700 to 1500 BC. The Old Elamite period commenced around 2700 BC, marked by historical records that mention the conquest of Elam by Enme Baragesi, the Sumerian king of Kish in Mesopotamia. 3 dynasties governed during this era. The first 2 dynasties, Awan and Shimashki, are known from a list discovered in Susa dating to the Old Babylonian period, which records 12 kings for each dynasty. Additionally, 2 Elamite dynasties, Awan and Hamazi, are said to have briefly controlled parts of Sumer in early times. Conversely, several powerful Sumerian rulers, including Ehnatum of Lagash and Lugal-an-Mandu of Adab, are documented as temporarily dominating Elam. The Awan dynasty, from 2350 to 2150 BC, overlapped with the reign of the Mesopotamian emperor Sargon of Akkad. And we call him an emperor because he was the first one to preside over an empire. During this period, Sargon was not only defeated the Awan king Lu-Ishan and subjected Susa, but also attempted to oppose the East Semitic Akkadian language as the official language in Elam. Mesopotamian sources on Elam become more frequent as the Mesopotamians developed an interest in resources from the Iranian plateau. After the collapse of Akkad, Elam declared independence under the last Awan king, Kutik in Shushinak, circa 2240 to 2220 BC, who conquered Susa and Anshan. Kutik in Shushinak established a form of political unity, promoting the linear Elamite script and discarding the Akkadian language. Following his reign, the Awan dynasty collapsed when Elam was temporarily overrun by the Guti, another pre-Iranic people from northwest Iran, who also spoke a language isolate. About a century later, the Sumerian king Shulgi of the Neo-Sumerian Empire reclaimed the city of Susa and its surrounding region. During the rule of Shimashki dynasty, Elam experienced intermittent attacks from the Sumerians of Mesopotamia and the Gutians from northwestern Iran, along with, of course, periods of peace and relatively friendly diplomatic interactions. No hard feelings. The Elamite state of Shimashki extended into northern Iran and possibly reached as far as the Caspian Sea. Shu-Sin of Ur even arranged a marriage between one of his daughters and a prince of Anshan. Despite these efforts, the power of these Sumerians declined. In 2004 BC, the Elamites allied with the people of Susa and led by King Kindatu, the sixth king of Shimashki, sacked Ur and captured Ibi-Sin, marking the end of the third dynasty of Ur. The Akkadian kings of Isin, the successor state to Ur, eventually expelled the Elamites from the city, reconstructed it, and recovered the statue of Nana, their goddess, that the Elamites had looted. And if you want to know more about the Sumerian religion, you may feel free to watch my other video that I'd made especially on the topic. And you may know who Nana is. How mysterious. Well, let's continue. The succeeding dynasty, commonly known as the Sukalma dynasty, circa 1970 to 1770 BC, named after the title Great Regents borne by its members. Or the Epartid dynasty, after its founder, Eparti. But he's also called Ebarat, depending on which source you're reading. It roughly overlapped with the Old Assyrian Empire and the Old Babylonian period in Mesopotamia. It was founded by Eparti I and coincided with the Old Assyrian Empire in Upper Mesopotamia and the Old Babylonian Empire, being approximately 60 years younger than the former and nearly 75 years older than the latter. This period, often considered confusing and challenging to reconstruct, saw Elamite control again over Susa. Mesopotamian states like Larsa and Isin continually attempted to reclaim the city. Around 1850 BC, Kudur-Mabuk, possibly the king of an Akkadian state north of Larsa, placed his son Warad-Sin on the throne of Larsa. Warad-Sin's brother, Rim-Sin, succeeded him and conquered much of southern Mesopotamia for Larsa. Notable rulers during the Eparti dynasty included Sidik-Tu, circa 1850 BC, who engaged in military coalitions to contain the power of the southern Mesopotamian states. Siwe-Palar-Kupak was a powerful figure, respected and addressed as father by Mesopotamian kings, and significantly interfered with Mesopotamian politics. Kudur-Nahunte plundered southern Mesopotamian temples, but Elamite influence in the south waned around 1760 BC, when Hammurabi drove out the Elamites, overthrew Rim-Sin of Larsa, and established a brief Babylonian Empire. Limited information is available about the latter part of this dynasty, due to sparse sources during the Kassite rule of Babylon from 1595 BC. Numerous archaeological discoveries suggest that maritime trade along the coast of Africa and Asia had already commenced several millennia ago. Evidence of trade between the Indus Valley Civilization and the cities of Mesopotamia and Elam can be inferred from numerous Indus artifacts found, particularly in the excavations at Susa. Objects made with shell species characteristic of the Indus coast, such as the Tribunella pyrum, have been discovered in Mesopotamian and Susan archaeological sites dating from around 2500 to 2000 BC. Carnelian beads from the Indus were also found at archaeological sites in Susa and nearby, particularly on the citadel's tell, with some beads featuring an etched design in white, possibly imported from the Indus Valley and made using the acid etching technique developed by the Harappans. These exchanges appear to have declined after 1900 BC, coinciding with the disappearance of the Indus Valley Civilization. What a shame. The Middle Elamite period commenced with the ascent of the Anshanite dynasties around 1500 BC. This era was marked by an Elamization of Susa, and the kings adopted the title King of Anshan and Susa, while the initial Kidunuids of these dynasties continued to use the Akkadian language in their inscriptions. The subsequent Ig-Halikids and Shutrukids increasingly employed Elamite. Simultaneously, Elamite language and culture gained prominence in Susiana. The Kidinuids, circa 1500 to 1400 BC, consist of 5 rulers with uncertain affiliations, identified by their use of the older title King of Susa and Anshan, and their reference to themselves as servant of Kiroashir, an Elamite deity. They introduced the Highlands pantheon to Susiana and Susa, dating back to around 4200 BC, became a central power location for the Elamites and later Persian dynasties. Susa's influence peaked during the Middle Elamite period, when it served as the region's capital. The Ig-Halkids, around 1400 to 1210 BC, comprised 10 known rulers, with the possibility of a larger number. Some of these rulers married Kassite princesses. The Kassites, another language isolate-speaking people from the Zagros Mountains, had taken control of Babylonia shortly after its sacking by the Hittite Empire in 1595 BC. Kurigalzu II, a Kassite king of Babylon, installed on the throne by Ashur-uballit I of the Middle Assyrian Empire, 1366 to 1020 BC, temporarily occupied Elam around 1320 BC. Later, around 1230 BC, Kashtiliash IV, another Kassite king, unsuccessfully fought against Elam. The influence of the Kassite Babylonian power waned as they succumbed to dominance by the northern Mesopotamian Middle Assyrian Empire. Kidin Kutran of Elam repelled the Kassites, defeating Enlil-nadin Shumi in 1224 BC and Adad Shumaidina in around 1222 to 1217 BC. During the Igehalkid rule, Akkadian inscriptions became rare, and Elamite highland gods firmly established their presence in Susa. Under the Shutrakids, 1210 to 1100 BC, the Elamite Empire achieved its zenith. Shutruk Nakhunte and his three sons, Kutir, Shilhak, and Kutulutesh, conducted numerous military campaigns into Kassite Babylonia, which at the time was also facing aggression from the Assyrian Empire during this period. While actively engaging in construction projects, building and restoring luxurious temples in Susa and throughout their empire, Shutruk Nakhunte looted Babylonia, bringing back to Susa trophies such as statues of their gods like Marduk and Manishtushu. Also, they brought back the Manishtushu obelisk, the stele of Hammurabi, and the famed stele of Naram-Sin. In 1158 BC, after much of Babylonia had been annexed by Ashurdan I of Assyria and Shutruk Nakhunte, the Elamites permanently defeated the Kassites, killing the Kassite king of Babylon, Zababa-Shumu'idin. They replaced him with his eldest son, Kutir Nakhunte, who held the throne for no more than 3 years before being ousted by the native Akkadian-speaking Babylonians. The Elamites then briefly clashed with Assyria, managing to capture the Assyrian city of Arapa, which is modern-day Kirkuk, before ultimately being defeated and forced into a treaty by Ashurdan I. Kutulutush in Shushinak, likely born of Kutir Nakhunte and his own daughter. A bit creepy, but okay. Don't want to push my beliefs on others, but you probably should not be having children with your own daughter. Anyway, the daughter's name was Nakhunte Utu, and he succeeded his father, this child of incest. Ugh. He was defeated, actually, by Nebuchadnezzar I of Babylon, who sacked Susa and returned the statue of Marduk. They wanted their stuff back. However, Nebuchadnezzar I was later defeated by the Assyrian king Ashur-resh-ishi I. Kutulutesh in Shushinak then fled to Anshan, but he later returned to Susa. His brother, Shilhana Hamru Lagamar, may have followed him as the last king of the Shutrakid dynasty. After Kutulutesh in Shushinak, the power of the Elamite Empire significantly declined. Following his death, Elam disappeared into obscurity for more than 3 centuries. The Neo-Elamite period, circa 1100 to 770 BC. This period is poorly documented, and little is known. It's the first half of the Neo-Elamite period, where things were wrapped in confusion and nobody really knew what to do. Anshan retained some Elamite influence. There were apparent but unsuccessful alliances involving Elamites, Babylonians, Chaldeans, and other groups against the seemingly unstoppable Neo-Assyrian Empire. Mar-Bita Apla-Ushur, 984 to 979 BC, was a Babylonian king with Elamite origins, and Elamites were reported to have unsuccessfully fought alongside the Babylonian king Marduk-Balassu-Ikbi against the Assyrian forces led by Shamshi-Adad V. In the later Neo-Elamite period, witnessed a notable migration of Indo-European-speaking Iranians to the Iranian plateau. Assyrian sources from around 800 BC distinguish the powerful Medes, including the actual Medes, Persians, Parthians, Saggatians, and many other minor tribes and groups. Among these groups were the Parsu, first recorded in 844 BC, living on the southeastern shore of Lake Urmia. By the end of this period, these Iranian peoples would contribute to renaming the Elamites' original home, the Iranian plateau, as Persia proper. That's where the name comes from. Of course, it hasn't been called Persia in over 100 years, but we know them as Iran now, but hey, it's still Persia to me. Assyria conquered these newly arrived Iranian people, and they were largely considered vassals of the Neo-Assyrian Empire until the late 7th century. So, unfortunately, the naming party was celebrated a little bit too quickly. In the late 8th century BC, the Elamites allied with the Chaldean chieftain Merodach-Baladan to support Babylonian independence from Assyria. However, these efforts were generally unsuccessful. The Assyrian domination over Babylon was reinforced by Sennacherib, who defeated the Elamites, Chaldeans, and the Babylonians. Elamite resistance continued, however. They weren't taking it lying down at all, with Shutruk-Nakhunte II facing defeats in 710 and 708 BC by Sargon's troops. Subsequent rulers like Kumbanigash and Shutruk-Nakhunte II faced challenges against Assyrian dominance, with Sennacherib invading and ravaging Elam in response. In 694 BC, Shutruk-Nakhunte II was murdered by his own brother. Who would have thought? How terrible. That brother's name was Kalushu. What are you doing, Kalushu? Stop it. Who briefly captured by the Assyrian governor of Babylon and the city of Babylon. Well, that's a shame for Shutruk-Nakhunte II, isn't it? However, Sennacherib responded by invading and destroying Elam. Well, perhaps we cannot use the strong word destroyed, but it was certainly hanging on by a thread at this point. Following internal conflicts in Elam, the reigns of Kuma-Menanu III and Kuma-Kaldesh I, Kuma-Kaldesh II as well saw a deterioration of Elamite-Babylonian relations. These rulers engaged in raids against Sippar and faced challenges from the Assyrians. The period also witnessed a failed revolt by an ethnically Elamite governor in Babylonia. His name was Nabu-Zeraki-Tilisir, and that was a revolt against Assyria. Unfortunately, it resulted in his capture and execution by the Elamite king. Bad luck. During the reign of Utarku, 674 to 664 BC, Elam initially maintained friendly relations with the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal, who even sent wheat to Susiana during a famine. That's quite nice of him. However, these relations were, like all the other good relations with the Babylonians and Assyrians at that time, very short-lived, and Utaku was killed in battle during a failed Elamite attack on Assyria. His successor, Tempti Kuma in Shushinak, 664 to 653 BC, also attempted an attack on Assyria, and, spoiler alert, he also was defeated. A run of bad luck for the Elamite kings, indeed. Following the Battle of Ulai in 653 BC, Ashurbanipal defeated Tempti Kuma in Shushinak, and Susa itself was sacked and occupied by the Assyrians. Now, in that same year, the Assyrian vassal Median state to the north fell to invading Scythians and Cimmerians. The Parsu, or the Persians, were displaced to Anshan, which their kings Teispes captured, turning it into an Indo-Iranian kingdom under Assyrian dominance. The Assyrians successfully subjugated and drove the Scythians and Cimmerians from their Iranian colonies, and the Persians, Medes, and Parthians remained vassals of Assyria. The brief respite for the Elamites occurred during the civil war between Ashurbanipal and his brother Shamash-shum-ukin, the vassal of Babylon. Elamites supported Shamash-shum-ukin, but were also involved in internal conflicts. Following the fall of Babylon in 648 BC, Elamite kings faced rebellions and civil wars, with short reigns and frequent usurpations. Sensing an opportunity, Ashurbanipal devastated Susiana in 646 BC, sacking Susa and installing vassal kings. The last Elamite king, Kuma-Kaldesh III, was captured in 640 BC by Ashurbanipal, and that led to the annexation and proper destruction of Elam. Now we have something very special. It's a tablet that was unearthed in 1854 by Austin Henry Layard during that golden age of archaeology in the Near East. And it's one where Ashurbanipal is boasting and bragging about the destruction he had wrought. Now that's some toxic masculinity. And well, we can read from the tablet now. And I quote, Susa, the great holy city, abode of their gods, seat of their mysteries, I conquered. I entered its palaces. I opened their treasuries where silver and gold and goods and wealth were amassed. I destroyed the ziggurat of Susa. I smashed its shining copper horns. I reduced their temples of Elam to naught. Their gods and goddesses I scattered to the wind. Their tombs of their ancient and recent kings I devastated. I exposed them to the sun, and I carried away their bones toward the land of Ashur. I devastated the provinces of Elam, and on those lands I sowed salt. Well, He was certainly trying to finish them off. Now, if you're wondering about the salt thing, why would you sow salt into the land? Well, if you don't know, once you start salting the earth, it's very, very difficult to grow things. So while they wanted to go and destroy and sack Susa, they wanted to make sure that it was unlivable for quite a good amount of time. Well, saltiness notwithstanding, Elam's story was not over yet. Which brings us into the Neo-Elamite period 3, from 646 to 539 BC. After the devastation by Ashurbanipal, a weak and fragmented Elamite rule was partially resurrected, with Shutir-Nakhunte, son of Humban-Umena III. The Elamite royalty in the final century preceding the Achaemenids was fragmented among different small kingdoms. The united Elamite nation had been destroyed and colonized by the Assyrians. The three kings at the close of the 7th century still referred to themselves as King of Anzan and of Susa, or enlarger of the kingdom of Anzan and Susa, even as the Achaemenid Persians were already ruling Anshan under Assyrian dominance. The Assyrian empires, which had been dominant in the region for much of the period for the first half of the 14th century BC, began to unravel after the death of Ashurbanipal in 627 BC. Internal civil wars spread throughout the empire. Taking advantage of this anarchy, the Iranian Medes, Parthians, Persians, and Sagartians, who had been subject to Assyria since their arrival in 1000 BC, managed to actually free themselves in 616 BC. Under the leadership of Cyaxares, king of the Medes, Persians, Parthians, Sagartians, an alliance of former vassals of Assyria, including Nabor-Paleser of Babylon and Chaldea, as well as the Scythians and Cimmerians, attacked the now weakened Assyria. Between 616 BC and 599 BC, they conquered the vast Assyrian Empire. The major cities in Assyria were gradually taken, with Nineveh falling in 612 BC. Elam, already destroyed and subjugated by Assyria, became easy prey for the Median-dominated Iranian peoples. It was incorporated into the Median Empire and the later Achaemenid Empire. Assyria suffered a similar fate. The prophet Ezekiel describes the status of their power in the 12th year of the Hebrew-Babylonian captivity in 587 BC. And I speak from Ezekiel 32:24 now. There is Elam in all her multitude, all around her grave, all of them slain, fallen by the sword, who have gone down uncircumcised to the lower parts of the earth, who caused their terror in the land of the living. Now they bear their shame with those who go down to the pit. Well, Ezekiel, I think you can spare us from the circumcision, please. Thank you. In the final Elamite kings, including Kumamenanu, Shilhak-iln-Shushinak II, and so on, held titles with diminishing significance, culminating in Temptikuna in Shushinak, using no honorific at all. In 540 BC, Achaemenid rule commenced in Susa, marking the end of Elamite autonomy and the incorporation of the region into the expanding Achaemenid Empire. And finally, going to something a little more recent. The word Elam came back some half a century later. Let's read about Elymais. Elymais became notable as the site where Antiochus the Great met his death while pillaging a temple of Bel in 187 BC. After the decline of the Achaemenid Empire and the Seleucid Empire, a new dynasty of Elamite rulers managed to emerge, governing Elymais from 147 BC all the way to 224 AD. During this period, Elymais was typically under the suzerainty of the Parthian Empire until the establishment of a unified Sasanian Empire in 224 AD. The Assyrians, through their conquests, had led to the destruction of the Elamite nation. After the decline of Assyrian power, various polities emerged in the region. Iranian tribes, present around Lake Urmia north of Elam since the 9th century BC, benefited from the Assyrian decline. Thespes, son of Achaemenes, conquered Elamite Anshan in the mid-7th century BC, laying the foundation for the Persian Empire's expansion. Despite the political end of Elam as an independent power during the Achaemenid period, Elamite cultural traditions managed to persist. Indigenous Elamite practices influenced Achaemenid culture, seen in the titles used by Cyrus the Great, the clothing worn by Cambyses I, and even the use of Elamite as an official language. There was also the continuation of Elamite religious practices. The Elamites played a crucial role in introducing Mesopotamian achievements to the tribes of the Iranian plateau. That old name, Elam, persisted into the Hellenistic period, appearing as Elymais, designating a semi-independent state under Parthian suzerainty from the 2nd century BC to the early 3rd century AD. In the New Testament, from Acts 2, 8-9, the language of the Elamites is mentioned at Pentecost. Elam continued to be a significant metropolitan province of the Church of the East from 410 onwards, surviving all the way into the 14th century. There are also proposals connecting the promise of the restoration of Elam in Jeremiah 49:39 to the Carmelite history in present-day India. Well, there you have it, the Elamites, all the way from 6,000 years ago, who managed to hold on, if only just by a thread, all the way to Hellenistic times. And that is the end now for our history of the Elamites. Hello again, and a warm welcome to those new to the channel, and to those returning. I hope that those who have returned have so far found something of value within the video, whether it's just to relax you and lull you off to sleep, or whether it's just to provide you with a new perspective or learning something new. Well, today we're continuing that theme of 1, learning about our ancient histories, and 2, about our Bronze Age civilizations. A part of history that is unfortunately as interesting as it is forgotten and ignored. But we won't tolerate such a thing on this channel, because I am the ASMR historian, and I'm here to tell you all about the Hittites. So like and subscribe, and let's begin. The Hittites were an ancient Anatolian Indo-European people, possibly originating from beyond the Black Sea, who settled in modern-day Turkey in the early 2nd millennium BC. They established various polities in north-central Anatolia, such as the Kingdom of Ksara before 1750 BC, and the Kanesh or Nesha Kingdom around 1750 BC. Eventually, they formed the powerful Hittite Empire centered on Hattusa around 1650 BC. The empire reaching its zenith in the mid-14th century BC under, and forgive my Hittite pronunciation, Suppiluliuma I, extended across most of Anatolia and parts of the northern Levant and upper Mesopotamia. The Levant refers to areas around Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia is the region between the two rivers Tigris and Euphrates in modern-day Iraq and some small sections of modern-day Iran. Between the 15th and 13th centuries BC, the Hittites played a prominent role as a dominant power in the Near East. They engaged in conflicts with the new Kingdom of Egypt, the Middle Assyrian Empire, and the Empire of Mitanni. However, by the 12th century BC, much of the Hittite Empire fell under control of the Middle Assyrian Empire, while the remaining territories were sacked by Phrygian newcomers. During the Late Bronze Age collapse in the late 12th century BC, the Hittites fragmented into several small independent states. Some survived until the 8th century BC, eventually succumbing to the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Without a unifying continuity, the descendants of the Hittites scattered and merged into the modern populations of the Levant and Mesopotamia. The Hittite language, known as Nesili, belonged to the Anatolian branch of the Indo-European language family. Alongside the closely related Luwian language, it is the oldest historically attested Indo-European language. Information about the Hittite civilization primarily comes from cuneiform texts discovered in their former territories, as well as diplomatic and commercial correspondence found in various archives of Assyria, Babylonia, Egypt, and the broader Middle East. The decipherment of these texts marked a crucial development in Indo-European studies. Some cultural links to prehistoric Scandinavia have also been suggested, believe it or not. The Hittites were once thought to have monopolized ironworking during the Bronze Age. However, this theory has been somewhat contested by many sources in the 21st century. Well, in fact, the spread of iron-working technology appears to have been a slow but continuous process across the region during the late Bronze Age collapse and subsequent Iron Age. While some iron objects from Bronze Age Anatolia exist, their number is comparable to those found in Egypt and other contemporary locations. Only a small portion of these objects are weapons, and there is evidence that suggesting that most or all iron from the Bronze Age is derived from meteorites, believe it or not. all the way from space. How interesting. Now, onto the Hittite military. You can't have a civilization without a good group of soldiers to protect it, can't you? And actually, the Hittite military was quite successful, much because of its use of chariots. Modern interest in the Hittites grew after the founding of the Republic of Turkey in 1923. Turkish archaeologists such as Halit Campbell and Tahsin Özgök played a crucial role in exploring Hittite history. The field of Hittitology also influenced the naming of many Turkish institutions, including the state-owned Etibank, or Hittite Bank, as the Turkish in modern times understand it. Can you believe that? A modern bank called the Hittite Bank. Would you imagine a bank in Iraq called the Bank of Sumer or the Bank of Babylon, something like this? That's amazing. I love that. Additionally, the Museum of Anatolian Civilizations in Ankara, located west of the Hittite capital of Hattusa, was established during this period. It houses an extensive exhibition of Hittite art and artifacts, making it the most comprehensive collection of Hittite cultural items in the world, and definitely worth a visit. The Hittites referred to their kingdom as Hattusa, known as Hatti in Akkadian. Akkadian is referring to the kingdom of Akkad, ruled over by Sargon, which we discussed in a different video. This would be that kingdom between the Tigris and Euphrates of the old Sumer. And so the Hittites referred to their kingdom as Hattusa, a name derived from the Hattians, an earlier people who had inhabited and ruled central Anatolia until around the 2nd millennium BC. Now, the Hattians didn't speak the Hittite language. They, however, spoke an unrelated language. It was called Hattic. Whether or not they called it them themselves is perhaps up for debate, but we are going to understand it the same as the way the people from England speak English or the Germans speak German. So let's keep it simple for the moment. The modern name Hittites was coined due to the initial association of the people of Hattusa with the biblical Hittites by 19th century archaeologists. The Hittites likely referred to themselves something closer to Neshites or Neshians, after the city of Nesha. However, around 1650 BC, King Labarna renamed himself Hattusili I. Now, that means the man of Hattusa, and he established his capital there at Hattusa, leading to the adoption of the name for the kingdom, so that's where it all came from. Very proud of his home city, if only we could all be so patriotic. So let's talk about the archaeological discovery of the Hittites. How did we find out about this fascinating group of people in these ancient times that we've dug their story out of the dust of the ground? Well, before the archaeological discoveries that unveiled the Hittite civilization, the primary source, and really the only source for information about the Hittites, had actually been the Hebrew Bible, as the Hebrew Bible is more or less set all in Bronze Age times, and the times before the New Testament where Jesus had came, so it is all BC. And you'll find mentions of the Babylonians in the Hebrew Bible as well. Now, whether or not you are that way inclined to believe in religious matters, I won't say which way I feel about it. It's still a good idea to read through the old texts in the Hebrew Bible, if not just for your own entertainment and for a little bit of understanding of how Western literature works and how these societies were perceived by secondary sources those many, many years ago. So, in the early 19th century, Francis William Newman expressed a critical view, common at the time, suggesting that no Hittite king could have compared in power to the king of Judah. However, as archaeological findings in the second half of the 19th century revealed the extent of the Hittite kingdom, scholars like Archibald Sayce argued that the Anatolian civilization was infinitely more powerful than that of Judah and should be compared to the divided kingdom of Egypt. Divided kingdom of Egypt, we're also talking about the upper and lower parts. Remember, the upper part of Egypt was the south part of the Nile as it flows that way, while the lower part, we are talking about the Nile Delta up near modern-day Alexandria, where it's a lot more lush and, frankly, quite nicer to live. Well, I digress. Back to the Hittites. Sorry for that excursion back to ancient Egypt, but we'll get back to Anatolia now. So, Sayce and others noted that according to the Hebrew texts, Judah and the Hittites were not enemies. Instead, they were actually allies. The Book of Kings mentions that the Hittites supplied the Israelites with cedar, chariots, and horses, while in the Book of Genesis, they were depicted as friends and allies to Abraham. Uriah the Hittite even served as a captain in King David's army, listed among his mighty men in 1 Chronicles verse 11. So, who were the actual people who made the initial discoveries? Well, the French scholar Charles Texier discovered the first Hittite ruins all the way back in 1834. However, at the time he did not initially know what he was looking at, so he couldn't just pull it out of the ground and say, it's the Hittites, I found them. No, he didn't identify them as such. The initial archaeological evidence for the Hittites emerged from tablets found at the Karun of Kanesh, which is present-day Tepe in Turkey. These tablets contained records of trade between Assyrian merchants and a region referred to as the Land of Hatti. Some names in the tablets were not Hattic or Assyrian, but exhibited a clear Indo-European characteristic in writing. In 1884, William Wright discovered a monument at Boghaz Kale with hieroglyphic scripts from a group known as the People of Hattusas. Not Hattusa, but Hattusas. These scripts were found to match those from Aleppo and Hama in northern Syria. Subsequently, in 1887, excavations at Amarna in Egypt revealed diplomatic correspondence between the pharaoh Amenhotep and Akhenaten. Two of the letters mentioned a kingdom of Kheta, in the same general region as the Mesopotamian references to the land of Hatti. While these letters were written in standard Akkadian cuneiform, they were, however, in an unknown language. So it's like if we were to write something in English, however, all the words would look like gibberish to us regardless of using the same Latin script. That was what it was like when they found this. Although scholars could interpret its sounds, the language itself remained completely incomprehensible. Following these discoveries, Archibald Sayce proposed that Hatti or Kati in Anatolia was identical to the kingdom of Kheta mentioned in the Egyptian texts and the biblical Hittites. While some scholars like Max Muller suggested connecting Kati with biblical Kittim, Sayce's identification gained widespread acceptance during the early 20th century. The name Hittite became associated with the civilization uncovered at Bogaskoye. The Hittite Kingdom was centered around the lands encompassing Hattusa and Nessa, also known as by its modern-day name Tepe, collectively known as the Land of Hatti, or in their language, Uruha-Ati. Following Hattusa's establishment as the capital, the region defined by the bend of the Kilzalmalek River, Hittite Maranastia, Greek Hellas, was regarded as the core of the empire. Hittite laws even made distinctions between this side of the river and that side of the river, with higher bounties for escaped slaves who had fled beyond the river compared to those who were caught on the near side. To the west and south of the core territory lay the region initially referred to us as Luia in the earliest Hittite texts. This term later gave way to names Arzawa and Kisawatna, with the rise of these other kingdoms. However, the Hittites continued to use the term Luwian to denote the original language originating from these areas. Before the rise of Kisawatna, the central region in Cilicia was first known to the Hittites as Adania. After revolting from the Hittites during the reign of Amuna, it adopted the name Kisawatna and expanded northward, including the lower Anti-Taurus Mountains. To the north of the Hittites were the mountain-dwelling Kaskians, and to the southeast lay the Hurrian Empire of Mitanni. At its zenith, during the reign of Mursili II, the Hittite Empire extended from Arzawa in the west to Mitanni in the east, covering much of the Kaskian territories to the north, reaching as far as Hayasa Azi in the far northeast, and extending south into Canaan near the southern border of Lebanon. And now, let's talk about the origins of the Hittites. The ancestors of the Hittites entered Anatolia between 4400 and 4100 BC, coinciding with the split of the Anatolian language family from Proto-Indo-European. Recent genetic and archaeological studies suggest that Proto-Anatolian speakers arrived in the region sometime between 5000 and 3000 BC. The Proto-Hittite language itself emerged around 2100 BC, and the Hittite language itself is believed to have been in use in central Anatolia between the 20th and 12th centuries BC. The Hittites are initially associated with the kingdom of Kusara before 1750. During the Bronze Age, the Hittites in Anatolia coexisted with the Hattians and Hurrians, either through conquest or gradual assimilation. Archaeologically, there are connections to the Ezero culture of the Balkans and Maykop culture of the Caucasus, had been considered within a migration framework. According to analysis by David W. Anthony in 2007, steppe herders who were archaic Indo-European speakers migrated into the lower Danube Valley around 4200 to 4000 BC, potentially causing or taking advantage of the collapse of old Europe. Anthony suggests that their languages, likely included in archaic Proto-Indo-European dialects, partly preserved later in Anatolian, and their descendants may have been moved into Anatolia at an unknown time, possibly around 3000 BC. The origins and migration patterns of the Hittites have been a subject of scholarly debate. The indigenous inhabitants of central Anatolia were primarily the Hurrians and Hattians, who spoke non-Indo-European languages. The Hittites initially adopted the cuneiform script from the Assyrian colonies in the region during the Old Assyrian Empire from around 2025 to 1750 BC. Following the collapse of the Old Assyrian Empire, however, it took time for the Hittites to establish themselves, with various Hittite groups centered around different cities. Strong rulers eventually unified these groups, centered in Hattusa, and conquered large parts of central Anatolia to establish the Hittite Kingdom. And so let's look at the early history now of the Hittites. The Hittite state emerged from numerous small polities in central Anatolia along the Kizilirmak River. I did my best, don't laugh, during the Middle Bronze Age being around 1900 to 1650 BC. The early history of the Hittite kingdom is known through several tablets, including these 4 cushion-shaped tablets that are classified by very boring names, such as KBO 3.22 and 3.22.1 and so on. Now, these tablets were probably created in Kusara, Nessa, or another Anatolian state. They were written in the Old Hittite language. They revealed a rivalry within 2 branches of the royal family during the Middle Kingdom. Palace intrigues. The northern branch was initially based on Zalpur and later in Hattusa, while the southern branch was centered in Kusara and the former Assyrian colony of Kanesh. The northern and southern branches are distinguishable by their names. The northerners retained language, isolate Hattian names, while the southerners adopted Indo-European Hittite and Luwian names. Zalpua initiated an attack on Kanesh under King Una in 1833 BC. During this period, known as the Karum period, when the merchant colony of Old Assyrian Empire was flourishing in the area, several kings reigned, including Hermili, Pahanu for a short time in 1790 BC, Inar for around 25 years, and Varsama for around the same 25 years, ending his reign in 1750 BC. The Anita text, a set of tablets, describes how Pitana, the king of Kusara, conquered the neighboring city of Nessa, or Kanesh, around 1750 BC. The tablets focus on Pitana's son, who continued his father's conquests by capturing several northern cities, including Hattusa and Zalpua. And before I forget to mention his name, Pitana's son's name was Anita, for all you people waiting for the trivia question to come up on the chase. If they ever ask Bronze Age questions on the chase, they really should. Anita cursed Hattusa in the tablets, reflecting the rivalry between the southern and northern branches of the royal family. Another set of tablets, the Tale of Zalpua, supports Zalpua and exonerates Hattusili I from the charge of sacking Kanesh. After Anita, Zuzu, who reigned from 1720 to 1710, succeeded as a king. Around 1710 to 1705 BC, Kanesh was destroyed, leading to the collapse of the long-established Assyrian merchant trading system. The Kusaran royal family survived to challenge the Zalpuan and Hattusan family, though their direct lineage to Anita is uncertain. And so, in the midst of these interesting events, these two families going at each other, the lords of Zalpa continued to exist. Hazuya I, a descendant of a Zalpan lord, took control of Hati, while his son-in-law Labarna I, originally from Hulma in the mountains south of Kusara, usurped the throne. Labarna I adopted Huzia's grandson, Hattusili, and his own son and heir, as his own son and heir. Which brings us into, from the early times, into the Old Kingdom, which is somewhat newer than the older kingdom before it. Well, the founding of the Hittite Kingdom, the Old Kingdom, is attributed to either Labarna I or Hattusili I. The latter might have also had Labarna as a personal name, as we have mentions of both of these rulers. And so this person, whether it be Labarna or Hattusili, conquered the area south and north of Hattusa. Hattusili campaigned as far as the Semitic Amorite kingdom of Yamkhad in Syria, where he attacked but did not capture its capital of Aleppo. You've heard that name, haven't you? That city in Syria? That's how old it is. Old enough to be withstanding attacks from Hittites. Now that's impressive. Hattusili did eventually capture Hattusa and was credited for the foundation of the Hittite Empire. So remember, when somebody asks you who founded the Hittite Empire, you can tell them with pretty good confidence, Hattusili I. Hattusili was king, and his sons, brothers, in-laws, family members, and troops were all united. Wherever he went on campaign, he controlled the enemy land with force. He destroyed the lands one after the other, took away their power, and made them the borders of the sea. When he came back from campaign, however, each of his sons went somewhere to a country, and in his hand the great cities prospered. However, when the later prince's servants became corrupt, they began to devour the properties, conspired constantly against their masters, and began to shed their blood. What I just read for you was an excerpt from the Edict of Telepinu, dating to the 16th century BC, is thought to highlight the unification, growth, and prosperity of the Hittites under Telepinu's rule. However, it also indicates the issue of corruption among the princes, assumed to be his sons. The available sources, however, do not provide clarity on how Telepinu addressed the corruption. On his deathbed, Hattusili chose his grandson, Mursili, or Mur-Shilish I, as his successor. The decision marked a significant moment in the Hittite succession and leadership transition. Mursili, after succeeding Hattusili I, continued the conquests and launched a significant campaign down the Euphrates River around 1595 BC. During his campaign, he bypassed Assyria and sacked Mari and Babylon, ejecting the Amorite rulers of the old Babylonian Empire. Instead of directly incorporating Babylonia into Hittite domains, Mursili handed control of Babylonia to his Kassite allies, who went on to rule it for the next 4 centuries. Concerned about potential revolts in Hatti, however, Mursili did not stay in Babylon for an extended period, and quickly rushed home on the rumors of some naughty Nancy's planning a rebellion. Because we can't have that, can't we? The strain on Hatti's resources due to the lengthy campaign left the capital in a state of near anarchy. During his journey back to Hattusa, or shortly after his return, Mursili was actually killed by his brother-in-law, Hantili I, leading to a chaotic situation in the Hittite Kingdom. Hantili took the throne, but faced internal unrest and murder attempts. After all, he did not get there on his own merits, and killing the guy who's above you is not really considered good form. His family, including his wife, Harapsili, and her son, were also murdered. How much they had to do with this political situation remains a matter of debate, but that's a shame that they had to be dragged into the situation. Siddhanta I, who was responsible for some of these killings, was also later murdered by his own son Amuna. All of this internal strife weakened the Hittite royal family, and the Hurrians seized the opportunity to expand their influence. It's very, very hard to run an empire when you're just trying not to get killed in your own house every day. So that's when you take your eyes off the business, and things begin to get very difficult. And in come the Hurrians. Those Hurrians residing in the mountainous region along the upper Tigris and Euphrates rivers took control of Aleppo and surrounding areas, as well as the coastal region of Adania, renaming it to Kizzuwatna, later Cilicia. Throughout the remainder of the 16th century BC, Hittite kings were preoccupied with dynastic quarrels and warfare against the Hurrians, resulting in a decline in the Hittites' power. This period of internal strife and external pressure from the Hurrians marked a challenging phase for the Hittite kingdom. The campaigns into Amurru and southern Mesopotamia during this time may have played a role in reintroducing cuneiform writing into Anatolia, with the Hittite script differing significantly from earlier Assyrian colonial period script. After the tumultuous events following Mursili's I's reign, the Hittite kingdom entered a weak phase characterized by obscure records, insignificant rulers, and reduced domains. This pattern of expansion under strong kings, followed by a contraction under weaker ones, became a recurring theme throughout the Hittite kingdom's 500-year history. making it challenging to reconstruct events during the period's decline. The political instability during the old Hittite Kingdom prior to 1400 BC can be attributed, in part, to the nature of Hittite kingship at the time. Unlike the pharaohs of Egypt, the king of the Hittites was not perceived as a living god by his subjects, but rather as a first among equals. That's a little bit more fair, isn't it? It was only during the later period, from 1400 to 1200 BC, that Hittite kingship became more centralized and powerful. They must have taken a note out of the Egyptians' book in how to better control the people. In the earlier years, the succession was not legally fixed, leading to rivalries between the northern and southern branches, reminiscent of the War of the Roses in English history. We'll talk about that later. The next significant monarch after Mursili I was Telipinu, who ruled around 1500 BC. Telipinu achieved a few victories to the southwest, seemingly by forming alliances with Hurrian states, including Kizzuatna, against others, particularly Mitanni. In addition to military efforts, Telipinu sought to secure the lines of succession during his reign. The last monarch of the Old Kingdom, Telipinu, reigned until around 500 BC. His reign marked the transition from the Old Kingdom to the subsequent weak phase known as the Middle Kingdom. The period of the 15th century BC is relatively obscure, with few surviving records, and the Hittites faced constant attacks during this time, particularly from the Kaskians, a non-Indo-European people settled along the shores of the Black Sea. It's hard to keep records when somebody is aiming an arrow at your head. But I really wish they had tried harder so I could make the video longer, but that's okay. We can't blame them for that. Well, the Hittite capital underwent several relocations because of this, moving first to Sapinua and then to Samuha. While there is an archive in Sapinua, its contents have not been adequately translated to date. Now, I myself lack the skills to translate them, but if anyone ends up listening to this who does have the skills to translate them, please hurry up. I'm getting very impatient of waiting. Well, this period sets the stage for the Hittite Empire period that officially begins with the reign of Tudhaliya around 1430 BC. An important innovation credited to these early Hittite rulers is the practice of conducting treaties and alliances with neighboring states. The Hittites were among the earliest pioneers in the art of international politics and diplomacy during this time. Additionally, the Hittite religion saw influences from the Hurrians, with the adoption of several gods and rituals from this neighboring culture. With the reign of Tudhaliya, the Hittite Kingdom entered the Hittite Empire period, marked by a strengthening of kingship. Settlements progressed, primarily in South Anatolia, and treaties were signed with neighboring peoples. The kingship became hereditary, acquiring a superhuman aura, and the king was revered as the Sun. That's S-U-N, not S-O-N. The Hittite kings of this era acted also as high priests, overseeing holy cities and conducting festivals. So it's somewhat how Sumerian religion worked. A lot of people would take a leaf out of the Sumerians' books and later on do things how they did them. King Tudhaliya I, during his reign around 1400 BC, allied with Kisuatna, conquered Hurrian states like Aleppo and Mitanni, and expanded westward at the expense of Arzawa, a Luwian state. Following Tudhaliya I, a weak phase ensued, allowing enemies to advance to Hattusa and raze it. It didn't last long. However, the kingdom regained its glory under, and forgive me for the sounded-out pronunciation, Suppiluliuma I around 1350 BC. I'm really struggling with these Hittite names, aren't I? So, Suppiluliuma conquered Aleppo again. He then reduced Mitanni to a vassalage, and he completely defeated Carchemish. Despite the Hittite Empire's growth, the ascendant Middle Assyrian Empire began to encroach on Hittite territory. During Suppiluliuma's rule, the Hittite Empire faced a devastating tularemia epidemic, leading to the deaths of Suppiluliuma and his successor, Arnwanda II. From what I hear, this disease is somewhat like tuberculosis. Mursili II, who reigned from 1330 BC, another son of his, succeeded him and attacked Arzawa during the weakened state caused by the epidemic. In response to Arzawan attacks, the Hittites employed a form of biological warfare by sending infected rams, perhaps one of the earliest known forms of biological warfare, that lovely thing that everybody enjoys. Mursili II also targeted Miletus under Ahiawa's control. Now, that there, Miletus, is also referred to as Milawanda, and it is believed to refer to Mycenaean Greece. So this shows that they probably would have been crossing the sea as well, so well done on the boat building. Not everybody can do that. And it brings us to somewhat of a death knell for the Hittites. Can you guess what battle it is? I'll give you a moment. It starts with a K. It's the Battle of Kadesh. Good job if you got it. The prosperity of the Hittites hinged on controlling trade routes and metal sources. Northern Syria, a critical area connecting with the Cilician gates with Mesopotamia, played a vital role in that defense. Now, the rise of Egyptian expansion under Pharaoh Ramesses II began to test the Hittite dominance. The Battle of Kadesh's outcome remains uncertain, with Egyptian reinforcements preventing a total Hittite victory. The conflict forced the Hittites into the fortress of Kadesh, but Egyptian losses prevented them from sustaining a siege. This pivotal battle occurred in the 5th year of Ramesses, around 1274 BC, based on the commonly used chronology. Now, after this date, 1274 BC, the Hittite and Egyptian powers declined due to Assyrian ascendancy. Shalmaneser I exploited the now weakened Hittites, conquering Huria and Mitanni and extending control up to the Euphrates. Assyria, a formidable threat to Hittite trade routes, overshadowed Egypt's influence. Ur-Teshub briefly ruled but was ousted by his uncle Hattusili III amid Assyrian annexations. To counter Assyrian aggression, Hattusili III formed an alliance with Ramesses II, resulting in the Treaty of Kadesh in 1258 BC, a landmark pact fixing boundaries in southern Canaan. The treaty included the marriage of a Hittite princess to Ramesses II, solidifying new diplomatic ties. Tudhaliya IV, the final strong Hittite king, struggled to repel Assyrian incursions into the Hittite heartland, experiencing losses in territory, notably in the Battle of Nirya against Tukulti-Ninurta I. Despite a temporary annexation of Cyprus, even that fell to Assyria eventually. What a mess for the Hittites. It was not going very well for them at all. The last monarch, Suppiluliuma II, did manage to achieve some victories, including a naval triumph against Al-Ashia near Cyprus. However, the Assyrians led by Ashur-ishi I had already annexed substantial Hittite territory in Asia Minor and Syria. The expansion also saw defeat and expulsion of the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar I, who had his eyes on Hittite lands as well. Well, they were good lands. Everybody wanted a piece of the Hittite territory, and now everybody was getting a piece of the Hittite territory. And then come in the new mysterious main characters. The Sea Peoples initiated their southward migration along the Mediterranean coast, commencing in the Aegean and reaching Canaan. Founding the state of Philistia, they seized Cilicia and Cyprus from the Hittites, disrupting vital trade routes. Vulnerable from all sides, the Hittite homelands, including Hattusa, succumbed to attacks in around 1180 BC. We're talking waves of invaders, including the Kaskians, Phrygians, and Britons, and they all contributed to the demise of the Hittite kingdom. It was just all too much to handle. Internal issues compounded external threats, marking the end of the kingdom within the broader context of the Bronze Age collapse. The Hittites weren't alone at this time. Pretty much everywhere was collapsing. Egypt survived, though. Barely, but they did survive. A study of tree rings indicated a shift to drier conditions from the 13th to the 12th century BC, featuring consecutive droughts in 1196, 97, and 98. 3 years of poor harvests are enough to do anybody in. If you don't starve to death, your people would certainly start to consider moving to greener pastures. Though around that time, there was not much green to be had. Well, the Bronze Age collapses, essentially where it ends for the Hittites. But we can still talk a little bit about what the Hittites were like in terms of their government systems and some of their social practices. So let's have a quick look at that before we end up today. The Hittites are credited with developing one of the earliest known constitutional monarchies. In their system, the king held the highest authority, serving as the supreme ruler, military commander, chief judge, and high priest. The heir apparent followed in importance. While the king had diverse responsibilities, various officials wielded independent authority over the different branches of the government. Among these, the Gal Masedi, or the chief of the royal bodyguards, played a crucial role. Later succeeded by the Gal Gestin, the chief of the wine stewards, often a member of the royal family. The Gal Dubsar, chief of the scribes, led the kingdom's bureaucracy, with specific authority not extending to the legal Dubsar, the king's personal scribe. In diplomatic relations, Egyptian monarchs engaged with the Hittites through two key seats of power: Kadesh, situated on the Orontes River, and Carchemish, located on the Euphrates River in southern Anatolia. The religion of the early Hittites was marked by a syncretic approach, as seen in the central Anatolian settlement of Anqua. Here the worship of the pre-Hittite goddess Kataha and other Hattic deities highlighted ethnic distinctions in religion under Hittite control. Originally named Hanikum, Kataha underwent a reconfiguration by the Hittites. According to Ronald Gorney, this renaming served to diminish the pre-Hittite identity of the female deity and align her more closely with Hittite traditions. This practice of transforming and reconfiguring local deities was a strategic move by the Hittites to legitimize their authority, avoid conflicting ideologies in newly incorporated regions, and promote acceptance of Hittite customs among local communities. By adapting the beliefs of these communities to their own, the Hittites aimed to align traditional religious practices with their political and economic goals. The Hittite languages, documented in fragments dating back to the 19th century BC, as seen in the Tepe texts, specifically mentioning the goddess Ishara. With a name like Ishara, one does wonder if there's a relation to the goddess Ishtar in Sumer, but that's just a bit of late video conjecture from me at the moment. Its usage persisted until approximately 1100 BC. Hittite stands out as the most well-documented language within the Anatolian branch of the Indo-European language family. It holds the distinction of being the earliest Indo-European language with surviving written attestations, evident in isolated Hittite loanwords and numerous personal names found in Old Assyrian contexts as early as the 20th century BC. The Hittite Empire, despite its vast size, has left relatively few remains of its art. Notable examples include monumental carvings, rock reliefs, metal work like the Alakahoyuk, bronze standards, intricately carved ivory, and ceramics like these Husi and Dede vases that are quite famous. You can see I believe they're in the museum in Ankara. Among the largest constructed sculptures are the Sphinx gates of Alakahoyuk and Hattusa, along with the monument at the spring of Eflatan Pinar. Additionally, there are several large recumbent lions, with the Lion of Babylon statue at Babylon potentially being the largest Hittite example, although its Hittite origin is uncertain. It may have just been the Babylons doing it themselves, Babylonians rather. Many of these artifacts exhibit significant wear. Rock reliefs such as the Hanyeri relief and the Hemete relief also contribute to the Hittite artistic legacy. The Nijde Stele, dating from the end of the 8th century BC, stands as a Luwian monument from the post-Hittite period, discovered in the modern Turkish city of Niğde. The Hittite laws, like other records of the empire, were inscribed on cuneiform tablets made from baked clay. The known Hittite law code was primarily derived from 2 clay tablets, each containing 186 articles, compiling laws practiced across the early Hittite Kingdom. Monuments with Hittite cuneiform inscriptions in central Anatolia also describe the government and legal codes of the empire. These legal records span the Old Hittite Kingdom, the Old Hittite Kingdom being from 1650 to 1500 BC, and to the New Hittite Kingdom from 1500 to 1180 being around the time of the Bronze Age collapse, typically attested by our modern chronology. Over this period, different translations reveal a series of legal reforms that modernize language and introduce more humane punishments for various crimes. Whether they're humane by modern standards or Hittite standards remains a topic of debate. These changes may be attributed to shifts in leadership or evolving linguistic interpretations. Similar to biblical laws in Exodus and Deuteronomy, the Hittite law codes specify fines and punishments for specific crimes and also provide guidance on matters like inheritance and death. But it's nothing like the Code of Hammurabi from Babylon, of which I do plan on doing a full reading of, which may perhaps be a 3-hour-long video. But I'll do it, because why not? But hey, listen, that's enough about the Hittites for now. I think their story has been explained the best that I can explain it, from those early days to the Battle of Kadesh and the Bronze Age collapse, the Sea Peoples sealing the fate, and the droughts coming in and ending them, that final nail in the coffin. If you want to do any more research on the Hittites, then I hand the reins over to you. I think that it's definitely a topic that deserves being researched more thoroughly. The Library of Alexandria. While the most famous library of the ancient world, did not, however, mark the inception of libraries. Rather, it was rooted in a rich tradition found both in Greece and the ancient Near East. This tradition had its own origins around 3400 BC in the Sumerian city-state of Uruk, where the earliest recorded archive of written materials surfaced as writing began to take shape. The scholarly curation of literary texts commenced approximately 2500 BC. Throughout the Near East, kingdoms and empires had well-established practices of book collecting, with massive archives in places like the Library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh and Babylon. In Greece, the Athenian tyrant Pisistratus was attributed with founding a major public library in the 6th century BC. This library emerged from a mixed heritage, influenced by both Greek and Near Eastern book collections. Following the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC, his empire faced a power struggle among top-ranking officers, resulting in its division. The Ptolemaic dynasty, controlling Egypt with Alexandria as its capital, was particularly interested in promoting Hellenistic culture and learning throughout the known world. Libraries, of course, played a pivotal role in enhancing a city's prestige, attracting scholars, and offering practical assistance in governance. The Library of Alexandria was unique in its scope and scale due to the ambitious goals of the Ptolemies. Unlike their predecessors and contemporaries, the Ptolemies aspired to create a repository encompassing all knowledge. This endeavor was supported by Egypt's favorable conditions, being an ideal habitat for the papyrus plant, which provided ample resources for accumulating their vast knowledge repository. They used this papyrus plant to write on, by the way. Thus, the Library of Alexandria stood as an unprecedented effort to compile and preserve knowledge from all sources. Of course, it's not just Egyptian and Greek knowledge. No, they wanted everything. The Library of Alexandria stands as one of the largest and most significant libraries in the ancient world, though details about its origins are a blend of historical accounts mixed with legendary narratives. The Letter of Aristeas, a pseudepigraphic work composed between 180 and 145 BC, claims that Ptolemy I Soter initiated the library's founding and enlisted Demetrius of Phalerum, an exiled student of Aristotle, to organize and catalogue the works within. However, this letter is considered a little late and contains a few inaccuracies. Alternative sources suggest that the library may have been established during the reign of Ptolemy II Philadelphus. Modern scholars generally agree that while Ptolemy I may have laid the groundwork, the physical institution likely took shape in Ptolemy II's era. Demetrius of Phalerum, having fallen out of favor with the Ptolemaic court, could not have played a direct role in founding the library. Still, some scholars argue that Demetrius might have been instrumental in collecting early texts for the library, especially those of Aristotle and Theophrastus, giving his distinguished role in the Peripatetic school around 295 BC. The library, situated on the royal quarter known as Brucheion, was an integral part of the Mouseion. Its primary aim was to showcase the opulence of Egypt, with research serving as a secondary objective. However, the library's extensive collection played a crucial role in assisting the ruler of Egypt. While the exact architectural layout remains elusive, historical accounts portray the Library of Alexandria as an amalgamation of scrolls, Greek columns, shared dining spaces, reading rooms, and lecture halls, remarkably resembling a prototype for a contemporary university campus. Within one hall, designated shelves called bibliothecae housed collections of papyrus scrolls. Descriptions suggest that an inscription above these shelves declared the area as the place of the cure of the soul. Well, certainly a live, laugh, love kind of phrase, isn't it? The Ptolemaic rulers envisioned the library as an exhaustive repository of knowledge and actively pursued its expansion through a robust and well-funded strategy of book acquisition. To accomplish this, they deployed royal agents armed with substantial lines of credit, instructing them to procure and amass text on any subject by any author. The preference was for older copies of texts, as they were believed to have undergone fewer reproductions, thereby preserving a closer resemblance to the author's original work. This initiative involved sending agents to book fairs in Rhodes and Athens. No, I'm not joking. In these cities, of course, there was the seat of knowledge in their respective kingdoms. And while there weren't books as such, we're talking tablets and scrolls and things like this, there were the places to go. So we've had second-hand book fairs for longer than you may have thought. According to Galen, a Greek medical writer, Ptolemy II issued a decree directing that any books discovered on incoming ships be brought directly to the library, where official scribes would make copies. The original texts were retained in the library, while the duplicates were given to the owners. Now that's very cheeky, isn't it? Sounds like something I'd do, though, if I could get away with it. I'm sure the scribes were very, very good at making these forgeries. The library placed particular emphasis on obtaining manuscripts of the Homeric poems, like the Odyssey, the Iliad, things like this, considering them foundational to Greek education and of unparalleled importance. Consequently, numerous manuscripts of these poems were acquired, each labeled to indicate their origin. In addition to its role as a repository for historical works, the Mosaeon, which housed the library, functioned as a residence for an array of international scholars, researchers, poets, and philosophers. Strabo, the Greek geographer from the 1st century BC, noted that these individuals were generously compensated. They even received free meals and accommodation. And perhaps most surprising at all, they didn't even have to pay tax. The facility included a sizable circular dining hall with a soaring domed ceiling. Underneath the soaring domed ceiling, everyone would sit together and enjoy their free communal meals. It makes you wonder what was on the menu at the Library of Alexandria. Multiple classrooms were also present, where scholars were expected to engage in occasional teaching activities. There is speculation that Ptolemy II, with his particular interest in zoology, may have facilitated the establishment of a zoo for exotic animals within the Mosaeon. According to classical scholar Lionel Casson, the rationale behind such extensive support was to relieve scholars of the burdens of daily life, allowing them to dedicate more time to intellectual pursuits and research. Strabo referred to this community of scholars residing at the Museion as synodos, or community, numbering between 30 and 50 learned men as early as 283. The library operated without an explicit affiliation with any particular philosophical school, providing scholars with considerable academic freedom, not seen in other places in the ancient world. However, their activities were subject to the authority of the ruling monarch. An anecdote, perhaps apocryphal, recounts the fate of a poet named Sotades, who allegedly composed a scandalous epigram mocking Ptolemy II for marrying his sister Arsinoe II. How could you make fun of somebody for that? In response, Ptolemy II purportedly imprisoned Sotades, and upon his escape, sealed him in a lead jar and cast him into the sea. Functioning as a religious center, the Museion was overseen by a priest of the Muses known as an epistates, appointed by the king in a manner similar to priests managing Egyptian temples. The library itself was under the direction of a scholar serving as the head librarian, and the head librarian also got the job of being the tutor to the king's son. No pressure. Zenodotus of Ephesus, who lived around 325 to 270 rather, is the first recorded head librarian. His primary focus was on establishing canonical texts for the Homeric poems and early Greek lyrical poets. Information about Zenodotus primarily comes from later commentaries referencing his preferred readings of specific passages. He is credited with creating a glossary of rare and unusual words, organized alphabetically, an innovative use of the alphabetical order, at least for the time. Some scholars suggest that Zenodotus likely implemented alphabetical organization at the library as a whole, arranging materials by the first letter of the author's name. And it's worth noting that Zenodotus' alphabetation system only considered the first letter of the word, and it wasn't until the 2nd century AD that a similar method was applied to the remaining letters of the word. So, for example, if you would have a first name such as Aaron, spelt with 2 A's, it would be before Adam, spelt A-D. So you would have different sub-levels of organization in the alphabetized system. So clever, the Greeks, very, very clever people. Simultaneously, Callimachus, a scholar and poet, undertook the compilation of the Pinakes, a comprehensive 120-book catalogue encompassing various authors and their known works. Although the Pinakes itself has not survived, references and fragments allow scholars to reconstruct its fundamental structure. The catalogue featured multiple sections, each dedicated to writers within a specific literary genre, with the primary division between poetry and prose. These sections were further subdivided again once more using the alphabetical system. Each entry provided essential details, including the author's name, father's name, birthplace, and a brief biography. Sometimes they would throw their nicknames in there. The entries of prolific authors such as Aeschylus, Euripides, Sophocles, and Theophrastus likely extended across multiple columns of text due to their extensive works. And notably, although Callimachus conducted his notable work at the Library of Alexandria, he never held the position of head librarian. Hermippus of Smyrna, a pupil of Callimachus, focused on writing biographies, while Philostephanus of Cyrene delved into geography, and Istros, potentially from Cyrene also, studied Attic antiquities. In addition to the renowned Great Library, numerous smaller libraries began emerging throughout the city of Alexandria, beginning a culture of scholarship. Following Zenodotus' departure, whether due to retirement or death, Ptolemy II appointed Apollonius of Rhodes, a native of Alexandria and a disciple of Callimachus, as the second head librarian of the Library of Alexandria. Simultaneously, Apollonius assumed the role of tutor to Ptolemy III, the son of Ptolemy Philadelphus. Apollonius, renowned as the author of the epic poem Argonautica, exhibited extensive knowledge of history and literature, skillfully incorporating allusions to various events and texts while emulating the style of Homeric poems. Although some fragments of his scholarly writings endure, Apollonius is primarily recognized as a poet rather than a scholar. Legend has it, during Apollonius's tenure as a librarian, the famed mathematician and inventor Archimedes visited the Library of Alexandria. While in Egypt, Archimedes is said to have studied the ebb and flow of the Nile, leading to his invention of the Archimedes screw, a device for transporting water into irrigation ditches from lower-lying bodies. Subsequently, Archimedes returned to Syracuse, where he continued his innovative endeavors. Despite two unreliable biographies suggesting Apollonius resigned due to a hostile reception of the initial draft of the Argonautica, it is more plausible that his resignation coincided with the ascent of Ptolemy III to the throne in 246. Eratosthenes of Cyrene, the third head librarian, left an indelible mark as a versatile scholar, known for both his scientific and literary contributions. While celebrated for his scientific treatise Geographica, Eratosthenes also ventured into literature. Although the original volumes of Geographica are lost, fragments preserved in Strabo's later works attest to its significance. Pioneering the integration of mathematics into geography and map-making, Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy, deviating by only a few hundred kilometers. His comprehensive map of the known world incorporated information from library sources, including accounts of Alexander the Great's Indian campaigns and reports from Ptolemaic elephant hunting expeditions along the East African coast. Eratosthenes significantly advanced geography as a scientific discipline and challenged the imaginary settings of Homeric poems, emphasizing poetry's purpose to capture the soul rather than to provide a historically accurate account. Other scholars at the library also delved into scientific pursuits, such as Bacchius of Tanagra, who edited and commented on medical writings from the Hippocratic corpus. Despite the groundbreaking work of doctors Herophilus and Aristratus in human anatomy, their studies faced oppositions due to societal objections to corpse dissection. During this era, Ptolemy III sought to borrow original manuscripts of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides from the Athenians. The Athenians, demanding a hefty guarantee of 15 talents of precious metal, agreed to loan out the texts. Ptolemy III, rather than returning the originals, opted to simply have expensive copies made and sent them back to Athens, retaining the original manuscripts in the library. This narrative may be seen as indicative of Alexandria's growing influence over Athens during the Ptolemaic dynasty, because no one really came after Ptolemy for doing this. I'm sure the Greeks would have known, but the cat was already out of the bag at this point. Just my personal conjecture. As the library expanded, the need for additional space arose, leading to the establishment of a satellite collection in the Serapeum of Alexandria during Ptolemy III Euergetes' reign. The Serapeum, a temple dedicated to the Greco-Egyptian god Serapis, provided an additional venue to accommodate the growing collection of scrolls. Around 200 BC, Aristophanes of Byzantium assumed the role of the fourth head librarian. Legend has it that Aristophanes' appointment stemmed from a poetry competition judged for Ptolemy Euergetes. Despite dissent from the other judges, Aristophanes asserted that all poets but his choice were guilty of plagiarism. To prove his claim, he retrieved texts from the library, showcasing an exceptional memory and earning him the prestigious position of head librarian. Aristophanes' tenure ushered in a more mature phase for the library, marked by heightened literary criticism dominating its scholarly endeavors. He revolutionized poetic editing, introducing separate lines for poems and pioneering Greek diacritics. His contributions extended to lexicography and textual criticism, with surviving introductions to various plays. The next head librarian, Apollonius Aedographus, was a relatively obscure figure, known for his work on classifying poetry based on musical forms. During the early 2nd century BC, scholars at the library began to delve into medical works. Zeuxis the empiricist wrote commentaries on the Hippocratic corpus, and Ptolemy Epictetus explored wounds in Homeric poems, blending philology and medicine together. However, this period coincided with the waning political influence of Ptolemaic Egypt, leading to disruptions and the departures of pretty smart scholars. The 6th head librarian, Aristarchus of Samothrace, emerged as a luminary scholar, producing extensive commentaries on classical texts. His Hyponmentia delved into the meaning of passages, defined unusual words, and assessed textual integrity. Aristarchus made notable contributions to the study of the Homeric poems, earning recognition as an authoritative figure. In 145 BC, he became entangled in a dynastic struggle, supporting Ptolemy VII Neos Philopator, leading to his expulsion from Egypt when Ptolemy VIII assumed power. This event marked the expulsion of foreign scholars from Alexandria, dispersing them across the eastern Mediterranean. This expulsion of scholars from Alexandria marked a pivotal shift in the landscape of Hellenistic scholarship. The diaspora of Alexandrian scholars and their students throughout the eastern and later western Mediterranean. Antiochus' disciple, Dionysius Thrax, established a school on Rhodes, where he authored the first Greek grammar book, a foundational guide for centuries. This work influenced Roman grammatical writings and continues to shape grammar guides across languages. Aristarchus' pupil, Apollodorus of Athens, ventured to Pergamum, Alexandria's rival. He began teaching and researching. This diaspora led Menocles of Barcae to sarcastically note that Alexander had become the teacher of Greeks and barbarians alike. Meanwhile, back in Alexandria, Ptolemaic rule faced growing instability, diverting attention from the library. Later Ptolemies treated the position of head librarian as more of a political reward. Ptolemy VIII appointed Cydas, a palace guard, as head librarian, and Ptolemy IX Soter II allegedly granted the position to a political ally. So you can see now it had become just a job, no longer an institution. As the 1st century of our modern era dawned, a broader shift in Greek scholarship unfolded. With a classical poetic text standardized and extensive commentaries already available, scholars had limited opportunities for original work. Many engaged in synthesizing and rewording commentaries from prior Alexandrian scholars, sacrificing their originality. Some scholars turned to post-classical authors, commenting on works by Callimachus and Apollonius of Rhodes. Tyrannion of Amisus, a student of Dionysius Thrax, introduced Alexandrian scholarship to Rome in the 1st century BC. During Caesar's civil war in 48 BC, Caesar faced a siege at Alexandria. To hinder Cleopatra's brother Ptolemy XIV's fleet, Caesar's soldiers set fire to Egyptian ships in the port, causing a conflagration that supposedly spread to the city and inflicted substantial damage. Are you getting worried yet? Let's keep reading. Seneca the Younger, quoting Livy's Ab Urb Condita Libri, claimed that 40,000 scrolls from the Library of Alexandria were destroyed in that fire. Plutarch mentioned the destruction of the great library in his Life of Caesar, while Cassius Dio referred to the burning of a great number and of the finest books, among other buildings. Despite varied accounts, scholars like Casson and Watts propose that the fire might not have razed the entire library, but perhaps simply a warehouse near the docks housing scrolls. Strabo, visiting the area surrounding the library around 20 BC, suggested its survival, or at least reconstruction after the fire. However, Strabo also noted a significant decline in its prestige. Plutarch, in his Life of Mark Antony, mentioned a rumor that Mark Antony gave Cleopatra 20,000 scrolls from the library of Pergamum in the years preceding the Battle of Actium. Casson argued that this tale, even if fictional, wouldn't be credible without the library's existence. Others have suggested Mark Antony's gift might aim to replenish the library after Caesar's fire. Didymus Chalcenterus, a scholar in Alexandria during the late 1st century BC, provides evidence for the library's survival. Nicknamed Bronze Guts, Didymus wrote a staggering 3,500 to 4,000 books and became a crucial source for later scholars. His extensive output, according to some historians, would have been impossible without direct access to the library's resources. During the Roman Principate, 27 BC to 284 AD, very little information is available about the library. Emperor Claudius is said to have added an extension to it, but its fate mirrored that of the city, with diminishing status under Roman rule. While the Moseon persisted, membership criteria shifted from scholarly achievements to distinctions in government, military, or even athletics. Tiberius Claudius Balbillus, a politician and military officer, is the sole known head librarian from this period, lacking notable scholarly contributions. And do remember I said politician and military officer, not author and scholar. Members were no longer obligated to engage in teaching, research, or even reside in Alexandria. Emperor Hadrian later appointed individuals like Dionysius of Miletus and Polemon of Laodicea, despite their limited connection to Alexandria. The library's reputation waned as other libraries gained prominence, some possibly stocked with scrolls from the Great Library. By the 2nd century AD, Alexandria's importance had more or less diminished, and Romans showed less interest in its scholarship, further lowering the library's standing. Scholars of this era at the library were less renowned than their Ptolemaic predecessors. The term Alexandrian came to symbolize text editing, correction, and commentary synthesis, losing a lot of its former prestige. References to the Great Library and the Mosaeon vanish after the mid-century AD, with the last known mention of scholars being Mosaeon members dating to the 260s. In 272 AD, Emperor Aurelian's forces, during the recapture of Alexandria from Zenobia, destroyed the Broccheon quarter, potentially housing the main library. If the Mosaeon and the library survived, they likely succumbed during Emperor Diocletian's 297 siege of Alexandria. In 642 AD, Alexandria fell to the Muslim army led by Amir ibn al-As. Subsequent to Arabic sources describe the library's alleged destruction on the orders of the Caliph Omar. According to Bar Hebraeus in the 13th century, the Omar reportedly said, "If those books are in agreement with the Quran, we have no need of them. And if these are opposed to the Quran, destroy them." And on that somber note, the story of the Library of Alexandria ends. Babylonian law. A significant branch of cuneiform legal tradition is well documented through extensive arrays of archaeological findings, including thousands of contracts such as deeds, legal decisions, and various administrative records. You may have heard of the Code of Hammurabi, of course, one of the foundational legal documents in the world. This wealth of material, complemented by historical inscriptions, private letters, and even grammatical texts, offers a comprehensive view of ancient legal practices. And that is exactly what we are here to discuss today: the laws of ancient Babylonia. Hello everyone and welcome. I'm the ASMR historian. You may have watched some of my other videos, but if you're a new viewer, welcome. It's good to have you on the team. Well, without further ado, let us begin today's video. The legal systems of ancient Mesopotamia, including those of cultures intertwined with it, shared many common laws and contractual forms. This similarly extends to biblical contracts examined by archaeologists, which notably include sequences of blessings and curses akin to those found in ancient Mesopotamian agreements. Comparable approaches to professional accountability, prescribing penalties for malpractice, can be seen in the maxims of Ptah-Hotep, Sharia law, and the Code of Hammurabi, underscoring a widespread concern for professional standards within the ancient world. The discovery of the Code of Hammurabi has significantly advanced the study of ancient law, providing a structured framework for understanding the development of legal systems over time. Despite the existence of fragments from other codes, the Code of Hammurabi remains a central reference point for reconstructing ancient legal principles, thanks to its preservation and study over a millennia, including copies from Ashurbanipal's personal library, and even later Babylonian reproductions. Babylonian legal precedents proved resilient, enduring through various conquests, including the Persian, Greek, and the later Parthian empires, with minimal impact on the private lives of Babylonians. This continuity allowed Babylonian law to influence even Roman legal traditions. That's right, a little bit of copying of the homework, but changing it up a little bit. After all, who's going to know? Now, Assyrian law, while derived from Babylonian sources, maintained early features long after they had vanished in other regions, highlighting the dynamic evolution of legal practices in ancient Mesopotamia. Of course, you had the cities like Ur, Uruk, Nippur, all of these different kingdoms in different parts of the area between the two rivers, let us say. I almost said country. Cue the angry comments. Of course, everybody had their own take on how to run a successful society. Some being a little bit more lenient, and others being markedly more strict. But we'll get to that later. By the time of Hammurabi, ancient tribal customs had largely been replaced by solid state laws, signifying a shift to a more structured and centralized legal system. The Code of Hammurabi eliminated practices such as self-help, blood feud, and marriage by capture, which is exactly what it sounds like. Yet it did retain some primitive aspects, like family solidarity, district responsibility, ordeal trials, and the principle of lex talionis. That means an eye for an eye. Of course, they had a different term for it, but we go by the Latin legal term, lex talionis. The king emerged as a benevolent autocrat, accessible and protective of his subjects against oppression, with a legal system that allowed for appeals and closely supervised judges. Pretty ahead of its time. Feudal holdings covered the land, indicating a developed system of governance. They even had a regular postal service and a decent level of safety. We can perhaps refer to it as a pax Babylonica. Pax, of course, meaning peace. We can talk about Pax Romana, the Roman peace, or even the Pax Britannia from later eras. Well, you see, this Pax Babylonica enabled safe travel across vast distances. You could go all the way from one river to the other, all the way from north to south, well, exercising normal safety precautions. It wasn't perfect, but at least there was some kind of repercussions for people who wanted to do the wrong thing and make their living through, let's say, more time-efficient means. Now, the Code of Hammurabi itself was not just a preservation of ancient law or contemporary customs. It was a result of centuries of legal tradition and the widespread practice of writing, which influenced contracts and legal proceedings. It wasn't like Hammurabi just sat down one afternoon and came up with the concept of laws. No, this was a very long process that involved many people before him and many trailblazers whose names are now lost to the sands of time. Now, in terms of contracts, they were freely made if parties agreed. They were also formalized in temples and could be appealed to the king, reflecting a blend of autonomy and central oversight in legal matters. Or if you signed a contract and something went wrong afterwards, that was when you called the higher-ups to act as a third party. The code's organization by subject matter, though not aligned with modern scientific categorization, provided a comprehensive legal framework guiding judicial decisions and appeals, thereby illustrating the sophisticated legal culture of Babylon under Hammurabi's reign. Now, the Code of Hammurabi delineated society into three main classes. First being the Avilum, the Mushkenu, and the Ardu, a proper caste system, each with different rights, responsibilities, and of course, a standing within the larger society. So let's talk about which ones were which, and how they fit into the Babylonian structure. First up, Avilum. Originally patricians or members of the elite, possessing full civil rights and responsibilities, including the registration of birth, marriage, and death. They enjoyed aristocratic privileges, such as the right to exact retaliation for injuries, but they also faced heavier penalties for offenses, higher taxes, and higher fines. Over time, the word Avilum actually became a courtesy title for anyone, irrespective of property or race, including the king, court officials, craftsmen, and professionals. It was a nice thing to call somebody. Now, the next one, Mushkenu. This term eventually evolved to mean beggar in modern languages. However, in the Code of Hammurabi, Mushkenus were not necessarily impoverished, but they were possibly landless. They were free individuals entitled to monetary compensation for injuries, subject to lower fees and fines than the Avilum were, and they were also required to make less extravagant offerings to the gods. They lived in separate city quarters, and their exact role or prevalence in society, well, it remains a little less defined. Unfortunately, we just don't really have the references. Yet, there's still plenty more tablets to find underground. Let's get digging. Well, the next one, Ardu. Obviously, the final caste. They were effectively slaves, considered the property of their masters, masters most likely being Avilum. They formed a significant part of the population. Now, it wasn't all bad. They could own property. They could even buy slaves of their own. And they were provided with necessities by their masters. Slaves could even marry, with children's status depending on the spouse's freedom, and could even be freed or adopted, transitioning all the way up to the Avalon class. Now, of course, not all of the slaves wanted to take the long way out of slavery. Escaped slaves, if they were caught, were to be immediately returned to their masters. And if you captured an escaped slave, you would even get a reward. Not bad. You must feel sorry for the slave, though. Slaves were marked for easy identification. Practice that included branding or perhaps tattooing the owner's name on the slave. Where this was tattooed, well, that would depend on the owner's discretion. In Assyria, the presence of serfs, essentially tied to the land they cultivated and sold with it, yet able to own land and property, contrasted with the less evident traces of serfs in Babylonia, suggesting a complex social hierarchy, always influenced by economical, legal, and cultural factors under the prevalent Code of Hammurabi. Now, in ancient Mesopotamia, city gods, and every city had one, were considered landowners, and the citizens were considered their tenants, contributing dues in various forms. The rent had to be paid. Kings, acting as divine vice-regents, eventually accepted fixed dues without altering tenancy agreements. Early records mention kings in Babylonia purchasing land for their sons, compensating previous owners generously, indicating the recognition of private land ownership. However, all sold land remained subject to fixed charges. Through the king, well, he could exempt land from those as a reward for service, just like the Romans did many years later. Service guarantees citizenship. Would you like to know more? Land obligations included military service and dues in kind, with specific areas responsible for providing soldiers and supplies. This system, established as early as the 8th century BC, often relied on slaves and serfs for military duties, although free citizens also served when required. The state also demanded a share of agricultural produce and could commandeer goods. However, they always compensated the owner of those goods after, at least if they were a good king. Cities imposed their own duties and tariffs according to their own whims, while the king profited from royal estates, personal property, and dues from his subjects. The Code of Hammurabi outlined the feudal responsibilities of certain classes, who received estates in exchange for service. These estates could not be freely traded or passed on, except under rather specific conditions, ensuring the land remained within the family, or at least under state control. All sounds pretty complex, doesn't it? Well, of course, it was all written down, clear as day, at least for those who could read the cuneiform. Well, if you couldn't, there would definitely be somebody there who could advise you. And just hope that their interpretation of the law was in your favor. The temple was central to economic and social life in ancient Mesopotamia, serving not only as a place of worship, but also as a major financial institution. It benefited from estates, tithes, fixed dues, sacrifices, and offerings from the faithful, accumulating vast resources in natural products, money, and permanent gifts. Large temples operated with numerous officials and servants, becoming key granaries, storehouses, and sometimes archives for the city. In the early stages of urban developments, towns would likely have formed around temples, with each family head entitled to minister and share in the temple's income. This right evolved into a form of property that could be pledged or rented, but never sold. What does that mean? Well, that means that this right, this property within the temple, was something that was seen as sacred and of an inalienable nature. Of course, it wasn't all just about collecting the money. It's not like our temples in the modern day, no. The temples also had broad societal obligations, such as ransoming citizens captured in war and providing loans of seeds, or perhaps supplies to farmers, without interest, by the way. They weren't allowed to charge interest on these loans from the temple. Of course, this highlights a great role in community support and welfare. If you got yourself into trouble, well, you would go knocking on the doors of the temple, and they were pretty much obliged to help you, within reason. The king's interaction with the temple was administrative rather than proprietary. He could borrow resources from the temple, but repayment was always expected, just as it would be for any other debtor. In the temple's eyes, well, when the king came asking for money, he was no different to the farmer, just two people down on their luck. The tithe, a significant temple revenue, was viewed as rent for land owned by a deity, although it is unclear if all lands were subject to this duty. The code also addresses individuals dedicated to divine service, like Vestals, for example, and Hierodules, who lived under vows of chastity and were granted many privileges. Well, it's a very intertwining of the religion, economy, and law in ancient Babylonian society, isn't it? There was not a facet of this society that was not untouched by the code. The Code of Hammurabi detailed various legal transactions for property, including sale, lease, barter, gift, dedication, deposit, pledge, or loan. That's a lot of ways to deal with getting a new house. Transactions, however, required evidence, such as receipts or witnesses' oaths, to avoid severe penalties for unlawful possession or theft. The code allowed for the return of property in cases of defective titles or undisclosed liabilities, and set out specific conditions for the leasing and cultivation of land, including fixed rents, profit-sharing agreements, alongside stipulations for the reclamation of wasteland and the leasing of gardens or plantations. The code also outlines the meteor system, particularly on temple lands, detailing the responsibilities and penalties for tenants or stewards in cases of theft or perhaps misuse of property. Irrigation laws were strict, holding individuals accountable for flood damages caused by negligence. Of course, irrigation, rather, also immigration, but irrigation was of course a very serious business. If you didn't get it right, well, you could cause trouble for everybody. Now, for housing in particular, leases could be for 1 year or longer, with conditions on maintenance and repair. The code even protected tenants' rights, including stipulations for early re-entry by landlords and the construction of buildings on leased land with rent-free periods before ownership reverted back to the landlord. Isn't that interesting? Sounds like our modern day. We just hope that the landlords in Babylonia were doing the right things by their tenants. Hired labor was common for tasks like harvesting, with contracts often securing advanced payment and collateral. The code also set wages for various labors and rental rates for animals. It also regulated the responsibility of shepherds for the herds and flocks under their care, including compensation for losses and penalties for negligence and dishonesty, illustrating a comprehensive legal framework for property and labor management in ancient Babylonia. Now, in Babylonian commerce, while payment in kind was prevalent, contracts increasingly specified cash payments in various currencies, such as those of Babylon, Larsa, Carchemish, and Assyria. The code allowed the debtors to flexibly pay in produce at a statutory scale if they lacked money or other crops, emphasizing a fairness and flexibility in financial dealings. If it was agreed upon in the contract, well, no problem. But a contract had to be made. Now, of course, when there is money and people using it, there of course is debt. Debt security was stringent, with the debtor's person potentially held as collateral. That's right, get yourself into debt and, well, your life could be changed in ways that you never imagined. The code protected debtors by prohibiting the seizure of grain for debt repayment and penalizing illegal restraints. A debtor could nominate a family member or slave as mancipium, or hostage, to work off the debt, with specific protections and limitations to prevent abuse of this system. Imagine one of your family members gets involved with the wrong people, and all of a sudden, well, your work becomes a lot more difficult. Property, including fields, houses, or crops, could also serve as collateral. The code required debtors to manage and benefit from their pledged property directly, ensuring that they had the means to repay their debts from the proceeds. It instituted protections against interest accumulation in the event of crop failure, promoting leniency and preventing further financial hardship for the debtor. Pledges and anticritic pledges, where the profit from the pledged item offset the debt's interest, were common, allowing for a practical approach to securing loans without transferring property ownership. Personal guarantees further reinforce the system, holding guarantors accountable if debtors failed to fulfill their obligations. This underscores another sophisticated and regulated nature of not only Babylonian laws, but their economic practices. The Code of Hammurabi provided detailed regulations for family matters, including marriage, divorce, widowhood, childbearing, and they even had adoption back then. That's pretty structured, don't you think? Marriage, of course, just like in our modern day, was a contractual thing, and it involved a bride price and dowry, symbolizing a union beyond a mere purchase. The contract actually ensured protection for the bride, specifying penalties for breach and conditions for the marriage's dissolution. It facilitated property transfer and outlined the mutual responsibilities of the husband and the wife, including debt liability and property management. Well, if you have marriage, of course you have divorce, which was initiated by the husband. Women were not really initiating divorces. But while divorce was initiated by the husband, it necessitated the return of the dowry and provision for the wife and children. This law balanced the husband's unilateral right to divorce with financial obligations to ensure the wife and child or children's welfare post-divorce. In cases of mistreatment, however, or neglect, the wife could seek a judicial separation. Of course, this would have to go up against the courts. I do wonder if the people from those times, thousands and thousands of years ago, would argue about the same things. The husband and wife bickering over money, or perhaps they didn't want their children to play with the Assyrian kids, or the kids from Akkad. Who knows? I'm sure that arguments between couples are a tale as old as time. Now, widowhood, never a good thing. They also had laws about that. And these laws were put into place to protect a widow's status and her financial security. Certain things were in place that detailed the widow's rights to her husband's estate, but also conditions for remarriage. You had to, of course, go through the customary mourning period. Getting remarried a little bit too early would no doubt, just in our modern era as well, raise more than a few eyebrows, don't you think? Childbearing regulations emphasized legitimate heirs, allowing childless wives to provide a maid for childbearing, with specific rules governing the status of children born to either concubines or slaves. Of course, if you couldn't get your own children, you could get somebody else's. Adoption was common for various reasons, including childlessness or labor needs. Of course, people would often think of ways of making this system work to their advantage, especially on the labor needs part. Perhaps you couldn't afford a slave, but you could adopt a young lad of good strength. Well, the Babylonians figured this one out pretty quickly, and there were strict rules to ensure the adopted child's welfare. And the other way was also the filial responsibilities of the child towards his adoptive parents. Adoption contracts could be annulled if the child failed in their duties or if they were proven to have been mistreated. Inheritance laws aimed at equitable distribution among the legitimate children, with provisions for disinheritance in cases of unfilial conduct. The code sought to protect family assets and ensure a proper succession of property. Of course, the boys would always come first. The girls would very rarely get anything. Well, after all, they had husbands of their own, you would hope. So that's them sorted. It's just the way it is, or rather, the way it was. The Code of Hammurabi emphasized the lex talionis, or the law of retaliation, encapsulating the principle of an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, as a core tenet for addressing assaults, particularly against the Amelu class. This principle extended to symbolic punishments for various offenses, such as cutting off the hand for theft, or even striking a parent, and removing the breast of a wet nurse who substituted the child in her care. perjury, causing death through medical malpractice, and other severe offenses resulted in stringent penalties, including the loss of a limb, or perhaps two limbs, or indeed the loss of life entirely. So be good. Punishments under the code were meticulously tailored to fit the crime, and every crime you could think of had a specific punishment, although most of them were just being put to death. Of course, this was all aimed to deter wrongdoing, albeit through direct consequences. The idea was that if people were too scared to commit crimes, they would just not commit crimes. Sounds pretty simple, right? Didn't always work that way, though. For example, a skilled surgeon for a case would not do the job to the correct specifications of the one under his knife. Of course, surgery back in those days was a little touch and go. Well, if the surgeon was to make an error that made the recipient of the operation take the self-checkout line, well, he would have his hand cut off. Very difficult to do surgery after that. And what happened if you were hungry, or you were starving? Well, you had no choice but to steal, didn't you? Go ahead. But if you get caught, you can say goodbye to that hand of yours. I hope you've enjoyed it. And what about a false accuser? If you pointed the finger at somebody, he stole my bread, he stole my cows or my livestock. You just wanted to get back at him. You just didn't like the guy, didn't you? Well, if you were found to be lying, you would face the death penalty. False accusations were taken very seriously. This mirrored punishment extended to the branding or mutilation of individuals for other specific transgressions, such as a slave who struck a freedman, or perhaps those most vicious of crimes that males can commit towards women. Well, you can imagine the kind of mutilation that they would receive. Death penalties were pronounced for a range of crimes, from theft, especially involving sacred or royal properties that would really get you in trouble, all the way to kidnapping, banditry, and fraud. Methods of execution varied, including drowning for adulterers, burning for incest, and gibbeting for burglary. Look that one up. The code also specified death for endangering another's life through false accusations. In certain instances, the lex talionis was applied to family members of the offender, such as the execution of a creditor's son if his father caused the death of a debtor's son. You killed my son, I get to kill your son. Imagine coming home from school one day and your dad sitting at the kitchen table, having to give you the bad news on that one. Not a good day for anybody. The code also addressed lesser crimes, with fines, compensation, or perhaps just physical punishments like being whipped a few times. Well, if it was a little bit more serious, you could even be exiled. They would kick you out into the great wild expanses. Or it would just be a sentence of slavery. That being said, if you found yourself wandering out in the wilds, eventually someone would come across you and most likely sell you into slavery anyway. So you may as well just take the slavery. This intricate system of punishment under the Code of Hammurabi reveals a deeply ingrained belief in the moral and social order, where penalties were not only meant to punish, but they were also meant to restore a balance of justice within the community, make people feel safe. Of course, if you had nothing to hide, if you were doing nothing wrong, well, you had nothing to fear. So why would a death penalty for theft be a problem? Why would a death penalty for fraud be a problem unless you yourself were fearing this punishment? Well, of course, the laws have developed quite a bit since these ancient times. And while the old times were not perfect, we have to realize that in another 1,000 years, 2,000 years, perhaps 10,000, 100,000 years, if we are still around, we'll most likely look at our legal systems of today, in our year of 2024, and view them as archaic, in ways that we've not yet even imagined. Who knows how our ancestors will look upon our ways of dealing with things such as theft? Perhaps the whole system of a prison will be looked at as barbaric. Perhaps in the future they will take an even more barbaric approach and just directly lobotomize people, Clockwork Orange style. Please help me, brothers. But if you are out there in 1,000 years' time listening to this video as some kind of research on your barbaric past, I hope that your world is a lot safer and peaceful than ours is. Thank you very much for listening. You know who I am. And you know what I do. And if you like it, which I guess you do since you're still listening, I suggest that you hit that subscribe button and the bell so you don't miss a thing. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. I will see you in the next video. Good night, everybody. Stay safe.